So we hold one-day training courses around the UK. Before the practical day, we send around online materials so that people can learn a little bit more about marine mammals, learn about their biology, where they should be, what their usual behaviour is, everything sort of in the background behind them. And then we have a one-day practical day where we have life-size training models and get people down the beach, and we do practical sort of recreating techniques and just show people how to safely capture seals and things like that. So a bit of online work and a little bit of practical fun work, but it equips people to be able to assess animals when they do come across them on a beach, whereas the public like to kind of just drag them back in the water if they can. So there's a way to do things, really.
And Julia, how successful are your rescue missions usually? Because I found one about this after reading The Snail and the Whale by Julia Donaldson, that book that I read to my kids loads of times, and I got a bit sad in the thought of what it doesn't work. So how often are you able to make a successful rescue?
Yeah, so it's hard to put a number on it really, but cetaceans strand for a number of reasons. Small ones such as harbour porpoises and common dolphins, they feed close to shore. Sometimes they're just caught out in stormy weather. They can be quite successful. Other times there's visible injuries, which is why they strand. Obviously, we can't put injured animals back out into the sea. And then we get the larger animals that often are habitat species, and they're suffering from things often they can't be, like starvation due to not being able to feed, which leads to other diseases and illnesses. So every animal is different, and that's why we train people so that they can identify what these certain animals need, because we try and save as many as we can, but we can't put sick animals back in the water. So a lot of it's a bit sad.
So people should just contact British Divers Marine Life Rescue if they want to find out more?
Yes, definitely. We have a website that has lots of information and lots of our sort of successful rescue stories of happy stuff.
Thank you so much. That's Julia Cable from the organisation. You can hear more about whales in the Natural History podcast, The Whale Secrets.
The voice of the UK.
This is 5 Live Breakfast. Welcome along to 5 Live Breakfast. It is Rachel and Stefan keep you company until 9 o'clock this morning. Here are the headlines at 7. President Trump suggested the war in Iran could be over soon without giving any specific details on when that might be. He also said the US was aiming for ultimate victory. The United States and Israel have continued their bombardment of Iran with powerful explosions here in Tehran overnight. Iran also launched a fresh wave of missile and drone attacks against its Gulf neighbours and Israel. Addressing reporters last night, Mr. Trump insisted the war was almost complete.
It's the beginning of building a new country. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So we call it a tremendous success. Right now, as we leave here, I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
In response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they would determine the end of the war, not the Americans. Oil and stock markets have reacted favorably to the reassurances from Mr. Trump. Oil is trading at around $90 a barrel after shooting above $100 yesterday.
5 members of the Iranian women's football team have been granted asylum in Australia because of fears for their safety if they return home. Iranian state media called the team wartime traitors for refusing to sing the national anthem before an Asian Cup match. Some of the players ran away from the team hotel yesterday, but the others appear to be heading home.
The father of a 5-year-old girl who was murdered in the Dublin primary school shooting says gun laws are still too lax 30 years later. Nick's daughter Sophie was shot dead along with 50 of her classmates and their teacher on the 13th of March 1996. He says UK government must be more proactive in tackling emerging threats such as 3D printed firearms. He also wants stricter background checks on potential gun owners.
The government should be leading. They should be spotting loopholes in the law and plugging them before anything happens. They shouldn't be complacent. They should always remain vigilant, and that's the message I will continue to try and push.
The British Association for Shooting Innovation says the UK already has one of the world's most stringent licensing regimes.
Energy suppliers to be given 90 days to repair faulty smart meters or face being fined. The government says that while 92% of smart meters work as they should, it wants to get tougher on providers to drive up standards and help customers.
Well, the White House aide revealed the existence of President Nixon's secret recording system during the Watergate scandal has died. Alexander Butterfield, 99. His testimony was a key factor that led to Richard Nixon's dying.
That is the news. Let's get the sport now. Here's Shortwave.
In round 3 of the Indian Wells Open Tennis, all 3 British players in action last night won their third-round matches. Sonic Hartel knocked out last year's Australian Open champion Madison Keys. Cameron Norrie beat the world number 6 Alex de Minaur in straight sets, and the defending men's champion Jack Draper came past Francisco Cerundolo set up a last 16 meeting with Novak Djokovic. In the FA Cup, West Ham beat Brentford on penalties to reach the quarterfinals, where they will play Leeds. Liverpool have been drawn away to Manchester City. Arsenal will go to Southampton, and Port Vale, the lowest ranked team left in the competition, will visit Chichi. And the Liverpool keeper Alisson Becker will miss tonight's Champions League tie at Galatasaray with a knee injury. You can hear that match on 5 Live at 5:45. It'll be followed by Newcastle versus Barcelona at 8.
What about the weather? What's happening today, Simon?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We've got some misty and murky conditions again out there this morning, but it's not as foggy as it was this yesterday morning. Most of the mist is across the eastern and southeastern areas of England, where it's going to lift up with the low cloud, and eventually it will start to disappear a little bit. So there'll be some brighter, some sunny spells into the south, and then a potential for 1 or 2 showers in the far southeast. Bit of sunshine across the Midlands and South Yorkshire this morning, but that can increase here. And across the western areas of England and Wales, it's quite cloudy, misty and murky. Some fog around the coast and the hills, but also some rain and some drizzle, and that will continue into this afternoon. The temperatures getting to about 9 to 13 Celsius. Across Scotland and Northern Ireland, we've got some rain and drizzle around western areas this morning. That'll clear away where it's high, but then there'll be further rain spreading into the west and Northern Ireland later on. But further east across Scotland, while it's mostly cloudy, there'll be a few bright skies around the Moray Firth, and temperatures of 9 to 11 Celsius.
Thank you very much, Simon. Let's get the travel now. Here's Honor.
Stefan, and the M61, so queuing down to the Swinton interchange. The M60 taking 20 minutes already. The West Midlands M6 southbound queues heading towards the M5. That's taking 40 minutes. Very busy today. Cheltenham and, of course, the Festive Sun for the next 4 days, which means road closures will be including to the A435. Berkshire, the A329M eastbound at the M4 at Richmond for Wokingham. There's an accident on the exit road. Take to the M4 east. That's closed. And the North Circular. So it's turned out to be a breakdown on the southbound side at Barking Road at the flyover at the A124. M27 in Hampshire, near Junction 3 at Southampton, on the M271, an accident in one of the lanes on the exit slip. And the latest in Glasgow, so the Union Street is still closed on the southbound side, and Glasgow Central Station is completely closed for the rest of today. On Imagine 5 Live Travel.
The voice of the UK.
This is 5 Live Breakfast.
Good morning, everyone. Tuesday morning, 10th of March. Welcome to 5 Live Breakfast with Stefan and Rachel this morning. We're going to return to our top story in just a moment. We'll talk to an energy company about the impact of the Iran conflict on our gas and electric bills.
We're also looking ahead to the Champions League games this week. Alan Shearer is going to be with us later, Sebastian Bassong very soon as well.
I keep this coming in on our In My Opinion. Our guest is calling for a ChatGPT boycott for political reasons. We'll get into that a bit later. And we're talking to a racing fan who has to Benidorm to watch the Cheltenham Festival.
They'll explain why and why that makes sense on the programme very soon. But first then, the price of oil has dropped this morning after President Trump has said that he believes the war with Iran is almost complete and that the US military operations targeting the country will be over pretty quickly.
We wiped every single force in Iran out very, very completely. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought that after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times.
Well, oil prices are still about 30% higher than at the start of the conflict, as Iran says it won't allow one litre of oil to be exported from the region if the Israeli attacks continue. Donald Trump has since threatened Iran with death, fire and fury if it disrupts shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Florida on Monday, President Trump addressed those oil prices.
We're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. We'll take out those targets that were easy. And I mentioned just before, we'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever.
And while Keir Starmer has warned that the longer the Iran conflict lasts, the more likely it is that there will be effect on the economy, but that it was in a better place to withstand the shock to energy supply than it was back in 2022, and something similar happened, of course. Now we are joined by Nigel Pocklington, Chief Executive of Good Energy. Nigel, thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
Do you know, or can you tell us what energy customers are likely to feel the impact of this first?
It's probably a bit too early to say for certain. In fact, in April, a lot of energy customers are going to see their bills drop slightly because of changes in the last budget and changes to the last price cap. What we can say is if this carries on more than another week or so, then it is likely that bills are going to rise again in the summer as the effect of the cost on the wholesale energy market feeds through.
So then back to what we're seeing now is more likely to come further down the track, essentially, is what you're saying.
That's right. I mean, the immediate impact is that there are far fewer and far less competitive fixed rate tariffs around for anyone who's looking to switch, and for businesses who tend to buy their energy on a, if you like, an annual fixed contract. If your business is coming up for contract renewal, they are the people who will feel the rising prices already.
Yeah, and obviously it's difficult when you have a conversation like this. You don't want to scaremonger or make people worry sort of unnecessarily, but we do obviously have to raise the concerns, and people like yourselves who run a company have not. What advice is giving out there to people who are seeing the news, hearing about oil prices going up and down and fluctuating, and are concerned about their bills?
The first piece of advice is please don't panic. It is a bit too early to say exactly what's going to happen. I mean, technically speaking, if you're on the price cap, the way that works is that Ofgem look at the prices in the wholesale market over what's called an observation window before they set it. And the observation window at the moment opened on the 18th of February, so that's just under 2 weeks ago, and it runs through to the 17th of May. So we've had 1 week of normal prices and 1 week of very high prices. Well, that's why I keep saying it depends how this plays out. We'll know more over the course of the next few weeks. I think the other piece of advice is important to state is if you get into any sort of financial difficulty with your energy bill, then please contact your supplier. We're all expected by the regulator to be able to deal with people in financial difficulty. We actually want to help people where we can. So the worst thing to do is to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah. Now you run an energy company that uses green energy, right? So how are you being affected by this, despite it being a problem for fossil fuels?
Yes, that's right. Good Energy is the UK's most renewable supplier, but we all work in the same systems. Whilst I can guarantee to customers that their energy use is backed entirely by renewables, I have to clear it through the same systems as all of the other suppliers, and it's actually the gas price really sets the price of electricity in the UK, because it's usually the fuel that determines the daily and then season ahead price of gas. So we're affected just as much as everybody else, sadly. That's a reform I'd like to see change, but for now we can get the same price as everybody else.
And is that your concerns when it comes to sort of government policy on this? Can something be done by the Chancellor or by an arm of government to make things better, not just for customers, just to make sure that when you have as much?
Yes, I mean, in the short term, the government has done something, because they removed a couple of the environmental and social levies that are on everybody's bills into general taxation. So that will produce a fall in April. But you're right, I think what we need to do as a country is try and get ourselves off our dependence on gas. We are the most gas-dependent country in Western Europe, really, and its price is entirely driven by volatility in the wholesale market, caused by the fact that it comes from pretty volatile parts of the world, and therefore we need reform in terms of how we generate our power, be that nuclear or renewables, and we need reform in terms of how it works. take a greater of where our power comes from these days.
Well, Nigel, you've given us a really good sense of respect, in sort of the rest of the year and what is happening across in the Middle East at the moment. And obviously then over in the next coming days, what are you expecting to see? And again, you talked about people remaining calm. That's going to be difficult if this oil price keeps fluctuating, right? And you keep seeing headlines and things of that nature.
Yes, I mean, actually, the oil price seems to be coming down slightly in response to Trump's remarks overnight. So
that's a shame. We seem to have lost those.
Well,
oh, there we are. So you're back now. No, we lost you a little bit. That's okay.
The oil price fell overnight, as Trump sort of indicated that the conflict would be shorter term. May well happen to the gas prices up, but I think for now the main thing to do is to sit tight and see where we are in a couple of weeks. So we'll have a much better sense for where pricing will move to in the summer. The way the market work give people a bit of insulation from the very short-term impacts of oil and gas prices, which sadly can't be said for people who are extracting from heat oil, which has got a much more immediate problem in that marketplace.
Well, Nigel, thank you very much for being with us and protecting the context of things so clearly. We really appreciate it. That was Nigel Pocklington there, Chief Executive of Good Energy. It is now 7:15.
And with rising oil prices, we've been talking about how to get the most out of a tank full of petrol. Time to ask the hypermiler community. Yeah, the people who compete to see quite how far they can go without having to fill up again. Dyson is founder and editor of hypermiler.co.uk. You can guess what that is. Here are his tips.
Hi, Stephen and Rachel. Here from hypermiler.co.uk. I spent years helping drivers squeeze more miles out of every tank. And right now, hypermiler is one of the easiest ways to save real money without changing your car. The first tip no one expects is don't drive. Taking those short, unnecessary trips saves you 100% of your fuel and avoids the heavy engine wear that comes from constant starts. Those tiny journeys are where cars are least efficient. And when you are on the road, drive defensively. Look well ahead, leave proper space, and anticipate what's happening up the road. The more you react at every brake light, the more fuel you burn. Then there's driving without brakes. Every time you hit the pedal, you're turning fuel into heat and brake dust. Here's the thing people don't realise. Modern engines use no fuel at all when you're decelerating in gear. Lift off early, let the engine brake do the work, and you're effectively travelling free. Slowing down is another huge win. Aerodynamic drag ramps up fast, so dropping your cruising speed by around 20 miles an hour can improve your miles per gallon by up to 45%. And finally, coasting. Not engine off, but simply lifting off as you approach a junction to red light. Combine up with a zero fuel overburn and you're stacking up easy savings. Hypermiling isn't about crawling around now. It's common sense, smooth, deliberate driving that cuts out the waste. And with fuel prices doing what they're doing right now, it sharpens your focus on habits we should all be doing anyway.
I like this guy. I think it's time for the
hypermiler.
Well, I do like going down a hill. I'm sure people tell me this is not right to do, but when you slip out of gear and you just kind of essentially let the car
course.
Yeah. I think you have less control.
Yes, I don't think you're taught to do that.
No, but when I'm very low on petrol, occasionally I do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, let's not into my driving.
Let's not get into details.
No. But if there are any other hyperminers out there, let us know how you do it legally. 85055. Just a text on the thing I mentioned earlier about wanting to absolutely pop her petrol tank. Yesterday, one of our colleagues came across this in a petrol station. So she was adding 3 people's worth of fuel to her tank.
Yeah.
That idiot, topping up her fuel by £3 is the scourge of society during the crisis. The epitome of panic buying. You're probably one of those buying all the toilet paper during the period. She should be vilified, not promoted. We were noting you just mentioned that was the thing. And fill up, says JC, once below a quarter tank in action. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's quite strong stuff. Right, it is 7:16.
Missed a massive moment?
Want to hear that last goal again?
If you're listening on most smart speakers, we've got you covered.
Just say, as BBC Sound to rewind 5 minutes
and relive it all over again.
Reminded of that magic phrase again.
Ask BBC Sound, rewind 5 minutes.
In my opinion.
Right then, so today's In My Opinion is about ChatGPT and calls to boycott it.
Hello, my name is Robert Bretman. I'm a historian and author of the book Moral Condition. And in my opinion, we should all join the international boycott of ChatGPT. It turns out that OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, is one of the biggest bank crawlers of authoritarianism in the US. It's an ISIS-enabled, Trump-enabling company, the biggest donor of Trump during the last cycle. It's not a friend of democracy, and it's extremely vulnerable. We can actually take it down with one big, massive boycott.
Guys Live Breakfast.
The voice of the UK.
Well, we'll speak to Rutger Fater-Cott, but we'd love to hear from you now. You've heard his arguments. Essentially, campaigners claim ChatGPT is now being used as a tool for the Trump administration to pursue ends that some people would agree with. Now, you may disagree with his position on Donald Trump, of course. That might be one thing you want to take issue with. ChatGPT, by the way, deny this. They say they have guardrails to make sure their technology isn't used in what they would say are unacceptable ways. And this is more than other AI firms are doing. All of this might feel a little bit remote and all too much connected to American politics for you, but millions of people are quitting the service. So there are questions about whether boycotts like this can change politics. Do you have concerns about how governments might use AI in the future? Perhaps more relevant to you right now, how much has AI become part of your daily life? Could you live without it? Would you consider flipping to a different AI source? Because Rutger isn't suggesting, by the way, quitting AI tools altogether. Good point here made from Kieran in Belfast. He says the issue with ChatGPT and boycotting it is that it powers Copilot in Microsoft. Also, thousands of companies around the world use their AI to do their own internal or software AI bot. It's not as simple as just walking away from ChatGPT. It is integrated everywhere. That's why, says Kieran.
A lot of people who are texting and saying how just part of their normal life using ChatGPT has become. This text in from David, who says, when presented with a 200-page consultation using AI to sort that info and help audit it and process the data, is an absolute game changer. AI is here to stay. There's no getting away from it, but it does need using correctly and take care how you adapt and accept searches as accurate and gospel, because how you construct prompts and stuff can have an impact. So it just shows David's using it every day. So walking away from, there are different ones out there, but walking away from ChatGPT isn't as simple for some people as perhaps the Rutger's making it sound.
Yeah, and this one here, I use it several times every day if I'm home. I love it. However, I don't use ChatGPT. I used it once when it was first into media. I'm a fan of Claude, a notebook for them for work, and Gemini for home. Everything from writing proposal clients to sell a dining room table and finding a good restaurant this weekend, visiting London for a theatre trip. That's Andrea in Manchester. So I think that probably increasingly affects people's lives. And do text us 68058, send us a voice 08085909693. If you want to talk to us via your smart speaker, you're listening to us at the moment, and you can just a speaker. All you need to do is say, ask Privacy Sounds to send a comment, and tell us your comment, and we'll read it out.
Yeah, plenty of you getting in touch already, which is great to see, so keep those thoughts coming in. Now, we're going to be previewing this week's Champions League fixtures very soon. I'm actually this year after 8, but we've got something on with us very shortly.
And we're going to talk to a racing fan who's gone all the way to Benidorm to watch the Cheltenham Festival, which is a big thing these days.
I didn't realise, when we started talking about this in the office, I didn't realise that was a thing.
Yeah. Cheap holidays, mate, watching the race. I get it. Right, let's return to the story that they were reporting on yesterday around Glasgow Central Railway Station. Efforts continuing to reopen that station after a huge fire swept through one of the Victorian buildings on Union Street next to the station. On Sunday, it totally collapsed internally. I don't know if you've seen any of the pictures of this. The BBC's Katie Hunter is in Glasgow this morning.
Scotland's busiest train station and Scotland's biggest city closed for a second day. The cordon is still in place. Several streets here, right in the heart of Glasgow, still closed. Firefighters still on that aerial platform, cooling off the hotspots inside the building. This was a significant fire, and it did cause significant damage. We don't have a timetable yet for when Glasgow Central Station will reopen. Network Rail were saying yesterday they hadn't even been able to get inside the station to assess what the scale of the damage was, if there was any damage. So that will be a priority for today, if possible. As for businesses, a number were destroyed in the fire. So an uncertain time for them. Now, we know that this fire started at a vape shop around 3:45 on Sunday. That has led to calls from some for tighter regulation around vape stores. That will no doubt be a debate that plays out in the coming days. Many people making the point that this fire could have been far worse. No one was injured, but no doubt that the economic cost to Glasgow will go huge, and there's likely to be some disruption right in the heart of the city for time to come.
Yeah, well, whilst the fire is believed to have started in a vape shop that's been widely reported, and certainly the video footage seems to support that, Scottish Fire and Rescue have officially said that they are investigating the cause, but can't exactly speculate on what happened. Paul Christensen is Professor Emeritus at Newcastle University and now a consultant on lithium battery. Hi, Paul.
Good morning, Rachel.
Yeah, lithium batteries are everywhere, aren't they? In particular in vapes, but what is a lithium battery exactly?
It's actually the simplest form of battery. It doesn't actually involve any chemical change. It's just where lithium ions go into the crystal structure of one electrode, or charge them, and then they come out of that electrode, it will go into the crystal structure of another. When you discharge the battery. But we've never seen anything like it in terms of batteries with such huge energy density. And of course, that's the trick.
That is the trick. And it's also, I guess, the danger as well, is it?
Yes, it's the challenge. In anything, if energy gets out in an uncontrolled fashion, you're in trouble. Lithium-ion batteries are just another example.
So have you looked at footage of this fire, and in particular, I don't know if you've seen any of those shots of when the vape shop appeared to first be on fire, all the smoke billowing out, and then there were a couple of small explosions.
Yes, I've seen it, and my heart goes out to the people of Glasgow and the owners of the businesses. But as you say, we are very lucky that nobody was hurt or injured.
Yeah, absolutely. And from looking at that, would you say, is it possible to say that those are lithium batteries exploding, or what's going on?
Could indeed be that lithium batteries exploding. It's very, very difficult to see what is actually happening and what was responsible. But what is certainly the case that even if lithium-ion batteries don't cause a fire, if they become involved, they really complicate matters, particularly in dealing with the fire by the fire and rescue services. And the consequences do tend to be more severe.
Yeah.
And it's not, even though they're small lithium batteries, it's actually a question of energy density. Right, so you can either have large lithium-ion battery or lots of small lithium-ion batteries, as in this case. And if you've got a large energy density, then of course the fire hazard, the explosion hazard is there.
So the idea of these batteries themselves sort of spontaneously combusting isn't necessarily the risk. It's just lots of devices with these batteries in them stored in one place, and if a spark goes off somewhere, that's where the danger comes from. Would that be right?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, lithium batteries tend not to commit suicide. They tend to be murdered, usually by people through misuse, abuse. But also you can have heating. They may have been charged and they've overcharged. It needs some form of abuse for lithium-ion batteries to go into what's called thermal runaway.
Right.
And as you say, you know, it's little lithium-ion batteries that caused fires and explosions on container ships. You know, so we really need to educate the public and train anybody else. And for example, that courageous young man who grabbed a handheld fire extinguisher was shocking, because a handheld fire extinguisher and a lithium-ion battery fire involving anything the size of an easy battery and above is an invitation to suicide. And we're all being aware of life-changing injuries due to the inhalation of gases and fumes from lithium batteries. And what worries me is that the fire and rescue services are fully equipped with breathing apparatus. Police, ambulance and other paramedics who are usually first at the scene are not so equipped.
So we need to educate ourselves more because of the proliferation of devices with these batteries.
Absolutely. We need to learn how to deal with them, and really we need to learn, you know, what to listen for and what to look for, or then run, shouting and calling for the fire brigade.
Yeah. I mean, there were a couple of sensible people nearby who dragged that young man away.
Absolutely.
Thank goodness. So, do you think, because I mean, I don't know whether there is any regulation that requires vape shops to have fire extinguishers actually installed in them, but that one didn't. But you think there needs to be tighter regulations around shops where they have large numbers of items containing lithium batteries?
Well, yes, absolutely. Again, it comes down to a question of energy density. I think what we need to look at is, first and foremost, appropriate risks and the appropriate risk assessments, fire risk assessments that are specific to lithium-ion batteries. And then maybe, I don't think we'll regulate. I mean, my experience is there's a reluctance at government level to accept the risks and hazards of lithium-ion batteries, much less to address them. But I certainly believe we need appropriate lithium-ion battery-specific risk assessments for these kind of premises where there's large energy densities of lithium-ion batteries.
Well, thank you very much. Paul Christensen, Professor Emeritus at Newcastle University and a consultant on lithium battery safety. It's 7:20.
Now, Tottenham are in desperate need of a win in Spain, taking on Atletico Madrid in the first leg of their last 16 Champions League tonight. Coutinho has lost his first big matches in charge. The Sports and the stats the club has no immediate plans to change manager despite the pressure on him and despite the fact that they're perilously close to the relegation in the Premier League. So let's bring in from the Spurs Sebastian Cassong to talk about this. Morning, Sebastian. Spurs just 1 point ahead of the other in the Premier League zone. Would you probably end up resting a lot of players and go in with a more second string team tonight because the Champions League just can't be a priority for them right now?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I would say that they don't have so many players available in order to sell a lot of them. So they have to deal with the players available, and if they need games to get their confidence back. They need games to get back on track. So services can be used in that sense for me.
So actually, even though it might tire some of the players out, if they have good performance, if they play well, if they get a result, that maybe it would spark something in them for the Premier League running class.
Games, any football games, the good thing with football is there's a quick turnaround. There's always a next game that comes really quick. So when you get a Champions League game tonight, that's an opportunity for Igor Tudor to get the players, to get the players together and to get something out of this game in order to use that and apply that in the Premier League. I think that's why it's also out. You can't really give 110% for the Champions League for the simple reason that you need to create a momentum in order to stay safe and to stay in the Premier League.
Yeah, and what do you make of what's going on there in the Premier League? Why do you think that a team with that, I know appreciate there's a lot of injuries, is that maybe the reason, but such a talented team languishing so perilously close over the relegation zone?
Injuries are part of football. I'm always surprised when people keep pointing out the fact that there's injuries and injuries. That's part of what we do. So I think what went wrong is maybe there's been a lot of bad decisions made from all over the club and the players, the management, and there's been some mistakes, and it's been a compounding effect that comes, and at some point people couldn't really face what was going on. And for me, you get a responsibility. It always comes down to the green rectangle when you're a player. Obviously, you need a good direction above you, but ultimately, you need to be responsible and be held accountable. And when you're a player, that's the characteristic. That's what makes you such a top earner. That's what makes you such an elite performer. And
put it down to the players then, Sebastian, because I was just speaking to a Spurs fan on the programme last week who was bemoaning the club's structure because there have been so many managers in so many years of high profile nature, so many great players, and they've not been able to sort it out.
No, I'm not putting it down to the players. It's a collective thing. You can't point the finger just for one entity only. You need to be structured in the right way in order for the players to deliver. So I think it always comes down from the top. At the top, I don't think they've been good enough in the way they wanted to apply the vision. The vision hasn't been clear enough, it hasn't been applied properly, therefore the player ultimately hasn't been able to deliver. However, even when things are not going right, when your parents are not doing it right, you still got an opportunity
to get yourself out of trouble, and that's what I'm expecting from such a big and talented group of players. Obviously, the management hasn't been good enough.
Yeah, well, it starts tonight, Basti, right? If they're going to turn it out, a big performance against Atletico could be the thing that starts that process. I appreciate you coming on to talk to us. That was for Spurs defender Sebastian Bassong there. You can hear full commentary of Tottenham's match with Atletico Madrid on 5 Sports Extra from 5 to 8 this evening. Liverpool's match versus Galatasaray, Newcastle's match with Barcelona. That's going to be 5 live sport from 7:30. Right, you can stay next to me for the breakfast with Richard and Stefan. The time is coming up to 7:33.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
In the news headlines, President Trump has said he believes the war with Iran is almost complete, but has declined to give a time frame, saying the United States still not want enough. In response, the Revolutionary Guard said they would determine when the conflict ended, not America. 5 members of the Iranian women's football team have been granted asylum in Australia because of fears for their safety if they return home. They refused to sing the national anthem before an Asian Cup match. The rest of the squad are believed to be travelling back to Iran. The first 3 new vocational or B-level subjects have been revealed by the government as education, finance and digital qualifications equivalent to 1 A-level will be offered in England from September next year. And energy suppliers are to be given 90 days to repair faulty smart meters or face being fined. The government says it's getting tough on providers to drive up standards and protect bill payers. Right, let's find out with our weather. Here's Simon.
Yeah, good morning. It's quite cloudy at the moment across Scotland. I've got some patches of rain from around the western areas. That's going to gradually clear away. But for Northern Ireland, we're going to see another band of more substantial wind spreading in from the west later on this afternoon. Scotland, there will be some bright spells of sun around the morning. The temperatures today getting up to 9 to 11 degrees. England and Wales is nowhere near as foggy as it was time yesterday morning. But across eastern and southeastern areas of England, some mist patches over this morning. Lots of rain out as well. That's all going to gradually lift up. And there'll be a few bright spots of better thing. It's staying quite cloudy in the far southeast with a few showers here. And in western areas of England and Wales, again, this is where we've got some coastal and hill mist and fog. Some patches of rain and drizzle as well. That's likely to continue around those western areas into this afternoon. And temperatures getting to about 9 to 13 Celsius.
Simon King, thanking you. Let's get half an hour. Here's Orna.
And the M8. So if you're travelling east, and that's in Edinburgh Junction 2 near the M9, something blocking one of the lanes there. There are queues in the M62 east riding of York Junction 37 at Howden, so it's near the Ouse Bridge. 1 lane closed around Crescent. The M6 is swinging Churchill northbound at 18 to 19, and that's for busy southbound at the Croft interchange, joining the M62 at 21A as well. M1 and Leicestershire Junction 23 Loughborough. 1 lane closed for an accident northbound. The M5 Junction northbound Tewkesbury, and the X66 road is partly blocked with queues in Bristol on the M1. So eastbound at Junction 20, joining the M5, it's a breakdown in the lanes. Cheltenham road closures are in today because of the festival. It's for the next 4 days. The M11 in Essex, Junction 7 at Harlow is partly blocked on the southbound side of the roundabout by an obstruction. And then Glasgow. So the M8 queuing westbound at 13 Property 17 Great Western Road. You've got the city centre of Union Street, southbound down to Marlborough, and Glasgow Central Station will be closed all day again to unimagined 5 line traffic.
This is 5 Live Breakfast.
Thank you very much to Orna. Now we'll be going back to the football but shortly we've got to start by talking about all this terrific success in the tennis. That's a sentence that we don't necessarily say all that often.
We do everyone again in this modern age. 3 Brits played a fair round of Women's Open in California yesterday. Jack Draper, Cameron Norrie and Sonic Hartel all won. Draper, who's only recently returned to the AT Tour after 8 months out with an injury to his racket. He is defending his title, which he won in California last year. Draper beat Francisco Cerundolo 6-1, 7-5 in round 3. The British number 1 seems to be coping okay physically since his return, but he admits that he is still trying to find that match play groove.
It's more the focus point in, point out, and it's something my brain's getting used to again. You need to be a killer every point. You can't just be switch off here and there because you'll get broken. You'll lose opportunities where you need to improve. So I think it's more about getting my mind and body used to having to be switched on all the time in the match and no dips.
Well, big test for Jack Draper next. He's got Novak Djokovic in the last 16 Indian Wells. They played once before on the ATP Tour. That was round one of Wimbledon 5 years ago, and Djokovic won that in 4 sets. But 5 years ago, Draper is a different person. Cameron Norrie had a win over the world number 6 Alex de Minaur last night. 6-4, 6-4 to Norrie. Norrie won the tournament at Indian Wells in 2021. He will face another Australian in Rinki Hijikata in the next round. Sonia Cartel is on a brilliant run. She knocked out the top tenor Emma Navarro in round 2, and last night Cartel took another big scalp. Last year's Australian Open champion Madison Keys. Cartel came from a set down to win in Dimby.
A few lucky net calls away, and maybe if they did, the match could have easily gone the other way. But I was happy with the way I just managed to keep my level and didn't let it dip, and didn't get too down on myself when there were games where I couldn't touch the ball at times. So just happy that I kept a strong level throughout the match.
Well, another tough assignment for Sasa Cartel next. She's got the number 3 Zaina Rybakina in the last 16. 3 of those Brits, by the way, will be back in action tomorrow.
Right, okay, let's get back to the football. Brentford in the FA Cup blew their chance to progress to the first division final.
Yeah, been to one, and they had a really good chance, you would think, to get into the quarterfinals. But in the 5th round of the FA Cup, Brentford came from behind just to draw 2-2 to West Ham. West Ham fielding a weaker side than Brentford, given they are in relegation trouble in the Premier League. It went to penalties, and the only miss in the penalty shootout was from Brentford's winger Dango Ouattara, who tried a Panenka penalty. It went wrong. The chip went straight to the keeper, so it didn't look good. The Brentford manager, Keith Andrews, though, is adamant that his player was right to attempt it.
It's easier not taking a penalty kick than taking a penalty kick. I don't think anybody should ever be really judged. In years gone by, we've had it where people have been persecuted for missing penalty kicks on the biggest stage, ridiculed. I think it's disgusting. He practices that technique, and he'll have the utmost support from myself and everyone attached to him.
In the quarterfinals, it'll be West Ham versus Leeds, Manchester City versus Liverpool, Southampton versus Arsenal, and League One Port Vale will go to Chelsea. All of those ties will be played in the first weekend of April. In the 6-6 of the Champions League, goalkeeper Alisson Becker will miss Liverpool's first leg away at Galatasaray this evening. He felt a minor problem in training. Should be back for the weekend. Galatasaray versus Liverpool commentary for you on 5 Live at 5:45, early kickoff there, and then Newcastle versus Barcelona at 8, and Atletico versus Tottenham, as we were saying, will be on Sports Extra at 8. I should also tell you, it is day 1 of the Cheltenham Festival today. Coverage of the racing all afternoon on Sports Extra from 1.
And we got Harry Redknapp on the programme after 8 because he's got a run at Cheltenham, so we'll be chatting to him. It's very interesting. With the Panenka shot, his tap when it goes wrong, it just looks bad.
Have you ever tried it yourself?
Have I? My cultured right foot. It looks bad, but then it's got as much a chance of scoring as any other type of penalty. You could blast it and the keeper stands still as well.
It looks better.
Yes.
The net buzz attempt is more bad.
It's more socially acceptable. I showed you this. Go and have a watch of it on the BBC Sport website or on the app or whatever, because it is painful watching. Sure, thank you very much for the sport right then. It is now 7:40. We're going to turn our attention to something that we talked about yesterday on the programme about that has developed since yesterday morning. And this is the story of 5 members of the Iranian women's football team who have been granted asylum in Australia because of fears for their safety if they return home. Iranian state media called the team wartime traitors for refusing to sing their national anthem at an Asian Cup game in Australia. The rest of the team are thought to be heading back to Iran. Victor is former captain of the Australian men's football team and now a prominent human rights activist and joins us now. Hey Craig, thanks for being with us.
Hi guys, yeah, joining.
What's the latest then?
The latest is to say that 5 members of the team have sought and been granted asylum protection as refugees by Australia, and calls for the Australian government and the Asian Football Federation to make sure that the remainder of the group do have an opportunity in a safe space, without the team management, who obviously have been coercive, to firstly understand their right, could claim asylum or whatever the case is, and to exercise those rights once they understand them. That needs an independent legal expert, independent of the government, under the Fiji Convention. So the team were on the bus this afternoon, and we understand they're scheduled to leave midnight in the next few hours. And so there's a great deal of angst here in Australia about whether that is going to occur and whether indeed any of them are being forcibly moved from Australia back to a situation of harm.
We saw pictures and heard testimony of protests outside the hotel and outside the bus, Craig. Are people in Australia sort of pleased with how the government has responded to this situation?
Yeah, definitely. There's been a huge amount of support for them. They made what was a very courageous protest. The men and he made the same protest by being silent during the national anthem back in 2022 in Qatar World Cup in the first game, if you guys remember. And they were kind of coerced into making sure that they sang the second one. The same thing happened here. So Australians saw that very clearly. We saw women sitting on the field, and one of them was protecting a young Australian, a ball girl from the rain. And, people were kind of juxtaposing that very powerful photo about these women who had been silenced, with an Australian girl who has all her rights intact. And then, of course, it was reported here, which was really the trigger, that they were branded traitors on state TV by someone. I'm not sure who it was, but so they were publicly threatened. And those of us who, I'm an ex-player, but I do a lot of human rights work as well, and I've studied it, and I've been involved in a number of campaigns in very recent years to try and save the lives of Iranian athletes. It is a fact that Iran does incarcerate, torture, and sometimes, in fact, execute high-profile athletes who are seen as dissidents or enemy of the state, and who have criticised the government. So that is a fact. Australians are aware of that as well. Of course, you've got the broader context of war and all these things, but we know that it is a very risky environment for them. And so the majority of Australia has said, we're not happy with these consent, or at least we need to see that they've got their rights, and we're satisfied that they choose to leave.
Yeah, so that's the hope then, Craig, right? Is that before they embark on a stuff like this, that you feel satisfied, and so people who are campaigning on this message feel satisfied that they've had the opportunity to make a choice.
That's all that needs to happen, and that's the basic human rights they have, and the AFC Confederation has responsibility to get them out of the country. I understand they're going to a third-party country, so the AFC is effectively in control of them now, and they need, along with the state government, the AFC need to make sure that they are provided that opportunity. It's exactly what I would expect that a lot of them are going to return, even if they feel unsafe. They've got kids and they've got family. We'll get it. But what we cannot accept is that either one of them is forcibly removed, who would rather stay here, who feels unsafe and go back and then be harmed.
Yeah.
So the Australian Police and the government are involved, and we're calling on them to make sure that intervention happens tonight before they leave the country.
Craig, thank you very much for joining us and letting us know what the latest is there with the story. We really appreciate that. Was Craig Frost there, former captain of the Australian men's football team and now prominent human rights activist, and we'll no doubt update you on that story here on 5 Live throughout the day. At the time now is 7:45.
The Champions League on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Drivers, Galatasaray to Liverpool. And at 8, Barcelona at St James's Park. Night at 5:45, Arsenal travel to Leverkusen, and at 8, it's Real Madrid versus Manchester City. The Champions League.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
In my opinion,
5 Live Breakfast.
Right, our remote this morning is about the chatbot ChatGPT. A movement called Quick GPT has been spread across the US and beyond, asking people about many people like just in Europe. Let's talk to the historian and writer Rutger. Good morning, Rutger.
Morning.
What's your problem with ChatGPT?
Well, where to begin? In a nutshell, this is a company that is one of the biggest bankrollers of authoritarianism in the United States. A lot of people don't know this. They think it's a friendly chatbot, and they don't realize that its president is Trump's biggest donor during the last cycle, that ISIS recruiting is powered by ChatGPT. The company has an incredible record of lying and deceiving the public.
Well, hang on a sec. Let me get into dodgy territory, right? Lots of big companies lobby
politicians and big political groupings and our political sponsors in many ways, shape or form. ChatGPT themselves say that they are in favour of political neutrality and that they are working with I think they describe it as the Department of War at the moment, as are many other AI models, in order to allow them to use their technological resources, I suppose for the benefit of the American people.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Those words are doing a lot of work there. I think it's important to emphasize two things about this boycott. And more than 4 million people have already joined, actually. I think one of the reasons people are so excited about this is that this is a company that is genuinely global. So we've seen boycotts in the past, like the lead Facebook, that were effective in the end because, people find it rather hard to give on things that are really, important lives. But with ChatGPT, there are lots of great alternatives that are just as good or even better. So that's one thing is really important boycott. The other thing is that ChatGPT is not just an ordinary tool. OpenAI is not just an ordinary company. They say that they are developing the most powerful technology in the history of humanity. And I think it's becoming increasingly clear that indeed AI is just incredibly transformational. Then you would want to have, a company doing that, and a CEO doing it, in this case, Sam Altman, who's really trustworthy. But as I said, investigative journalists have now exposed an extraordinary track record of more than a decade of lying and deceiving, of, coming up with nice safety pitches, and then in reality, behind the scenes, doing pretty much the exact opposite. So that's what makes this different from any ordinary corporation.
I mean, ChatGPT deny this. They say they have guardrails to make sure their technology isn't used in what they would say are acceptable ways, and more than other AI firms in security. They say they've got a good deal with the US government. They believe their contract provides better guarantees, responsible safeguards, earlier agreements with other providers.
Yeah, and that's a lot. I think that's really important to call it what it is. So, legal experts have pointed this out, that shortly after, Sam Altman swooped in to make his deal with the government, of course he said no mass surveillance, no autonomous weapons. But if you look at the technical contracts themselves, the Pentagon is not very much able to do that.
I'm just going to keep saying what Sam Altman is.
Understand that this is part of a pattern with Sam Altman.
Yeah, I just want to keep saying what he says, just so he doesn't come and sue us, by the way. Okay. I'm not sure he's listening, but let's be clear. We remain committed to serve all of humanity. The world is a complicated, messy, and sometimes dangerous place. Look, there'll be people who agree with you. There'll be some people who think AI in general is just not good for humanity. There'll be some people who really take issue with you and your position on the American administration. And at the moment, a lot of people in this country, not all, but there are a number of people who would support what the US government is doing, won't have any issue with this at all.
No, then it's fine. I mean, then definitely support this company. But I think a lot of listeners right now who had no idea, have absolutely no idea that OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, is, as I said, one of the biggest bankrollers of government and of authoritarianism in the US. If you think that's great, well, then be happy with your chatbot.
Okay,
if you don't like that, then maybe cancel your account.
Let me do some of the responses we've had, because they're really varied. And as I said, and what I really needed to get an idea of when we started this conversation is just to get an idea of how embedded ChatGPT is, but AI in general is into people's daily lives at the moment, how easy it would be to switch rid of. So, Ifnit says this, in my opinion, is childish and immature. It is the same student union argument that we shouldn't play golf on Trump's or golf resorts in view. Tristan London agrees with you. She says, I switched to Claude. That's the Anthropic version of AI. I switched to Claude after OpenAI signed a deal with the Pentagon to allow unlimited use of its technology that can be used against American citizens and in illegal wars. Anthropic has higher morals and refused the Trump administration's demands. So Tristan entirely supports what you're saying. Daniel in Liverpool makes this ChatGPT. Show me a major company we use who does not support Trump. All social media companies, Amazon, on it goes. ChatGPT to me is accepted. It is actually useful to our lives, which can't be said for a social media site. That's his view. What do you say to that?
So as a historian, I'm pretty skeptical of consumer boycotts in general. what makes me really excited is that this one is an exception. So if you study the most effective consumer boycotts of history, they have two things in common. They are narrow and they are easy. So they're very targeted. Think the Montgomery bus boycott, the civil rights era, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King leading it. It wasn't a boycott of all segregation in America. You know, it targeted one bus company that was really vulnerable and it took it down. ChatGPT is our bus company. It is very vulnerable. They have enormous loans. Its valuation depends on an extremely multiplier. So investors expect a lot of and once that, belief starts disappearing, once investors start losing confidence because this boycott is growing and growing. As I said, it's growing very, very quickly right now. That makes the company.
But I guess if GPT goes down, right, something else just comes to fill its place.
Oh, no, but it's sending a very powerful message to the whole ecosystem. This is the Genghis Khan approach of warfare. So Genghis Khan, the famous warlord, he didn't lay siege to 100 cities at the time. He raised one city and then went to the next one and said, see what we did there? That could happen to you. And that is the power of this consumer boycott. The company is really panicking. I mean, they have already postponed the rollout of their adult products, which is basically like porn, because I think they're basically scared of the public's reaction. We've already seen, because of the pressure of our boycott, that employees are leaving, and that the talent is really the goal for these companies. So a lot of employees are also deeply related with their CEO and their president. So it's working.
Just in general terms, there are people clearly, large sections of our audience who have incorporated ChatGPT or AI models into their professional and personal life. Others who will be very suspicious, wary of it, and the kind of Armageddon-like predictions we have about the way it's going to intuitively just implode our whole kind of economic structure in the future. Where do you stand on that? Is it time to ditch? We're not going to ditch AI altogether. It's a kind of ludicrous question to ask. We need to be much more wary.
So I think we now live in the equivalent of February 2020, the month before the pandemic. I mean, a lot of people are still like, it's surely, it's not that big, or, maybe it's a bubble. No, this is absolutely transformative. The next 5 years, I think, are going to be some of the wildest years in all of human history. And that's exactly why we need people who are trustworthy, who don't have an enormous track record of lying and deceiving, leading these companies. That's why I think this is so essential. That's basically why I cleared my whole agenda for the next couple of weeks to support this call. We're living through absolutely extraordinary times, and a lot of people have no idea what's coming.
Well, that's a cheery note on which to end things, Rutger. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
No, it's really important we have these conversations. It really is. Thank you so much for your time this morning. That's Rutger Greg. He is a historian and writer. So whether you agree with him or not on his political views, whether you agree with him or not, specific fiction on GPT, maybe it's just about a conversation about the whole of AI. But is it time to look at our use of models, of large language models like ChatGPT? Just please do on 85058. You can respond to that however you want to. You can send a voice note to 08085 693. It's 655.
Yeah, plenty of you getting involved in the conversation, which is great to see. Cheltenham is starting later this morning, but more and more racing fans are choosing to watch it somewhere else other than the festival itself. So it might sound a little bit more like this.
I like the way you're thinking. Take another run. Gallop, and the shop has got no response. He's now looking firmly beaten, and we've now got a new name on the Gold Cup roll runner. And it is, I know the way you're thinking. Who has won the Gold Cup in great style?
So for the non-sitcom fans out there, that is the theme tune to the brilliant sitcom Benidorm, and commentary from the latest Gold Cup. Because for some people, because of the costs, they're deciding that they want to go and watch it somewhere else. And another place could be Benidorm. Others, they want the weather as well. They want atmosphere, they want it cheaper, and they want good weather. So why Benidorm? And Jamie Harris has just flown out to do this very thing. Hi, Jamie.
Good morning, team. How are we doing?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Is it looking out there in Benidorm this morning? Nice and sunny?
It's a bit overcast, but it's very clear. It's nice and warm. So, yeah, can't complain.
So tell us then, why did you just say, you know what, I don't want to go to Cheltenham, I want to go to the Spanish Riviera instead?
Oh, it's the atmosphere. We flew in yesterday evening. The bars were bustling, so it's a lot better environment than Cheltenham itself, to be fair.
And was cost an issue for you, Jamie? Because you think flying to another country, you think that's way more expensive than popping up in Cheltenham. What's it look like for you?
Oh, cost-wise, it's about a third of the cost as opposed to going to Cheltenham. So
was it that much cheaper?
Yeah, so why not enjoy the rain in the sun?
Yeah, and have you got with you? Who's got?
It's a good 8 of us. We all flew in last night, and another 8 flew in on Friday. So we're meeting up today. So there's a few of us. So yeah, should be good.
Yeah, it's going to be busy. And are you seeing other people? I know you only arrived there last night, Jamie. But are you seeing other people who are there who have done the same thing as you, that have decided that Cheltenham is too pricey?
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's a lot of lads out here. But yeah. Cost-wise is a big thing for that.
Jamie, talk me through your round day when you're out. What does a racing day look like?
So it's obviously in the bars all day. All the bars have got the big.
Wait a minute, let's start from breakfast.
Yeah, you've got to get with it. I'm assuming it's fully fried, Jamie.
Yeah. So it's fully clean. And then hit the bars, ready for the fair bits, about 1.
And are you in one all day? Because you've got to find a comfy space if you're going to be sat there for 8 hours.
Well, this is it. You mix it about a bit, hit bars. So yeah, it was in the Red Line last night. Just developed it late, then so we'll see what goes on to this. It's where the days bring us.
Yeah, we have done well to be with us this morning, Jamie, for in the Red Line last night. So appreciate that. And in terms of, so do you used to go to Cheltenham then a lot, but then you decided this is better?
Yeah, so just go to Cheltenham, York, and stuff like that. But cost-wise, it's just cheap, a lot cheaper to come here and enjoy it in the sun.
The big question, Jimmy, are you any luckier abroad than you are in Cheltenham? Because you're so cheaper, but you haven't had a pro who's winning yet.
No, well, I think I'm saving it for lots of else to bump on, so we'll see what goes on.
But Jamie, thank you very much for being with us. Enjoy the sunshine and the full English and the beers up there in Benidorm. Thank you very much for joining us. Texting, not necessarily wanting to do the same, but Jamie, you're having a nice time, so thank you very much for your program and telling us all about it.
And by the way, that isn't an official ticket from the 5 Live Breakfast Show.
Absolutely not.
I think that people doing this for the World Cup as well this year, planning trips out there, because it's just so flipping expensive to get to the US in the next 12 months. So if that's you, do tell us. Much more to come on 5 Live Breakfast. We'll be looking at what's on the headline.
It is 8 o'clock on the 10th of March, welcome along to 5 Live Breakfast. Lovely to have your company, Rachel and Stefan here with the headlines. President Trump has said he believes the war with Iran is almost complete and that US military operations will be over quickly. Speaking of the president, Mr. Trump said Iran had no leadership, no navy or air force, but he added that the US had not done enough yet. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, reports.
President Trump sent out some very mixed signals about how close the US is to ending the war with Iran. Saying he thought the conflict was very complete, pretty much, and that it was going to be a short discussion. But when he was asked at a news conference if that meant the end of hostilities this week, he said no, but it would be over very soon. He added that although he thought the US had already won enough, it could and would go further towards what he called ultimate victory. Clearly concerned about the price of oil, President Trump said he would waive certain sanctions on some countries to reduce prices We want more aggressive action if Iranian leaders try to cut off energy supplies.
Oil and stock markets have reacted positively to Mr. Trump's assertions that the war won't last long. Oil has fallen to around $90 a barrel after nearly hitting $120 yesterday. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard dismissed the US president's comments, saying that they would decide when hostilities were over, not Dr. Trump.
US and Israeli forces have continued the bombardment of Iran with multiple explosions in Tehran on the 11th day of the war. Iran also launched a fresh wave of missile and drone attacks against its Gulf neighbours and Israel.
The busiest railway station in Glasgow Central will stay for a second day following a huge fire in the city centre of the Victorian building next to the station, partially out of blaze.
Royal Mail has denied claims it prioritises parcel deliveries over published channels, setting out how it will improve its services. The company's responded to appeals after hundreds of people contacted BBC News to say important correspondence was not being delivered on time.
And the government has announced the first V-level subjects, new vocational qualifications, which will be rolled in England in 2027. The Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, says the changes will end the snobbery of post-secondary education and support young people to build secure, future-proof careers.
Right, that's the news. Let's get to sport now. Here's Shushjo. In round 3 of the Indian Wells Open tennis, Britain's Sane Cartel pulled off another brilliant upset as she beat last year's Australian Open champion Madison Keys. Cartel came from a set down in that match. Cameron Norrie knocked out world number 6 Simonor 6-4, 6-4, and defending Ching Draper won in 6 sets too. Last 16 match against Novak Djokovic. West Ham are through to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup after beating Brentford on penalty. They'll play Leeds United next. League One Port Vale will go to Chelsea. Manchester City will host Liverpool, and Arsenal will go to Southampton.
Weather today, Simon. A little glimpse of sunshine out there. Good.
Yeah, there might be a bit of sunshine for some of us today, especially across the Midlands and parts of South Yorkshire around the Pennines through this morning. But that will tend to just a little bit. The cloud will tend to increase into this afternoon. It's quite misty still across the eastern and southeastern areas of England, but that mist is up and clear, and there will be some brighter skies southeast with the possibility of one or two showers. It's in the west of England and Wales where we've got cloudy rain around those Irish sea coasts, fog over the hills and the coast as well. Not a bit of a change, I have to say, in these areas till today. It's rather misty, smoky, but patch of drizzle and rain continuing. And maximum temperatures getting up to about 9 to 30. Now for Scotland and Northern Ireland, again, fairly heavy this morning. Best of the brightness will be in the far east around the Murray Firth. Elsewhere, though, stay rain and some drip at times west. More persistent rain spreads into the west of Northern Ireland later on this afternoon, and temperatures today 9 to 11 degrees.
Thank you very much, Simon. Let's get to travel now. Here's Honor.
M61 in Lancashire. We've got northbound reports of something going on Junction 9 at Clayton Brook, not forming a queue now. Then East Yorkshire M62, this is after the Ouse Bridge, Junction 37 at Howden. It's reopened. There's a little close to deal with an accident. M6 in Cheshire, northbound 80 for the break run in one of the lanes. Use it 20 to that slow. And the M1 northbound at Loughborough, an accident in one of the lanes. M4 eastbound, joining the M5 at Junction 20, a breakdown still there in one of the lanes. Cheltenham, we've got the festival on for the next 4 days, which means road closures are around, and the A445 part of that New Barn Line as well. The M11 in Essex and Harlow at Junction 7 is blocked on the road by a breakdown. M4 westbound Junction 10 at Wokingham, a breakdown in one of the lanes. And the late Glasgow, it's queuing on the M8. It's busier westbound at Junction 30. That's with the M80 at Proven taking about half an hour. We've got Union Street in the city centre closed southbound following the fire. And Glasgow Central Station is closed for the rest of today. The fire. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Club.
This is 5 Live Breakfast.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to 5 Live Breakfast today with Stefan and Rachel. We're going to return to our top story in just a moment. We'll talk to one of the UK's biggest hauliers about the effect that rising oil prices is having on his business.
Yeah, we've also been chatting about the impact of the Iran conflict on energy prices.
Now, the main thing to do is to sit tight and see where we are in a couple of weeks, where we'll have a much better sense of how pricing will move to in the summer.
That is the advice from the boss of Good Energy a little bit earlier.
Yeah, advice has been a theme of the programme, because we've also been getting about how to drive and save petrol.
Drive defensively, look well ahead, leave proper space, and anticipate what's happening up the road. The more you react to every brake light, the more fuel you burn.
We're also looking ahead to the Champions League games this week. We're down to the final round of 16. Alan Shearer is going to be with us shortly to give us his take.
Earlier on, we got some score predictions from Newcastle fan Charlotte and Spurs fan Ricky.
If we do, it's going to be like 1-0, but I think there's hope.
I say a point. What I mean is by like keeping the tie alive, second leg, a draw potentially.
And loads of texts coming in on our In My Opinion. Our guest today is calling for a ChatGPT boycott for political reasons.
There are a lot of listeners right now who had no idea. And the company behind ChatGPT is one of the biggest banks of the Trump government. If you think that's great, well, then be happy with your chatbot.
Yeah, please keep sending those texts, voice notes as well. 08085 909 693 for that one. It is 6 minutes past 8. But let's now focus on our top story, the price of oil, which has dropped after President Trump has said he believes the war with Iran is almost complete, and that US military operations targeting the country will be over pretty quickly.
We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe three times.
Well, oil prices are still about 30% higher than at the start of the conflict, as Iran says it won't allow 1 litre of oil to be exported from the region if the US-Israeli attack continues. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has warned the longer the conflict lasts, the more likely it is that there will be an effect on the economy. But it's in a better place to withstand a shock to energy supply than in 2022. Well, let's bring in Jack Baxter, Operations Manager at Europa Worldwide Group, one of the biggest hauliers in the UK. Jack, good morning. I imagine it's been a successful week for you.
Yes, good morning, Ray. Yeah, definitely a stressful week. That's the way to describe it. To remind you, the start of the Ukraine as well, so some differences, and the price of oil has actually increased more steeply than the start of the Ukraine war, but we're expecting this to continue as long as potentially the Ukraine war has done. So we saw the price of oil increase very significantly at the start of the Ukraine war, and it took about a year to reset. So with the news coming out last night, we've already seen the price of oil plummet, and this price drop further.
Yeah. Does this have any immediate impact on your operations, or do you have your own well of reserve, if you like, to take into account these fluctuating oil prices?
That would be nice. Unfortunately, we don't have to well of reserve. It's a massive impact to our business. So we operate a European distribution network, and our business is moving goods from A to B, and fuel represents about 25% of our operating cost. Our margins are pretty tight, so we have about 3% margins. So yeah, when you have an impact like we've seen over the course of the last few days, that has the potential to quickly wipe out any operating margin in house. So it's important that we seek to pass that through to our customers, and our customers therefore seek to pass that onwards to the consumer. So in the end, it's an inflationary measure, and which is not what the UK economy needs at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like you can pick and choose where you fill up, is it?
No, not at all. We actually do most of our refilling in Belgium. So, yeah, principally our operations are international. The Belgian price increased dramatically last week, and the UK fuel price will increase more over the weekend. But hopefully, the price of crude oil drop overnight, we will start to see those prices drop.
Yeah. Do you think people will kind of fully understand? Because we often hear our own listeners, their frustrations at fuel prices spiking very quickly when there are these international events going down much less slowly. They right to feel that sort of injustice in the way the system seems to work against the consumer.
Yes, albeit, like I say, I'm hopeful that the price will continue to drop. In the end, Donald Trump has indicated that the war could be to an end, and we saw the impact of crude oil when he said that. Of course, Venezuela is now drilling much more as well. So there are more factors at play here, and we're not expecting a ongoing conflict over the course of the next few months and years, albeit. The president seems to be quite unpredictable. So, I'll be to my words on that. But, I doubt that we will see it take us long to drop off we did in the Ukraine conflict.
What do you see the role of the government as being in situations like this, particularly to help out businesses like yours?
I heard Keir Starmer say that the UK economy is more resilient to deal with these shocks. It has been previously, which I find quite difficult to believe, because the UK businesses over the course of the past 18 months have been absolutely hammering, really, with the increased production costs in the UK increasing dramatically due to increases in taxation, the loss of national insurance, and the increase of minimum wage, obviously hitting UK businesses' bottom lines, making it very difficult to pass through those costs. The price of energy in Europe is already the most. The price of energy in the UK is already the most expensive of anywhere in Europe. So it's not like a great foundation to take on this shock, to be honest. So if the UK could do anything, it'd be great if they could reverse some of the measures that they've already put in place. But at the very least, if they could stop damaging UK businesses, that would be fantastic.
It does go to show how fragile the whole system is, really, particularly to geopolitical events. I feel like these things are happening a long way away from us, but the impact is felt very quickly these days, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really changed overnight, and we've been used to a sort of relatively stable oil price over the course of the past year or so, and a drop like this happen is it sort of panics the industry, and we've had lots of correspondence with industry colleagues who are all in the same position, and it's not just a position we have in the UK, of course, it's the same globally. But very worrying, and of course, naturally is that will lead to inflation, and with inflation, an increased interest rate is not what the UK economy.
You read you this just had here. Fuel surcharge board from I've already had kids. Some company here applies an additional surcharge on their invoices, 7.9% currently. I don't have the luxury of passing this onto my costs and customers. The customers that just buy my product from someone else. Why I don't want just to absorb this out of my margin. I think that the mid-level man is getting squeezed. Do you think that's fair?
I think it's different in different industries. I think one thing I could confidently say is, whilst when our operating costs, when fuel represents 25% of our operating costs, one thing is sure is that transport companies can't absorb this cost, and because more transport companies within the UK go into administration with this. It's at a deeper rate in the past year than we have had previously. So the transport industry in the UK is already a very difficult place to operate in. So there is absolutely no scope for the transport industry to absorb this additional cost. So I certainly sympathise manufacturers that cannot pass the cost through to their customers, but in the end, there is no alternative for the transport industry.
Okay, and that was the message for Simon in Stockport, by the way, so thank you to Simon for texting that in. Jack, you'll be keeping a close eye on things, and on the oil price in particular, I know over the next couple of days. Let's see where everyone goes, but thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Rachel.
All the best. Jack Baxter from Europa Worldwide Group, one of the biggest hauliers in the UK. 14 minutes past 8.
Oh, hello. Treacherous beings. On BBC out there. I suspect you're same game. They are playing us like a fiddle. More crack. Show me the money. I'm suspicious of everybody. Who will live? Who will die? The Traitors Ireland. Watch all episodes on BBC out there.
Now, still to come later on in the show, we're going to be chatting with Harry Redknapp, and there's a lot to talk to Harry Redknapp about. Firstly, Cheltenham Festival, he's got a horse opening. And I can see Harry Redknapp in Benidorm enjoying the racing as well, maybe one day. Who knows? We'll ask him. So he's got a horse ring in Cheltenham. Obviously, we've got to ask him about Tottenham Hotspur because they're in Champions League action tonight, also struggling at the bottom of the table. So there are rumours swirling online about him being brought back to manage maybe at the end of the season. And also talking about going back, the papers are saying that he's going to be heading into the England again for another crack at I'm a Celeb. So plenty to chat about later on in the programme. He's going to be with us just before we finish off at 9 o'clock. Lots of getting in touch with us this morning, which we love to see. You're reacting to our In My Opinion, which is all about ChatGPT, and our guest arguing that you boycott it because of the political ties as with President. This text, I'm not sure if you see this one, Ray, this one says Apple have also supported Trump, and they even give him a customized tree on a golden stand at people boycotting Apple.
Yeah, I think the point was that the kind of super ChatGPT is so enormous, plus there are other alternatives available. That's why it's a good company to boycott. Sean says this, I love Rutger, your guest. I just uninstalled ChatGPT. The power to boycott is in our hands, on our phones, feeling empowered in this Trump-fueled dystopian world. It's essential to our survival. Humans are kind. Thank you, says Sean. So thanks for those. 85058, send us any more. We'll try and get some more in before the end of the programme.
Yeah, keep your thoughts coming in. Now, we have got a massive night of Champions League action in store across BBC Sounds here on Branded Live as the competition reaches the last 16 stage. We're going to have commentary of Galatasaray v Liverpool, 5 on 5 Live, followed then by Newcastle v Barcelona. That's at 8. Or you can head over to Sport Atletico Madrid against Spurs. That also kicks off at 8 o'clock. So to look ahead to these matches, they've got a man for the big occasion. We have joined by Alan Shinshell, who's going to be at St James's Park for Prime Video tonight. Alan, thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
James's Park, of course, when you welcome Barcelona to town, it's always a big occasion.
Yeah, it doesn't get much bigger. One of the biggest clubs in the world with some of the biggest players and best players in the world. So it'll be a huge test for Newcastle. They'll have to be right on it on every single position. And it's a game that we're really looking forward to. Newcastle have worked extremely hard and done extremely well in the Champions League season. Better than they have in the league. But yeah, they've earned the right to play one of the biggest, and it should be a great occasion.
I suppose because of that dodgy league form, the Champions League sort of takes a lot more significance, and out of the other cup couplings, of course.
Yeah, obviously knocked out of the FA Cup at the weekend, which was disappointing in the way they did, particularly the second half performance, which was weak. Then you've always got the right to reply as a player and a manager, and what better way to reply than and hopefully beating Barcelona. It's going to be tough. I think there'll be really lots of goals because of the way both teams have defended, particularly Newcastle has been really poor defensively this season. Barcelona played at a high line. And I've watched them work with Barcelona a couple of times this season, particularly when they played at Stamford Bridge, and Chelsea did really well when they scored 3 goals, and could have been a lot more. And if Newcastle select their system right tonight, and I'm pretty sure they'll play a lot of pace up front because of that reason, then I think they will cause some problems. But it's at the other end which we have to try and keep them out as well, because with the attack and talent that Barcelona have, then that's easier said than done.
Yeah, if they do manage it though, and it will live long in the memory. We had Charlotte, Newcastle's fan, on with us earlier on in the programme. She was 97 when you were part of the squad then, but you didn't play because of injury, right? So you would have seen what that win meant for the club and for the players, meant for the fans.
Yeah, I had broken my ankle, so I was out for 7 or 8 months at that
Excuses, Alan. Come on, you could have.
I would have loved to have been part of that night, because it was one of the great nights, and I had a bird's eye view of Tino's hat-trick. I think we need another performance like that again. I mean, it just goes to show that still people are talking about that game in 1997, and a great opportunity for these players tonight to make sure people are still talking about them in 30 years' time.
Obviously, on your focus, it's going to be on St James's Park on the telly, you're making that one. But just some words on Spurs and Liverpool then. You tweeted with Sebastian Basson on saying that, Spurs actually, given where their position is in the Premier League, right in the middle of a relegation fight, actually, a Champions League game against an exotic team like Atletico Madrid, they, travel to Spain, and the fans over there being slightly different and a different change of atmosphere, actually can sort of galvanise this or give you a bit of what you then take back into the Premier League.
Well, yeah, they need to take up some belief from somewhere, Spurs, because they've been awful all season, and they're in a terrible position and a really realistic chance of being relegated, and offered very, very little encouragement to think they can stay in the Premier League. But you're right, away from the competition of the Premier League. They finished fourth in the league, which is a remarkable achievement in itself, considering the way they've been playing. So they might just take a little bit of comfort in being away from home and picking up a little bit of belief or confidence, because they're going to let it go on their game against Liverpool at the weekend. And away, obviously, I mean, it's their huge games for Tottenham and their fans, because it with that stadium and with the infrastructure, the training ground and everything else, it'd be unbelievable if Spurs were to be relegated.
Yeah, it would be a real seismic shock for the Premier League. And just a quick word on Liverpool. They seem to be the forgotten team this year, Alan, really. They haven't quite made it work for them in the league, but they didn't want to shout for the Premier League, with the Champions League still.
Yeah, I did the game earlier in the season when we went to Galatasaray, and then there was a poor performance. Yeah, it's been a different season for Liverpool. You're not quite sure what you're going to get. But with the players that have, you just never know. And particularly with that amazing atmosphere at Anfield, which they'll have next week on the back of that. So they'll be looking to get a good result to take back to Anfield. And I think they'll do that. They would have learned from the earlier game in the season what they did wrong, and I don't think they'll make the same mistakes again. Liverpool have been very inconsistent, certainly nothing like what they were last season. That's been an issue for them. But I think there's without doubt a good team in there, and I think they'll have enough to get to the quarterfinals and the Silver Bullets.
Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much for your time. Just quickly on Newcastle, what's your prediction?
I think it'll be a high-scoring game, because I look at both defences with the high line that Barcelona put in, and it's been a huge issue for Newcastle defensively this season, which means hopefully goals. I'm going to be romantic and go for a 3-2 win for Newcastle.
Well done. Keep the fans' hands up. Thank you very much for being with us, Alan Shearer there, Newcastle legend, of course. Newcastle United's match with Barcelona won 3 commentaries through BBC Sounds and 5 live this evening, and 5 sports as well. Kick off at 8 p.m.
It's 8:22. This is Live Breakfast. Now, this week, 30 years ago, the lives of families changed forever in the village of Dunblane, when 16 children and one teacher were shot dead in a school gym at a primary school. More were injured. 30 years on, the parents, the father of one of those killed, has said not enough is being done to prevent future tragedies. Nick North's daughter Sophie died alongside his 15 classmates, and the tragedy led to a total ban on handguns in the UK. But he says gun legislation contains loopholes, and that he worries it could be weakened. His comments come from a new BBC documentary, Dunblane, How Britain Banned Handguns, looks back at what happened and speaks to those affected by the murders. Here is Nick.
The government should be leading. They should be spotting loopholes in the law and flagging them before anything happens. They certainly shouldn't be complacent, and they should always remain vigilant, and that's a message we'll continue to try and push.
Well, we're joined now by Rosemary Fraser, one of the founders of the Snowdrop campaign, set up in the aftermath of the shootings and named after the only flower blooming at the time. Morning, Rosemary.
Good morning.
The documentary is on BBC Scotland, and then it goes on BBC iPlayer for people to watch. I was able to watch it last night, and the first thing to say is I think it's so important to remind ourselves of what happened on that terrible day 30 years ago, and the incredible efforts that came afterwards from people like yourself to try and prevent future tragedies. What was it like being involved in retelling the story?
Yes, it's interesting because you're taken back to a time, and it's a bit like GDP being dropped. People told where you were and when you felt about what happened, and that was certainly the case for me. But I think what was interesting to be back over the campaign aspect of it is that you really, we set up with a very basic idea to set up a petition, standing on street corners, getting people to sign, was, an easy thing to do. But the wealth of support that we got just blew out of all proportion. So you were suddenly involved in a really massive grassroots campaign, and it was certainly not the not where we thought we would end up. We were obviously delighted that we got such huge support from the UK public.
This is it, isn't it? And I like the absolute horror of what happened on that day touched everyone. And what became a campaign started very quickly, actually, in the aftermath of the attack. And what I was struck by was, and don't take offence from this, of how amateur it was, and particularly in the sort of pre-internet days, where like now, all you have to do is go online and click a couple of buttons and you're there, you're signed up. You, as you say, had to physically go out, ask people to sign bits of paper, ask people to send in their signatures effectively.
Absolutely, and Jackie tells an interesting story on the programme this evening around arriving at the post office and the postmaster's like, oh, do you have your car with you? She's like, yes. And they said, oh, well, we've 6 bags of mail. So if you manage the full size mail stack, just opening that, opening those letters took hours and hours, and full of signed petitions or support or whatever. So, yes, but it was overwhelming. You had people from all over the UK asking for the petition to be sent out, and you were literally sending it out. And there's no email, there's no spreadsheets, there's no, as you say, easy to click buttons on a computer that allows you to show your support.
And you understand parents living in the area, but you did have the support of parents of those children who died as well, didn't you?
Yeah, well, so initially I think we felt it was important, and clearly the parents and the immediate aftermath were entirely distraught, so we wouldn't have expected them really to take much part early on, but as time moved on, as it grew, their strength also grew, and they were then able to then participate in it and speak to the public about their situation, and clearly that voice is so much stronger than than the 3 of us who'd set it up. So I think that really helped, and it's a harsh reality that because there was a number of children affected and the number of parents affected from those shootings, meant there was, if somebody's energy waned, then the next person could come in and take over. And I think with the power of the campaign, it kept it live and it kept it pushed forward, where I think, if it had just been the 3 of us, I don't think it would have had quite as much success, but also I think we would have been exhausted and probably couldn't have maintained it in order to get the legislation which we finally managed.
You did, and you did keep going in the face of some resistance from some sections of the political hierarchy, and in particular for that lessons had been learned from Hungary when there was an opportunity for some legislation around gun control was introduced then, but not the ban guns. But it was a difficult political world you had to learn to navigate, wasn't it?
It is a difficult political world. The Conservative Party were in control, and what we'd asked for was a free vote when they went in November to Parliament to put through legislation, to put through an amendment for a total ban on handguns, where they put a limit ban on .2. So it was a mishmash. It would have been a mishmash of, or was for a short space of time, a mishmash of legislation. I'll just completely ban. I understand to put it in no better way than wheeling and dealing. So certain politicians were suggesting they would vote with us and then didn't vote with us in the end, or abstain. And it was a very narrow vote. There was only a few votes in, so it could have made a difference.
There was that seminal moment at the Labour conference before the '97 elections, and then Labour did debate to bring the right ban, and eventually that's what happened. How do you judge? It's very hard, isn't it, the impact of a ban like this? But I know that I've heard some of those parents of those children who died saying, without this ban, there would have been more tragedies.
Oh, I think it's without doubt. If you look at America and the way it's gone, I mean, they have a different, very different gun culture anyway. I think we can move towards that type of country. we have remained very low gun deaths overall. Of course, there's no handgun shooting in the UK by illegally held weapons. So even if there are some grounds, it's not done with a licence. But we need to be vigilant. I know that Mick has spoken on this about current legislation. There are still, for example, shotguns have litter regulation in rifles. There are some loopholes. There's things like digital printing of guns. Hasn't controlled because that wasn't even a thing in 1997. But the key thing for me is the correlation between the number of guns in society and the level of gun violence. It's clear, it's compelling, and it's a reason to make sure we keep the gun laws as possible and even go further to tighten further still.
Rosemary, thank you very much for talking to us about this. Rosemary, one of the original founders of the Snowdrop campaign. I urge you to have a look at that documentary when it comes on to iPlayer. It's not an easy watch, it's incredibly emotional, but the resilience of humanity of the parents absolutely shines through, and like those who campaign for these anti-gun controls as well, and the ultimate instance. So that will be available to watch on iPlayer, I think, after the 10 o'clock this evening. Right, it's 8:31.
Now, it is coming up, there's at 8:31, so at 9 o'clock, Nikki is joining us here on 5 Live. What have you got?
Nation phone in the pipeline. What's the cost of the war? We're talking really sharp drop in oil prices overnight. Who knows how much concerned about the price of oil. President Trump has sought for oil on troubled economic waters, calming the markets. It's over as we'd like it to be. Talking of troubled waters, there's more news. Iran has pledged to stop anything getting through. What's the consequences for all of us? That's a line from Qatar to Tezik, from Abu Dhabi to Waltham Abbey. Rachel Reeves is one family for a fresh wave of inflation. Yep. Caused by the war, the war interest rates will go up and down to 4%. More inflation on the high street, and even more advanced that can be rates, but to drive them economically defensively. All about the stuff President Trump has described as a beautiful, incredible, but might add to supply because of the war. Shock, all our finances. What's the impact on you at the moment? How are you feeling about this? The road ahead, you might say. Financial costings to war. Get in touch.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text charge at your standard message rate. Message on WhatsApp 08085 909 693. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Here are the headlines then. President Trump has said he believes the war with Iran is almost complete, but has defined a time frame, saying the United States had still not won enough. In response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they would determine when the conflict ended, not America. The price of oil has fallen in response to Mr. Trump's assertions. The cost of a barrel Royal Mail has denied prioritizes parcel deliveries over letters and says it will set out a plan on how to improve the service it offers. The company was responding after hundreds told BBC News they weren't receiving important correspondence on time. Well, the first 3 new vocational or B-level subjects have been revealed by the government as education, finance and digital. Qualification equivalent to 1 A-level will be offered in England from September next year. Coming up before the end of the programme, we're going to be talking about a story which is around some of the newspaper reporting at the moment. Formerly of the Saturday has been speaking to a podcast in which she talks about how microdosing on ketamine prescriptions are using it. It can be prescribed by the NHS, but at the moment not calculation to depression. So psychiatrist about That in particular, I know we've done a lot of betting on the issues with it, but we talk about potential positive uses, I guess, with him before the end of the programme. Right now, though, let's talk about the weather. Here's Simon.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning. It's been a rather misty start to the day, but nowhere near as foggy as it was yesterday morning. Still mistiest places across east and southeastern areas. Southeast of England. Also across England, like the cloud may break up at time and bring a few bright spells, but I think in western parts of England and Wales, it's here where we've got some touch of rain and drizzle, some coastal hill and bother. Quite damp and quite muddy around these western areas really into this afternoon. Maximum temperature at 90 degrees. And Scotland and Northern Ireland, again, a little bit misty and damp places across western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Later on this afternoon, we'll see more substantial rain spreading in Northern Ireland, so by this evening, turning to be quite wet. Today it's at 9 to 11 degrees Celsius, and then let's go through into tomorrow and even Thursday. It's going to be quite windy, and that will be the main feature of the weather. More noticeable, I think, for many on Thursday. Really quite strong weather. So I think we'll just stay attuned to the forecast.
Thank you very much, Simon. We always stay tuned to your forecast. Don't worry. Let's get the travel notice on her.
Thanks, Stefan. To the 90. Edinburgh really slow. On the east side of it's not too bad, but the west side really slow. Near the M9 off Junction 1A at Kirkcliffe. The M90 southbound is taking half an hour. Delays on the M74 heading south of Glasgow at the Wraith interchange in Junction 5. An accident blocking one of the lanes. The M1 is blocked in South York northbound at 33 at Catcliffe. A vehicle caught by M1 southbound at 27 Hucknall. An accident in one lane. M4 in Bristol, queuing near the M5 at Almondsbury. Junction 20 partly blocked. Working the A435 at Newbarn Lane, Albert Road, M4 Berkshire westbound at 10 at Woking in the breakdown in one lane, and the A3299M in Berkshire eastbound near the M4 junction 10 for Woking, and then that's on the exit Slip Road taking you to the M4 east. The M23 southbound it's in Cotton End at Forley at junction 10. There's a breakdown there in Glasgow because of the fire which happened at Union Street in the city centre is still closed southbound, and Glasgow Central Station will be closed for the rest of today. Warner Merchants, 5 Lights Up. The Voice of the UK.
This is 5 Live Breakfast.
Okay, let's talk sport. Let's talk Georgia. 3 excellent wins for British players at Indian Wells.
Yeah, Indian Wells Open in California, the biggest tennis show outside of the four slams, really. That's Britain's Cameron Norrie, who is a champion at Indian Wells. Got a brilliant win over the world number 6, Alex de Minaur of Australia, who's usually so consistent. Then Jack Draper won the tournament last year, beat Argentina's Cerundolo in straight sets, 6-7-5, scrappy second set from both players, but Draper has only just returned to playing tennis competitively after 8 months He's got Novak Djokovic in the next round, in the round of 16, and Draper holds the 38-year-old legend in high reverence.
Anyone who's in the game and knows tennis know that what he's done in the sport and what doing is mind-blowing. He truly is, an incredible champion, someone I've massive respect for, watched him play. Just to play him in tournaments and that chance because he's still going is something I don't take lightly. I'm very grateful for.
So he was with Djokovic after Norrie and Draper's win. We also had British number 2 Sonic Cartel pull off another stunning upset, knocking out Madison Keys overnight. Keys has won only 14 weeks ago, so much higher ranked. Cartel would face Elena Rybakina next. The defending women's champion Mira Andreeva was out in Indian Wells.
Right, okay, let's talk about the Champions League. I mean, I'm sure I'm chatting about it very later on. Because Newcastle playing Barcelona at home in their first leg, aren't they? And I suppose that's going to be one of the big matches in the season, I suppose, because they've got one of the cups in the Premier League.
Yeah, one of 3 English teams playing tonight. It's a big night for Newcastle. Eddie Howe really wants his players to embrace the occasion, telling them they might chance again. And he would love them to emulate the renowned Newcastle team of 1997, who beat Barcelona 3-2 in a thrilling group.
There's only 16 teams left, and we're one of them, so I think it's very much an opportunity to grab a moment that we may never get again. We don't know what life brings.
policy ourselves and think what we've worked to get to this. So as well as the point on that to set the results, we want to try and get as close as we can to our data.
You'll hear Newcastle v Barcelona on 5 Live at 8 for that. Survival. Their Premier League survival over the Champions League progress. Spurs go to Atletico Madrid in the last 16 tonight. That'll be a Sports Extra from 8. It is day 4 of the Winter Paralympics in Milan Cortina. Great Britain yet to get on the medals table. Let's find out about our prospects today with our reporter Ed Harry.
Morning, Sergio. The Alpine combined this morning a Super G run followed by a slalom run. Last time in Beijing 4 years ago, this was just up bronze for Great Britain in the visual impairment analysis. For Neil Simpson and for Mena Fitzpatrick, both involved again today. Super G for around 11th second off on bronze. Fitzpatrick, though, remember, returning from a serious knee injury. That's after her run this morning. She was just completed another race. The men's Super G followed over 10 past 9. The slalom races will be after this. Ed, thank you. And in cricket, former Australia opener Matthew Hayden has been appointed batting coach at the Good Rights Titans ahead of the upcoming Indian Premier League season. Thank you very much. Sure, George. Right, it is 8:41. You're listening to Breakfast. Stefan and Rachel with you for another 20 minutes or so here on 5 Live. We're going to be talking smart meters now because tough new rules forcing energy companies to fix faulty ones within 90 days. They're going to be introduced by ministers. There should be people facing fines if they don't comply. The announcement comes after new rules from Ofgem, which allows consumers to claim £40 is a senior energy analyst at LDP Delta, which helps companies transition into new types of energy. Thanks very much, Nicholas.
It's a pleasure.
So tell us, just so people who don't have a smart meter on use, what are they and their benefits?
A smart meter is a digital meter. So if you think of a traditional meter, there is a series of dials and you read off visually. Comes around to your house and he can be ready to look at it. A smart meter does all that. It all happens automatically.
Okay, so what happens then when you have one installed, but they don't do what they're supposed to, imagine?
Okay, well basically what happens is they stop becoming smart. They go back to the old system, so you're back with a dumb meter again where you have to read it. But there are other implications too. You can't benefit in certain sorts of houses that save you money as well, and that becomes more of an issue.
Yeah, now we heard not so long ago in the programme about this plan to allow people to pay £40 in compensation if they're getting issues with having only 90 days to fix broken ones, to work in conjunction with those consumer protections as well.
It's very important, and it makes a lot of sense. Traditionally, think right at the start, we had 27 million homes to get through. If you were energy... out there, that's a big number. Any percentage of that... So that certainly the people who've got the broken ones, because you end up with certain broken ones for various reasons, they're saying, hang on, I'm missing out. And that's now becoming more of a focus. We've got to correctly refocus on fixing as well as installing, whereas at the start it was all just about installing.
And what are the energy companies saying about this, Nigel? And are they happy that they're going to be, quicker, or are they concerned that actually they're not going to be able to fulfill these new requests?
No, they're not particularly happy with the potential for more penalties. They feel they're doing a pretty good job as it is. And they are installing hundreds of thousands of smart meters every year, quite frantic to see. And yet this is now the rollout, and now also got to attend to broken ones as well. So it's just made life just given another headache to metering managers and energy companies everywhere.
Yeah, and I suppose just lastly, quickly, for people who are listening to this, we've got concerns about their smart meters.
It is. I mean, the energy system is smarter and more flexible.
Unless its reliability is smart because all matter. Cheap overnight energy, they're a lot cheaper. And that's what they're seeing out of. But yes, they'll be much happier to hear that the government insisting that energy companies fix this.
Nigel, thank you very much for coming on and sharing your thoughts and expertise with us. We really appreciate it. That was Nigel Timperley there, Senior Analyst at LSP Delta. You are listening to Friday Breakfast with Rachel and Stefan, with you for another 15 minutes here on 5 Live. It is now 8:45.
You're listening to Drive on 5 Live. Thank you for joining us. Here are our news headlines.
Skier Michael Milton is Australia's most decorated winter Paralympian. His wife Peggy and 19-year-old daughter Tilda are stranded in the Middle East with no idea if they'll be across to Italy in time to see them compete.
Quite them online said the Arabic space would be closed, and then he said we're going to go home.
The day's biggest news.
5 Live Drive.
Weekday from 4.
Listen on BBC Sound.
There are a couple of texts on our inline in today, which is whether we should boycott ChatGPT because of OpenAI's OpenAI's relationship with the US administration currently. This text here: every society needs gatekeepers and siren voices alerting people to the dangers and consequences of these mega influences on people's lives, like the new AI player. I applaud your guest's analysis. Of course, these dominant companies are involved with Trump. That is the way rampant capitalism has prospered over decades. Someone else just says, endless BBC Trump bashing. Horrible. Thank you. Right, looking at the papers this morning, there's an article now in the Daily Mail about Little Farms paying privately for ketamine to treat their depression. The former Saturday's pop star Frank had spoken on a Daily Mail podcast and described the therapy as a good body experience, saying, "This will be maybe pushed to using a process the food. It gives you a great chance to process them." Now, given that we've spoken about that in the context of the terrible problems it's caused young people and their addictions to ketamine, we thought it would be interesting to find out whether how useful it can be in the treatment of depression. It was sold as a consultant psychiatrist and broadcaster. Good morning to you, Dr. Raj.
Good morning.
So at the moment, you cannot get this prescribed for depression via the NHS. Is that correct?
Well, you can, but there are only one or two very specialised aspects that are kind of being researched on it. There's one in Oxford, for example. So you can get on the NHS, but it's very difficult, and the NHS would require you to try conventional antidepressants first. And only if several of them fail to treat your depression, might you get referred to a specialist. And part of the reason why the Daily Mail loves this story is the allure of the fact that it's expensive and difficult to get, suggests some kind of magic treatment that is only available exclusively to people, and part of the attraction of the story. There is some evidence that ketamine is interesting in the treatment of depression in particular. Very strikingly, most antidepressants can take several weeks to start working. And obviously, if you're suicidally depressed, that could be dangerous. But there's some research evidence that ketamine, just from treatment dose, can produce quite a profound effect in the treatment of depression after just a few hours. And that's obviously a very exciting finding. I have to say that in the Frankie Bridges story, it is quite clear that she's receiving the drug, and by the way, it costs between £3,000 and £6,000 for a course of treatment. So it's extremely expensive. But so when things are expensive, they think they're better. That's not necessarily true, I have to say.
How much?
She's receiving it with psychotherapy.
Yes, yeah. And we should say that and emphasise that this is actually being done through a qualified clinician. How different would the ketamine she's being prescribed, both dosage and in content would be to the kind of ketamine that we are talking about and being concerned about in this program?
Well, it would be very different. Normally on the street, it's snorted as a powder and sometimes taken as a tablet. But clinically, in the clinical environment, it's usually given as an infusion. The Food and Drug Administration in America ketamine, which is a version of ketamine, as an intranasal spray. So it is much more available in the US than it is here. And it is available in clinics and things like that. And let's not forget that Matthew Perry, for example, tragically died after having 3 injections of ketamine in one day. So it is a dangerous drug. And over So if people are thinking about it, they do need proper medical supervision if they're going to take it.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely. And what about the dangers of today? We've looked about young people in this country, people in their 20s, developing all kinds of blood associated with fentanyl.
Yes, so the use of eventually to electrode taken in high doses, and of course is a disassociated state where you lose all contact with your environment, and the famous called in speak the famous cave loop, which can be a very disturbing experience. And certainly because it has addictive qualities, again, then under a point it should be taken under medical supervision. But I want to emphasize again that the argument that the indicating an argument about the marriage to the same and this magic level. The invention to life, the universe, and everything is completely free to be in a pill. It is likely to be a combination of package of treatments if you're unhappy or depressed, involving therapy, maybe taking a pill, but you performing some action to suppose may help you feel better, and if you out of bed in the morning more willing to try and engage with the problems in your life. But the answer is a bit more
The feature race will also be on 5 Live each day. The big one, of course, is the Gold Cup on Friday. Many people's favourite is the Jukebox Man, owned by none other than the legendary football manager Harry Redknapp, who joined us now. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very, very well, thank you very much. Excited for your big week of racing?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, always love opening this special week. It's a great atmosphere. The Irish come over and just make it a wonderful festival. Just a great few days, hopefully.
Yeah, when you're on a horse, what can you do with this day? You
on the trainer and everybody now took the jobs done. You just over getting their food and you know, there's always the niggles in all places, unfortunately, so no red numbers. So a couple of weeks drop out who, you know, well fancied in the races at Cheltenham, so yeah, it can happen. So you just keep fingers crossed you get there safely down on the day and give them the best shot. We have a chance, you know, it's a tough race. And we go there with a chance at the just over run at the Gold Cup is a dream true. So we've had so much fun with the jukebox. To win the King George Boxing Day was amazing. Again, that's fun with the electronic races in the racing calendar. We go for the Gold Cup to a runner with a bit of a chance. Really large, 17th or whatever, just escape the dreaded drop, and they're in the same position this year, which is quite unbelievable, really, the squad they've got and everything that goes with it. The best training ground, best stadium, football stadium probably in the world now. It's incredible. But unfortunately, the players haven't performed, and they've gone through manager after manager and fighting for their lives. Only in the key, that's going to be the key. I mean, their main ambition, their main aim this year is to retain Premier League status.
Yeah, and you know what it's like when you get that big half after the season, you're playing the season, and you got 2 games to come to the bit of a round. It's like that, but you know, you can
yeah, the players need to set up big counting now and start performing and get a couple of people subbing the Premier League. This is going to be tough. You know, West Ham are playing ever so well now. They look like they've got relegation favourites a few weeks ago. They're now batting great. So they could, every chance they'll get out of trouble, which would be great. Not as far as the danger, so Spurs are certainly a dog fight with that might be, so it's going to be a difficult bit to see.
Yeah. You think you can help out for the party?
I won't if I'm not, I don't expect to get a call, so I don't, experience that. I don't, but I doubt very much that happened. Because this week is on Shelton. Look forward to the week, going up there with my wife and spend a few days at Shelton. That'll be great.
Yeah, we'll touch on that again before the end. But there's so many things I've got to talk to you about, Harry, because you're a busy man at the moment. It looks like, is I'm a celeb back on the cards? Of course, you wanted to team, didn't you? So that's exciting.
Yeah, we're back in doing I'm a Celebrity again, yeah. Yeah, it's great fun again.
You weren't too traumatized the first time around then, Harry? Because,
No, I just on with it. My holidays when I was a kid, okay, was going holiday with my nan for 5 weeks down. And I'll be honest with you, it's the jungle, little place where when I look back on it, where we lived, and it was the same type of big toilet, was the same, stuck in the middle of the field, there was no electricity or gas. We just, and that was 5 weeks getting out the east end of London, going down the back of the lorry, picking up every day. It was trying through the mud to get to pick up. That's brilliant. That set me up perfectly for the jungle, really.
Of course, Africa this time, so it'll be slightly different, but I suppose you expect a similar experience.
Yeah, very similar. South Africa, good. You've got nice people there. If you all get on, and we all got on great. So, that was the key. All nice people. Just stuck in there. You need good people. Any deepest calls of problems or anything. Everybody was great. So,
you've got to be the biggest diva you have had. That was
No, I'm not anything but a diva, me, that's for sure. I get on with it,
Would your family think you're a bit mad about you to go back and do it again?
Yeah, I think so. But, you only live once, and it's an adventure, it's great to be around younger people and having a bit of fun, and I loved it. And you come out, it makes you feel good, I'll be honest, you do a bit of weight, you come out feeling quite fit, quite healthy. No hardship really.
Ready for more horse racing. And Harry, if you've got you had someone on earlier on Jamie was on, saying him and his mate gone to Benidorm to watch Cheltenham. All the people are doing that because it's pricey. Yeah. And we're going to do something different. Do you fancy that one,
The racing on TV, they've got a phone in there way of doing it, but to be at Cheltenham, the atmosphere at Cheltenham for me is what makes it. It's just amazing. The roar that goes up. The first race today, when the shakes go up, off we go. It'll be a great atmosphere.
And the platform, no doubt, Harry.
That's what I'll be honest. It's my type of race. Yeah, good days racing is. We bolt well we can, and all these sort of races. That's why I love it. Proper racing people who go there for the racing, and down there for the champagne and all the rules with it. They go there and have a great. And the Irish come over, they know their racing, they love it, they get the crack. Yeah. And it's just great fun.
Hi, thank you very much for being on, and all the best this week now. Good luck on Friday.
Thank you.
Which begins at 1 o'clock this afternoon on Paris Sports Extra. A great race aside, and featured tickets for 1 o'clock. There's also a new documentary on the iPad from Harry's Horses. You go and have a look at. So if you get into more Cairo, that's journey with horses.
Oh, it wasn't an out going back to the play.
You clocked that, and I clocked that as well. Interesting.
Yeah. And on the Cheltenham Benidorm thing, listen, we spoke to a guy who's loving it earlier, so just to bring us some balance, I would rather hack my own head off with a blood spoon, which Cheltenham Benidorm, a load of fun from bricks, says one person here. Well, whatever way you fancy, I'd rather no doubt. Thank you very much for your company today. Thanks for all the messages. Steph and I back tomorrow from 6 in the Keys with you.
Good morning. It's the nation's phone in.
Well, what's in the pipeline? What is the cost of the war? We are, of course, talking about money here. A sharp drop in oil prices overnight, still high. Who knows how much higher? Huge concern about the price of oil. The president sought to pour oil on economic waters to calm the markets. He said, war is over, but little caveat, basically not as over as we'd like it to be. Talking of troubled waters, there's your Strait of Hormuz. Iran has pledged to stop anything getting through. What's in it for us or not? Well, lots of oil and gas. But then it's got consequences for all of it. Brace themselves for a fresh wave of inflation caused by the war. Defensively, to say the extra 10%, I cannot deny filling up the other day. Some said no matter the headwinds, supporting working people and their families with the system of living is always top of my mind. Well, taking it literally, what about people not working? Young people with no jobs? What about pensioners? What about everybody? All this is about the stuff that Trump has described as liquid gold, beautiful, tremendous, incredible, and he might act in short supply. Short, start, energy shock, a long, dull crunch on all our finances. The financial cost of the war. Let's do it.
Text 85058 will be charged for your standard message rate. Message on WhatsApp 08088 909 693. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Register the news.
Taking a few, President Trump believes the war with Iran is almost complete, but has declined to give a time frame, saying the United States has still not won enough. In response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they would determine when the conflict ended, not America. The price of oil has fallen in response to Mr. Trump's assertions. The cost of a barrel dropped to around $90 after shooting well past $100 yesterday. Oil has denied it prioritises parcel delivery over letters and said that will set out a plan on how to improve the service it offers. The company was responding after hundreds of people told BBC News that they were receiving important correspondence on time. And the first three new vocational or B-level subjects have been revealed by the government as education, finance and digital. Qualification equivalent to 1 A-level will be offered in England in September next year.
This is the voice of the UK, Nikki Campbell, on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Collective home. Fresh wave of inflation. The best laid plans of mice and men barge. Once said, of course, they're all blown away by it. And also, government borrowing costs have surged. And it's there's a heavy spending tackle for fresh living prices. What a style. Florence Schmidt, City Energy Strategist at Rabobank London. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Laura James, Senior Middle East Analyst at Oxford Analytica. Dow Jones. Hello, Laura.
Hello.
The economy, it needs this like a something it doesn't need, Laura. It's terrible news, isn't it, for our economy? Laura?
This really isn't good. The energy crisis, the potential impact on the stock market. The really important thing is all of this absolutely depends on how long the war goes on.
This could be a blip. If the war can be finished quickly, and in some ways that the Strait of Hormuz is safe for passage. If it doesn't finish quickly, then the global economy implications are very worrying in the longer term.
France, very worrying in the longer term if this is protracted.
It is.
Both on crude oil and natural gas. It will take some time to bring back full capacity. So obviously on the supply side, we already have the first week of
What happens if fuel prices are high? I don't want to get a sense of what people are feeling about this and how they feel it might and how they feel it is. I've had a little effect to them at the moment. Laura, you might be able to help us here. If fuel prices are high, does that push up flight prices, holiday prices this summer?
Yes.
I mean, it's a thing.
Fuel is actually a particular concern and a particular vulnerability in the global economy at the moment. Fertilizer is another, so just to give you a sense of the range of the impacts we need to be watching, fertilizer, which means food prices. It's planting season, a lot of the global urea shipment go through the Strait of Hormuz. If fertilizer stocks go right down, then food prices will go up. There's just a huge range.
President Trump trying to calm things down and say, it's really here. It does adversely affect and the war signifies.
Seeing the impact on U.S. consumers, especially if you're considering transportation fuel costs or gasoline prices, they are feeling already. Yesterday that the war might be over soon.
You make a list oil sanctions conversation with President Putin last night in France.
Yeah, of course, lifting Russian oil sanctions, especially for Indian buyers, to allow them essentially to buy more Russian oil again. Doesn't really come as much as surprise. I mean, some of these sanctions have only been implemented in October, November last year, and it seems to ease pressure a little bit, ease pressure on crude prices, but it doesn't fully like new alternatives for the oil that's currently because of the Strait of Hormuz closure.
Is that common sense, realpolitik, or is it letting down the people of Ukraine?
It's a little of both. I think it's just appeasing them kids in the short term, but who knows, those sanctions might be big and an issue.
Yeah. And James, what are your thoughts about what's happening to all the other countries in the region who seem to be targeted in one way or another?
Well, this is a major concern also for the global economy. I mean, just to take one aspect of that, we've seen computing infrastructure targeted in the conflict for the first time by the Gulf countries. And that's changed. Can it repeat its image as a safe place to live for global citizens, if you like? Can it encourage companies that this is a place to visit? Headquarters with communities very expatriates who kind of not worry about how long as you can bring children. At the moment, I think particularly with a major battle to say that this is a bit after how well we're dealing with it. Social media influencers are being encouraged to do that. But if the war continues for a longer time, that argument becomes.
If the war doesn't continue for a long time, some people might argue that's even less hope for the people around. There ain't going to be no regime change if it's a kind of in and out and over in a couple of months.
It's very hard to see any kind of pathway to regime change in Iran that comes out of a war like this.
Well, there's even less of a pathway to that, if it's short.
That's true. Well, a short war means that, there's a few options. A longer war, there's a certain rallying around the flag effect. Unless you have boots on the ground and a willingness to take casualties, it's not clear any external war will encourage regime change, but it does tend to encourage a kind of degree of domestic solidarity or state collapse, which is not the same thing.
Yeah, and I just wonder, Florence Schmidt, what other specific things might be affected in people's lives? We've mentioned fertilizer, we've mentioned, of course, energy and petrol. And how does this transfer, the question actually coming on this, how does this transfer to mortgages?
Well, first of all, you have all the direct energy costs that are impacted. We've talked about already diesel, we talked about jet fuel. You'll see it also through on natural gas and also power prices. And then at the end of the day, every industry that needs energy for their production purposes is feel the squeeze. You'll feel it on food supplies as well. These effects take a bit longer to really materialize, and it really depends how long energy prices stay high. But yes, you will see the effect on all types of production and manufacturing that lies on energy in the long term.
Good, you're answering this question. So what about the effects on our oil as a nation, borrowing costs, Florence?
Well, this is also complicated, and again, I think we will have to see how long this lasts. If this is just a blip and we're talking about 2 weeks or it's over, it might not be as problematic. If this lasts longer, it obviously changes the picture also for the UK.
6 months? Or
most departments out if the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. And it had another pipeline out through Turkey, but that's come under fatigue from militias because this is a very broad war. Iran and Shia militias in Iraq are targeting oil facilities in the Kurdistan region, and that means the other oil isn't getting out. The political complexity that this war has kicked off across the region is remarkable.
Why does regime change never seem to happen or be attempted in countries with no oil?
That's a $1 million question. I regime change happens everywhere, but in a gradual way. It's a high pressure one today. And I think that's partly because oil creates volatile regional politics. You end up with regimes that can't change domestically because they have so much money put into them as resources, i.e. directly to the government, but they don't answer to the people. And so you end up with, regimes that do increasingly now want to home and abroad, and there's pressure there. There's also the search for oil, but I'm not sure that's here now, because the idea that you compare it to 2022. It's also been the second week of goods, and I don't think there is the visibility yet for consumers as well, but also for markets that prices could stay higher for longer. It's going to take 1 to 2 weeks to really see, higher price impacts there. But of course, it's also a question of energy efficiency gains and changes to electric vehicles, right? And then it takes a bit longer to see the higher prices, but it's definitely a change to 2022.
Do you think, Fred, that people know how to drive economically?
I think, well enough, I teach as many, I left school, couldn't read and write, but I teach as many young people, anyone in this system, just by keeping players at the top pressure. Now, I'm not a driver because I do 4 times the average. If you keep your tyres at the proper pressure, number one, you save £120 on fuel. Number two, you have 30% less wear on your tyres, 25% less wear on your brakes and stuff like that. So not only is it good for your bank balance, but it's good for the environment. How many people swap their tyres front to back? Now I do mine once every 6 weeks. As a normal person, and I don't mean to say anyone normal, but if you're a normal average driver, you change your tyres front to back twice a year. You save lots of money. Ordinary people, when people say ordinary people can't do a lot, yes, they can do a lot. There's a lot they can do.
What else? I'm loving this. These are great tips.
Well, the other one I use is the door curtain one. And one of your producers there at Radio 5, I sent her a bag of leaves through the post. Now, 10 to 15%, yeah, no, I know it sounds mad, 10 to 15% of your energy goes to the front door. When I was a kid, that's a long time ago, every house had a door curtain. What I did is when I had the leaves, I said, on a windy day, chuck them up in the air, measure the distance that they land in your hallway. 1.5 metres some of them landed. So I then got her to pack her door round, they dropped 3 inches from the door. There is masses. If you have curtains in your house, every room, have them floor to ceiling. It makes a massive difference to your heating bill. There is things ordinary people can do. And what about food?
There is that. That's okay. Batten down the hatches and be careful of your rations. So listen, what the people in your taxi, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
What are they saying about all this?
People are sort of doing the sort of Ostrich thing, throwing their head in the sand and thinking that either the Iranians will concede or Trump will get bored and go elsewhere. Now, that sounds a terrible thing to say, but he has history of not having longevity for anything. So I think they think that, well, within a month, we'll be okay again. Whether rightly or wrongly. Always remember, as a country, and maybe every country is like this, we always think it's not going to happen to us. And maybe that's the reason why we lasted as long as we have. But I think there's an inbuilt British belief, and it's nothing about religion or race, it's just an inbuilt British belief that we will come through the other side.
We've had that belief before, and we did.
Yes.
Yes, about the cost of tyres, I'm wondering, because it may go up.
Rubber and oil, yeah, everything goes up. Again, as you say, if you do those things that I said, you and the difference is, when I started doing it now, I used to use 3 tyres a year. Now, with the same mileage, by doing these things, I'm only using 2 sets of tyres a year.
Thank you very much indeed, Fred. Fascinating. Rubber and oil. What a party. 08085 85058 on the text. Our Middle East correspondent, Yolanda, is in Jerusalem. Yolanda, what can you tell us today?
Well, in the past hour, we had to go to our bomb shelter here once again because of an incoming Iranian launch. There are no reports of any casualties as a result of that. But news has come of a second construction worker who was injured by a cluster bomb fired yesterday, but he's died from his wounds. That brings to 12 now, according to the emergency services, the number of people who've been killed in Israel directly from missiles since the start of the war. Not much has been said officially by Israeli leaders that she's lighting the overall strategy. It does seem off the yoke of tyranny to the lingering comments that were made by institutions believed to have gone on and told people to leave buildings and hide in fire and decide to chemically they have continued to disrupt meetings of the serious military fire Israel and we really have this news that the Lebanese government is really signaling to Israeli peace talks with Israel. that's been interpreted as it does, if there is not regime change in Iran, it does still at the possibility of an exit for the Israelis and for the Americans. He kept underlining in his comments, which were just, as I say, general, and if we succeed together with the Iranian people, we will lead to an end. We promise a sort of brighter future where Iranians and Israelis could be friends once again as they were before the Islamic Revolution, but without really going into any specifics.
Where's Israeli public opinion on this?
In Israeli public opinion, you'd be surprised to hear, given that millions of people have just, had warning sirens off again, telling them to get into their shelters. People here are still, very positive about this war, and that is because they really see that, Iran posed for them, Jewish Israelis in particular, that they see that Iran poses a real and immediate threat, both in terms of its nuclear programs, barrages of ballistic missiles that they have built up, but also, of course, in terms of its support for proxies like the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah.
Thank you, Yolanda. Thanks for checking in there. It's time for Robin Coventry and Simon Bridgeport. Yolanda,
Simon and Rob. Hi, Simon. Simon, what do you think?
Hello, yeah, hi, Nicky. I sent a text to the drive program last night, and I work for a refrigerator haulage company. We run about 500 trucks in the UK, and it's just about the fuel prices we are paying for diesel in the last week compared to the week before. And it's extremely volatile, and we've even had companies refuse to give us a price because in 2 hours' time it's going to be different from what the price we've quoted. So, and it's just the knock-on effect onto the consumer because our business is protected by a fuel surcharge, so our customers will end up paying more for their transport, which means they'll end up having to charge more to the supermarkets, and it just knocks onto the consumer that way.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about that.
We don't know what our fuel surcharge is going to be, but it's based on what we've bought fuel for in the previous period. On a subcontractor basis, we subcontract quite a few loads every week to other hauliers. They're all coming on saying they need to recompense us for extra price paying for diesel. So it's just more admin in terms of that. Just a moving feast day by day, really.
Yeah. That's one way of putting it. Rob, good morning. Robin Coventry. Over to you.
Hello, Nicky. Yeah, I'm just interested to know that the oil companies seem to be setting the parameters of the whole situation. I want to know, how do we vote them out of office? Because the people democratically elected don't seem to have very much education in this situation.
They have Laura James. They have extraordinary power, don't they?
They do, and it's worth noting that at the moment it's the state oil companies in the Gulf that are making many of the decisions. The other people that they're making there are shippers. It's shippers who decide whether it's safe to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's insurers who help make that decision by setting the price for war risk insurance. So those are among the many people who are making the decisions internationally in the Middle East region that are affecting prices here today.
What about
the one?
Go on, sorry,
Can I
yeah.
just jump in? The one who aren't getting the group who don't seem to get the atmosphere, the people in Iran.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The people in Iran have everything. And they tried to have a say in January, and they were very heavily repressed. I mean, it would be incredibly dangerous to go out on the streets and express any opinion at all.
And one understands from those members of the Iranian women's football team have sought asylum as well after not singing as a positive just the other day to raise full-throatedly the national anthem. What about the possibility? What do you think of this? I'm just wondering if you're still there, Simon. Somebody, I'll come back to Rob. What do you think about the possibility of fuel duty, cutting fuel duty, or not having it rise?
I think the government said that they want to have increase it in September or August or something.
Well, you think that other politicians...
Rings a bell.
Yeah, rings a bell. But I'll tell you what, I'll throw that to Florence. That's been mooted by some political figures in this country. Cut it, help motorists. What effect would that have, Florence?
Well, I think there's a lot of measures currently being discussed how to essentially ease, pressure on consumers with the rising wholesale costs and trying to break down any additional pressures. Now, we don't know some of these things are going to be implemented, but it would definitely help some consumers further down. And I want to add, there's a number of countries that are actually talking about releasing strategic oil reserves to also bring down prices on the wholesale market, which should also consumers feel further down the line. So there's a lot of measures being discussed, but I think it's only the beginning.
It's only the beginning. So we'll talk about the effects of the war. The human cost we know only too well. We'll talk about the economic cost, the cost to the economy, to your economy. There's one Prime Minister once put it, a pound in your pocket, energy, inflation, consumer goods, interest rates, petrol, diesel, savings, holidays, you name it, for it, 9:32.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good morning, show yourself. It has been you. Oil prices and stock markets have responded positively to Trump's assertion that the war with Iran will end very soon. Oil's fallen to around $90 per barrel, and London's 100 index opened 1.3% up this morning. Iran's Revolutionary Guards, meanwhile, have dismissed President Trump's suggestion that the US and the Israeli war with Iran is almost complete, saying it will be them, not the Americans, who determine the end of hostilities. Tehran has fired more drones and missiles around its Gulf neighbourhood. The busiest rail station in Scotland, Glasgow Central, remains closed following a huge fire in the city centre at the weekend. Disruption to rail travel is expected for days. Any buyers are to be given 90 days to fully repair faulty smart meters or face being confined. The government says it wants to get tougher on providers. And more than 3,000 lawyers have had an open letter to the government urging it to drop a plan to restrict the right to jury trials. Proposal to see a single judge deciding cases rather than a jury where the defendant is likely to receive less than 3 years in jail. For the British number 2, Sonic Hartel says beating the former Australian Open champion Megan Keys, despite suffering discomfort with her back, shows that she is a fighter. Hartel came from a set down, beat Keys and reached the last 16 at the Indian Wells Open in California. Fellow Brits Cam Norrie and Jack Draper are also through in the men's draw. The Tottenham Hotspur manager, Igor Tudor, says he will prioritise the team's Premier League survival over progressing the Champions League. Tottenham play their first leg of their last 16 Champions League tie away at Atletico Madrid this evening. Spurs only just 1 point above the Premier League relegation zone. And in the NFL, the veteran tight end Travis Kelce is set to return for another season with Kansas City Chiefs. Kelce has won 3 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. Kansas City have also agreed to sign the Seattle running back Kenneth Walker, who was the Super Bowl MVP last month.
When laughter's guaranteed, when it's fun and games with big names, when it's something that everyone in the family loves watching.
Who do you think the surprise guest is?
Nobody looked up last week.
I think they have.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. License covers you to watch all TV features plus BBC iPlayer. Full of entertainment for a big night. It also funds everything you love from the BBC. Heard in live radio. Like
This is the voice of the UK, Nikki Campbell on BBC Radio 55.
Morning, how you doing? Yes, great, me too. I know, I'll tell you about the outage. I'll follow it in a second. A couple of texts and then some news just in. First off, let's have a look at this. It says the Ministry of Defence has confirmed RAF Line Bay in prepared in case she is needed to help out in the Eastern Mediterranean. In a statement this morning, MOD spokesman says, as part of the prudent planning, we're taking the decision to bring RFA Line Bay to heighten readiness as a precaution. Should she needed just in maritime tasks in the Eastern Mediterranean. Then RFA Line Bay is a Bay-class landing ship, not a warship. She is equipped to function as an aviation platform and has medical facilities, making her well suited for humanitarian and disaster relief missions. At present, RFA Line Bay is in Gibraltar, Royal Fleet Auxiliary. Many people are worried about Mission Creek, but it's been confessed that this is a ship that has an aviation platform, medical facilities, humanitarian and disaster relief missions. That news just in. Second hour. What are we doing? When are we doing it? 10 o'clock. Do we need, this is such a pain at the moment, we need to limit jury trial. The plan to restrict trial by jury in England was in the Common today. Today is the day the government facing a pain in terms of its backbenchers is extremely worried about this. Many of them are lawyers as well. And thousands of other lawyers have written to the government to drop the plan, saying it will not cut the backbone. Nearly 80,000 cases waiting to be heard around court. The government wants to drop jury trials. The offence carries a potential prison sentence of under 3 years. Work for judges. Less need to round up members of the public for weeks at a time. The court's minister, Sarah Sacklin, said this morning, if this plan, then what? And we don't act now, then when? Well, she's posed the question. Answer it. Whatever your knowledge, whatever your expertise, whatever your feelings. Principle of practicality. The right to be tried by peers versus the right to get your case heard in a reasonable time frame. If you work it, and it can be horrendous. It's fucking years. The rape victims wait years and years and years. And sometimes there's not wanting to go through that pain and dropping out. And then the perpetrator gets off scot-free, and he may well property. If you work in the legal system, if you sat on a jury, been through it as a victim or a defendant, do we need to limit jury trial? Straight question, answer it at 10. And now.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text recharged at your standard message rates. Message on WhatsApp 08085 909 693. Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live terms and privacy notice.
Well, text not tomorrow, Nikki. Russia has permission to Trump to flood its oil, unlucky for Ukraine, Estonia and Cumbria. And it's Trump and his friend Netanyahu don't talk about this downturn because it doesn't affect people. It's everybody else that pays the price. There's Wham in Worthing at 9:38. Darren in London. And Carol is coming on, 200 CEO of Crystal Energy, Lebanese energy economist. Excellent. Good morning. What do you think?
Good morning, Nikki. In reference to the field duties, basically we pay a lot of percentage in tax on the field duties. And the government won't worry about this because obviously where it goes through the pump, they're just getting a bit more percentage out. If the price is high, they're going to get more percentage. So back when COVID was here and the restaurants got hammered, what they've done was they've got the VAT to 10%. So I think what they should do is look at where the average price was last week before the barrel price went up, and hold that rate at that price. So we shouldn't be charging any tax percentage of the higher rate of what we're now currently paying on the pump. Yeah?
I'm listening. So, what do you think about this? Are you pessimistic, or do you think actually they'll be able to see whatever OTIM means?
Listen, I'm a green grower. We run lorries, we run vans. You know, we're a little business, a big business. I don't know, a medium-sized business. We look at diesel going through for us. I was talking to a mate of mine yesterday. He's got like 20 on the roads. You know, people, the cost is going to be through the roof for everybody. Yeah, because the transport's out of Spain. A lot of them coming into the UK. They go back to Spain. They have to pay money for those. The consumer's going to have to pay for this. So I think the British public have had enough of being taxed to death almost. The hard-working man's being taxed to death. And at the end of the day, you know, we've all had enough of it. And I just think if they could freeze that. Listen, when it was 138 a litre last week, that's fine. They would have come along. Nobody's seen this. It's nobody's fault. But why should government profit out of the additional payments that we're all going to, that every single person who runs a vehicle is going to have to pay for now? Why should government profit out of that? Because that's essentially what's going to happen here. And it goes to 160 a litre or wherever it goes to, because they'll just their percentage of tax at 160 a litre. It's a win-win for the government.
Yeah.
They could freeze it. They could freeze it. Whatever that average rate was last week, say it was 138. Freeze it, cost at 138. Charge everybody the same rate at 138, but the additional cost from the tax. It would be a show winning. It's show winning, isn't it?
Well, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister say they're going to take measures to protect working people. You're one of those. I think I am. So what are people saying? Are you public facing, Alan, in the Green Grove?
Yeah.
What are people still think about this? It's really interesting to know not just what people say to us on the phone is, but what their friends are saying.
You know, people, you know, unless you touch on that subject, you don't really talk about it. But I think people have had enough of people just the taxes in the UK.
Oh, they don't come. They'll have a couple of cucumbers and some courgettes, and what do you think? Oh, that's all that.
No, you do have a bit of fun. You do have a bit of stalls and a bit of a laugh joke, but you know, hopefully we're too easy to talk to people that much about politics. You see, I mean, but yeah, we have a laugh with it. You know, we do get involved in a few things, and we, you know, and we do, you know, we have a laugh in the show about different things, and yeah, so I've always got a good joke to tell people, so you know, we have a lot like that. Really,
That's good to hear. We need them. Hi, Carol Lafley, founder and CEO of Crystal Energy and Lebanese energy economist. Hi, Carol. What do you make of what's going on? How is it going to affect people listening right now to this?
Well, what's happening now is sheer madness because it took everyone by surprise. I didn't expect this to get so bad so quickly. I mean, we knew of the intention of President Trump vis-a-vis Iran. We knew of the intention of the Israelis vis-a-vis Iran. But I don't think many saw the attack and particularly the Iranian retaliation of attacking neighbors who were really trying to normalize relationships with Iran. That took many by surprise, caused lots of frustration. In terms of consequences, I think everybody is paying the price. We are all facing higher prices, higher crude oil prices, higher gas prices. Prices are making their way, or they're felt across the supply chain from to the cars at the petrol station, flying for work or for holidays in the future, for with your family during the Easter break perhaps, but also the price of goods and services, everything, because oil and gas enters through every aspect of our modern society. So it is affecting everybody around the world. Of course, it affects more the consumers than the producers. But allow me to just say, if you share here a personal note coming from Lebanon, I don't think we can afford this roller coaster, emotional roller coaster above all, which just as soon as we recover from one war, we are faced with another. This is not a healthy place to draw your children and to think about the future. You can barely think about surviving for tomorrow. It has to end. I'm really hoping that the next phase will be greater for the region with important implications for the rest of the world.
I'm so glad you said that. I was going to ask you as well, as somebody from the Lebanon, what are your relatives saying? Your friends and relatives are there. This is kind of a tangent question to people this morning, getting a sense of what their friends and family and colleagues are saying. So what's the view from there?
They are definitely very stressed out. I have my brother, he's still in Lebanon. So my brother, he runs poultry farms in the south of the country, near the borders with Israel. And he has to attend every day because if he does not attend, then the other agriculture engineers will not attend and they all go broke. So he has to take the risk every day. And you can imagine the stress for my mother, for his wife, for his children. I'm not sure whether he'll make it back safe and alive. So this is the kind of frustration. It is the unknown every day, facing the risk of having a bomb falling in hole, or you don't know how far the war is going to get. We heard today the Lebanese president, making very bold. He is really expressing the frustration of the Lebanese people, saying enough is enough. We don't want to be dragged into this war. We don't want our infrastructure to be destroyed again, just as we are just about to build it. We don't want to have more displaced people losing their homes and their villages. It's just really not a pleasant situation, to say the least.
Well, I have 400 people have been killed by that number in Hezbollah, according to the latest in Lebanon. And I was going to ask you about Hezbollah. Tell me about Hezbollah in Lebanon. Some people still wonder, well, who are they, what's going on, and what have they got to do with it, and what's their connection to Lebanon, and why? There's loads of questions. Just from your perspective, could you answer some of them?
For Hezbollah, we have to be careful because we claim they are Israelis fighting on Lebanese soil. And this is where the dilemma comes for Lebanese people, because Hezbollah is a Lebanese party. The soldiers, it's a militia, and they have their own weapons. So they are a military power within a country that has its own army, but they somehow even more powerful for the Lebanese army, and they were untouchable. But their loyalty and their orders come, their loyalty is for Iran and the Iranian people, and their funding from weapons to day operations is also coming from Iran. So you have a Lebanese entity, but that is following instructions from a foreign power. And that creates a dilemma in Lebanon, because of course you sympathize with your others, your fellow Lebanese, but then you wonder, oh, hold on a minute, is they loyalty to my country or to another country? So this is what I'm sharing here. Perhaps not everybody's view is like that, but at least a good share of Lebanese people, they share this kind of sentiment. Now, they have their own weapons. They have been weakened significantly through the war with Israel over the last 2 years. But they still have some weapons, and they are throwing and sending missiles to Israel. And the result, Israel is retaliating, but you cannot compare military power like Israel. So even if they send a small rocket to Israel, Israel is going to respond with much more powerful missiles that can wipe out the whole village. And of course, Hezbollah is scattered across the country. They do have some stronghold in Beirut with the south, but then it's a tiny city. It's highly populated and dense. So you attack one building, wipe out a whole neighborhood. This is just in a nutshell to simplify a complex situation about Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Well, it's interesting that Hezbollah has an arm going stronger than its army in some areas. Why does the government tolerate it?
Well, another choice, because of the civil war, the government collapsed with a failed state, and that allowed a militia like Hezbollah to become more powerful. They had the funding, they had the backing of Iran, of Bashar al-Assad, the Assad regime over the years, while the military was struggling with the fishing arm of Lebanon. Only in the last few years or so, especially Western powers in Europe and in the US, supporting the Lebanese army, empowering them, as the government was building and still building its institutions. So you do have the economic factor, the social factor, the political factor playing a role. But I would say that kind of create this kind of imbalance of power, and Hezbollah became untouchable. But they are weak today. They are weaker than they were a few years ago. And that's why the president on local TV today, they made this powerful statement that they should not drag Lebanon into a war with Israel. Such a statement couldn't have been made 2 years ago. But because Hezbollah is weaker, while the Lebanese army is stronger, then we have an opportunity to re-establish power in the country.
How is President to go back to the domestic situation and the pounds in our own pockets? It's really serendipitous that you're there talking about this. So how is President Trump finally carried you in Lebanon?
Ironically, some people in Lebanon are very happy that he came to power and he is the strong man that the region needs, because people in Lebanon were affected by Iranian intervention in the country. And don't forget that one of the son-in-law of President Trump is actually Lebanese. So that gives him an extra bonus point amongst the Lebanese population. But in general, they are pleased that he's taking action against Iran. Unfortunately, this is how the country is divided. We have always been divided in Lebanon, but I see greater support towards continuously towards Iran in Lebanon.
Well, incredible having you on, and we've learned so much. You're more than welcome anytime. Thank you so much, Al.
Thank you.
A couple of texts here. What about the profiteering from the garages at the moment? If they had us build their tanks last week, they're charging a new higher price. Sure. That's about 15 to 20% extra. What's the fit? What says that text? What does Gary Leopoldo say? And Rachel, the Falcott manager, Mike, and excellent. Everyone, Gary, how are you doing?
Hi. Good. Gary, I'm outside. It's still alive.
So we woke up and we got up this morning. We're still alive. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's normally how I start my day. Still breathing. Good start. My question really is, I think it's pretty weak compared to the last contributor. But basically, I wanted to know why the prices before could go up almost immediately. Something like this happened. Yeah, the oil prices drop. It seems to be there's no dropping out the costs at all. To me, it just seems like they profiteer right away. Like someone said, it's profiteering. What are just profiteering from?
Rachel can help us out there. Manager at John State Services, Gloucestershire, 3 petrol stations. I'm not pointing the finger at you or blame. I'm just getting you to explain, Rachel, to people who say that.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's a couple of things. Some forecourts will on a daily price, so when they get a fuel tanker, they will get a price given to them that day for their fuel. And then other companies run on different options, so then maybe they get a weekly price. And so basically, if you're for a pilot and say, let's say ordered fuel last Tuesday, that would have, the hike had already started by then. There's been a creep in fuel price probably for the last month. It's been climbing very, very gradually. There was a significant hike on Monday and Tuesday last week. So if you're one of these unfortunate garages that has a daily price, the hike would have come up almost immediately. And what we found over the weekend prior to everything really kicking off, that our forecourts were actually ambushed with customers because obviously they realised what was going to happen and were all filling up their cars. So we were in the same predicament as other people, but we started the week with virtually empty fuel tanks. And when we were trying to get fuel in, obviously the new pricing was already taking effect because everybody was running on empty.
That makes sense.
Got full, but I thought you've already got full tanks. You've already bought and paid for that fuel. So why put the price up on that straight away until your next tank go up?
Like I said, with ourselves, on that weekend prior to it all kicking, all our sites pretty much like a fuel. So on the Monday morning, we would have to get new tankers in. So I'm not saying this is the same for everybody, but it's why in some cases you would have had forecourts that would be putting their prices up because they would be pretty much at fuel when they're getting that tanker in. And depending on how they're set up, if they're on a daily price or weekly price, then obviously they may have to react straight away. And obviously some forecourts, their prices are actually supplied by the company that supplies their fuel. So they're like dictation on their pricing. So I'm not saying that's the same for everybody because that isn't the case. But I know that in some scenarios that is the position that some companies are in, that they don't actually have daily control over their prices.
I'm a little confused, honest with you. So you're saying, sorry, I'm going to ask a question then if that's okay. So you're saying that the suppliers dictate the price? So it's down to the suppliers dictating the price to what we get the forecast? But they've large.
Some suppliers.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's irrelevant. If you're talking about the person at the end of the chain, the forecourt. They may not necessarily have the control on the forecourt price. It depends on how their contract is set up with their supplier. And it's not the same for everybody because everybody has different. There's lots of different contracts with fuel companies out there, and it all depends on the size of your forecourt and how much fuel you sell, the deal you'll get from your supplier, and how they put those contracts into it. But it is a scenario for some sites. I'm not saying that's everybody, because everybody, I'd say, works differently. But there are sites, unfortunately, their price is dictated to them by their fuel supplier.
Yeah. What? I think I need to understand the fuel refinery supply.
Yeah.
Better.
So it goes further back than the person at the end of the line, basically. So you've got the forecourt, and it goes back further than that. So as you can imagine, the fuel hike would have started prior to Monday morning. They would have been issued over the weekend from there. So the prices would have already started hiking early last week. So depending on how people get their fuel in.
I'll get Carol back in. I'll get Carol back in on Wednesday. He was so powerful and enlightening and insightful of level. But Carol, catching some of this stuff here, Gary and Mitchell having a really interesting conversation about the rise in petrol prices. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to have a general rule because you do have different suppliers of these fuels. They have different contractual arrangements. Some of them may have purchased there a while ago, like they've refined products. In general, and I think this is where you can say that taxes are not a bad idea on fuel prices, because even though we are feeling the increase in price, but it's actually being dampened by the big share of taxes that we pay at the petrol station. So if we're in the US, for example, where there are hardly any taxes on gasoline prices or diesel prices, we have been more exposed to international oil markets. But in the UK, you have more than half of what we pay at the pump goes to the government in the form of taxes and levies. So you feel only a small proportion. And you would feel it more in some places than others. Again, it depends on where the company is getting those supplies from. If they purchase them a few months ago under a contract that they specify that it fixes the price, buying them what we call as economists the spot market, which means they let the market determine that price on the day. But this is in a nutshell, in a simplified way. I did not do the topic justice, but we are feeling the increase in price.
No, you're absolutely brilliant, all of you. I'm so interested listening to you. How's that?
Slightly confused as to how the price grows straight away. However, I've now decided that my evening will be spent researching the refining and supply chain and how it works. Is the fuel coming from the oil wells at that price being refined straight away, and there's actually no surplus? That's why we've seen the price spike straight away.
It's not car mechanics, it's quantum mechanics in terms of trying to understand this stuff.
It's my fear. It's not going to be easy.
Where to me? Hey, Mike and Hen, good morning, Mike. People in rural areas. Hi, Mike, make a quick one for us. About a minute, go on.
Well, yeah, people in rural areas are a difficult one because of the oil prices for heating oil. There's no check on that, so they feel it straight away. So if you get 5 litres of oil in, people around here are found it's doubled in price. And you've got no choice. If you want to get that's what you've got to pay, sort of thing. I mean, a lot of people are trying to move away from them, but rural areas tend to be older houses with solid stone walls, so it's just, you've got to put a lot of money into the house to get it insulated so you can go to another form of energy. Maybe the government uses the windfall tax at the big oil companies to ease that burden for oil companies. So the oil doesn't go to the straight, it's going to be tasted, or else it's taken out completely the increase. So you're living in the rural areas you get more mileage, more petrol. Yeah.
Voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. The price of oil has come down after President Trump's assertions that the war with Iraq is almost complete. He didn't give a time frame, but said, as yes, the United States haven't exported enough. The price of a barrel of oil dropped to around $90 after hitting nearly 120 yesterday. Iran's Revolutionary Guards dismissed Mr. Trump's comments, saying they would determine when the conflict ended. The international editor Jeremy Bowen says President Trump is likely looking for a way out of the war.
Trump is preparing for the end game at the moment. He's clearly rather spooked by the economic consequences thus far of the war. He's trying to calm the markets a little bit. They're shaping the victory he's going to claim.
Royal Mail has denied it prioritises parcel deliveries over letters and says it will set out a plan on how to improve the service it offers. The company is responding, having hundreds of people told BBC News they weren't receiving important correspondence on time. Royal Mail says there's not a general policy to prioritise parcels and only does so in certain delivery offices for safety reasons. The first three vocational or B-level subjects have been revealed by the government as finance and digital. The qualification equivalent to what A-level will be offered in England from September next year. Ronja Han from the education research app Teacher Tap says the new courses could give young people more options. Females just as the A-level will giving people more options with the T-level and with the B-text because they take up the space of more than one subject. You sort of have to put all of your eggs into one basket. But the idea with these G levels is that you could pick a few and you're not having to narrow your choices so early on. A new definition of anti-Muslim hate has been set up by the government as part of efforts to reduce record levels of hate crime. It includes prejudicial stereotyping and unlawful discrimination. Community Secretary Steve Riggins insisted it won't restrict freedom of speech. More than 3,000 lawyers, including 300 barristers and retired judges, have called on the government to drop the plan to abolish some jury trials. In a letter to the Prime Minister, they say there's no evidence the plan will solve the huge delays in criminal courts, as ministers hope some defendants charged today may not face trial until 2030. Justice Minister Sarah Sackman says the proposals show the government is taking action.
We're making record investment in our courts by looking back in sitting days. We're modernising our courts, but we're also bringing forward the reforms based on Sir Brian Levison's independent review that we're bringing forward in the bill today, all of which together will be able to bring down this backlog.
Indigo has recorded its highest ever level of profits for the last financial year. The makers of the colourful children's building bricks reported a 21% increase in their profit of nearly £2 billion. That's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 10.
Your 5 Live. Vicky Campbell, the voice of the UK.
So yeah, this one. It's a big one for our society, bedrock of our society. Jury trials. Do we need to limit jury trial? We're going to a strict trial by jury, England and Wales. It's in the Commons today. Today is the day for it. As you would have thought, lots of lawyers in their place, on them and their backbenches. There are nearly 80,000 cases waiting to be heard in the Crown Court. It's going to take years. The government wants to drop jury trials if this carries potential prison sentence of under 3 years. More work for judges as they need to round up members of the public for weeks at a time. This is a quote, I'll give you it again, from the Courts Minister Sarah Sackman, did realise this morning. If not this plan, then what? If we don't act now, then when? Straight questions for you to answer. If you've got a view from the inside, or just a view on how our system works and should work. Again, if not this plan, then what? And if we didn't act now, then when? So is it principle? Is it practical? The right to be tried by our peers? The right to get your case heard in a reasonable time frame? It's like putting your life on hold. If you work in the legal system, a jury, being through it as a victim or a defendant, do need to jury trials. 08085 99693 and send us a text 85058.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rates. Message or WhatsApp 08085 909 693. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms and conditions.
Out loud on this. Under the Juries Act 1974, it is an offence to disclose information about statements made, opinions expressed, arguments advanced, or votes cast by members of the jury in the course of their deliberations. It's an offence to solicit such information. So that means I can't ask you about it either. Or we'll both be off to the clinic, but our trials will happen for a long time. It does carry a maximum 2-year prison sentence. Just saying, but we can proceed on a vague basis with very specific arguments. Catherine Alawilia from Restore Women. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nicky.
Hi, welcome back.
Thank you.
What do you think about today? What's happening?
You mean about this saying they're not going to have juries?
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, it's really difficult. My view is that we should try it first. I think it's really extreme to change things so dramatically. What I do know categorically is there's a huge backlog in courts. I totally understand that. And also, we are seeing really poor outcomes with domestic abuse cases and also sexual violence cases. And what I mean by that is there's often, really, really strong evidence. The police think there's going to be a conviction, everybody involved does, and then there isn't. And the other thing I did know is that domestic abuse is so complex, particularly when we're looking at controlling behaviour, the average person really doesn't understand it, and also they don't understand the impact that trauma has on the victim survivor. So they don't always present very well in court. So it's like everything's against them. So it's really difficult, but I just think we need to really evaluate the whole system. And if we're going to take juries out of the equation, I think we should try it and then evaluate that and see what has happened if you take the juries out. I mean, I'll be honest with you, but we have cases that go to magistrates' courts, and we still have court outcomes where there's no jury. And I think at the bottom of all, in my view, we actually need is to educate people about domestic abuse, and in particular about coercive control. And by that I mean the public, but also to educate everyone who works in the judicial system, because it honestly is so complex and so difficult to understand. And there's so many myths about it. The same with sexual violence. So I think we need to educate everybody. That's my view. It's all about education. And if you look at, during COVID and lockdowns, there was a lot of talk about domestic abuse and looking out for people, and there were a lot of messages going out, but that's all stopped. So I don't think it's that difficult to get those messages out to people so that they understand it better.
Yeah. What's the drop-off rate? Somebody's waiting years to get into a court.
It's a lot. It is a lot. And also, the other thing is, I mean, the Domestic Abuse Act of 2021 has made a difference because we're now supposed to have special measures, which means, for example, people entitled to have screens in court or do video limits. But historically, and it's not that long ago, domestic abuse was one of the only crimes that your perpetrator could cross-examine on. So we have come some way. There are some measures that are making a difference.
You're alleged perpetrator.
Yeah, sorry, alleged perpetrator. You're absolutely right, alleged perpetrator. So so it's a very difficult situation. I don't know what the answer is, but I think we need to look at the whole system, and I definitely think underlying it, we need to look at the myths around domestic abuse and sexual violence, what people actually believe, have some education around it.
Yeah, trial by jury is a fundamental right in a free society. The answer is quite easy to get more money into the legal system under the huge cuts. And of course, due to our ridiculous welfare bill. Let's remember it also includes removal of the right to appeal a magistrate's decision. Currently over 40% of much appeals are successful. It's another step down the authoritarian country this country is building. That's Mandy and Manchester. This one, all defendants should receive a Goodyear invitation, which lets them know the maximum sentence for a guilty plea. This will speed up the process, and many will decide not to give a run, as they aren't stepping into the unknown. Only won't put the total stress of a trial. They know they won't be sent to prison. However, jury inefficient and others taking money from the PJS from their retention. Anonymous. Yes, from a convict certificate. Why not give the defendants the option of a jury or judge-led trial? I was jailed in 2021 and believe the judge led the inquiry to the wrong decision. Kirsty Brimelow, Vice Chair of the Bar Council of England and Wales. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. I'm actually chair. I was vice chair last year.
Oh no!
I'm happy to be on your show.
I'm really sorry about that. It's
That's all right. No problem at all.
An administrative error for which I take full blame. Chair of the Bar Council of England and Wales. Kirsty, it's always great hearing your thoughts. I've heard you on radio before. Why is it so important to retain jury trials as they are at the moment? Some makes a good case, others make a good case. But the length of time we're waiting is undermining trust in the system. And it's all very well saying, oh, we'll put more money into it and we'll sustain it. But there ain't more money.
Yeah, so the first point is that the system is in crisis, as you've rightly identified. And we can see the crisis reflected in the delays to cases. So no defendant or witness or complainant or victim should be waiting years for their case to complete. And so in order to therefore reform it, we need to look at what needs to be done. And the key there is, well, why are there these delays? The productivity is really down if we look at 2016. And what that means is that the court's sitting less hours. They're sitting less hours in part because many of the courts are shut because of lack of investment. Now, what the government is going to do is it's going to open those courts. So we'll see reform there. We will see more cases come through. It's also hopefully going to tackle the contract, those who deliver defendants in custody to court, because we wait for hours every day in courtrooms whilst they are brought late. There's not sufficient staff to bring them up into the dock. So that's another reason why the courts aren't sitting the hours that they ought to. Also, we do know what can actually reduce the backlog and the delays. And that's been demonstrated by courts that have been allowed to operate at full capacity. They've been able to list prioritise cases such as domestic abuse cases, such as rape cases, and get those in quickly and bring them on delays. Now, what we do know as well is that delays are caused by juries. And so resistance to reducing jury trials for a whole set of offences, which are serious offences for people. They will be for those cases where somebody might be receiving up to 3 years in prison, which is very serious. So what it will do is, first of all, it hits a constitutional principle where we have a legal history where we have juries. The number of jury trials we have already is only between 1% and 3%. So you can see on the figures that, say, halving that number is not actually going to make much difference. And it requires primary legislation, which is what is being debated today. What that means is that any reforms will only come through in about 2028, 2029. And so they're not going to have anything impact on the backlog in the meantime. And then there'll be very complex legal arguments over whether they can apply retrospectively. So what this whole jury debate is doing, as well as hacking at the principle of it, it's draining all our energy and all our resources into something that the whole legal profession is against. I think you'll probably find that lots of judges are against, because we had an open letter which we published today to the Prime Minister. there's a large number of retired judges, circuit judges, who sat in the Crown Court have signed it and
22.
expressed their opposition. Yes, the city judges are
including the former Director of Public Prosecutions, Carl Smith. I wonder what the other former Director of Public Prosecutions, I think he was Obama, would say about it, were he still the Director of Public Prosecutions. TV lawyers, Rob Rindon, Sean Waller and Chase, two barristers who featured in The Traitors, they're rounding them up, aren't they?
I mean, what else could you ask for but two barristers from The Traitors?
This government policy. Yeah. They should be faithful to the principles long laid down by Senator Carter.
Indeed. We need Claudia Winkleman just in her cape, hopefully.
I got your name wrong, you got her name wrong. It's all good.
I did, yes.
I'll let Catherine come back on some loads of interesting stuff in there. And Stephen started coming up. I'll give a second, Steve. Catherine.
Honestly, that all makes perfect sense to me. I'll be really honest. What says about it just makes me so sad to hear all the issues that there is this system. And I really think, well as education, what we need is, rather than things be rushed through, is a full consultation on this. And as part of that consultation, I would include the victim survivors who have been through the process. So we should be talking to everybody and perpetrators. We should be talking to everyone who's been through the system, because usually those are the people, the experts in that profession and the people that use the system or have had to go through the system, who that lived experience is invaluable. And I think rather than rush things through, that's what we should be looking at. And as I said, I think Kirsty's the same thing. It sounds like the whole system is failing. So I don't understand how just getting rid of juries will fix the whole system.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Does that make sense? Stephen Stafford. Okay, yeah, Kirsty, go on. No, Kirsty, you go. Yeah.
I'm not obviously put the government side, but I will. What they're saying is that you need to bring it all together. So they're agreeing with opening up the court and shut. They agree with the listing that we've suggested. They agree that actually the court is closed because water's just through the roof. So that's not this reason for delay. And they've agreed with investment in legal aid. However, what they suggest there's lots as well, others as well, incentives for guilty pleas and so on. But what they say is that unless you add in there reducing jury trials and pushing a whole raft of cases to the magistrates' courts, unless you do that, then the backlog won't come down. And this is where we differ, because it makes absolutely no logical sense, because even they agree their reforms on juries would not come into effect for years. And also their modelling, such as it is really certain. So it's based on lots of assumptions as to how much quicker it would be in the magistrates and in the Crown Court, and we don't agree with those assumptions. And in fact, another does the Institute for Government, which has done the data crunching, which is a body which really should be listened to.
Thanks. Well, thanks, Steve in Stafford, in Bridport. Good morning to both of you. Steve, what's your solution to this?
Nicky, hi Nicky. So, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful, good man. But basically, the future to me, it's very clear. It's AI, isn't it? It's the bots. Now, you see, the problem, jury service, it's nice in principle. It looks like it's a good idea, but it's hugely outdated. People are extremely subjective in how they analyse data. Now, when you get the AI involved, or several AI bots, they'll look at the evidence as it is, without emotion. They'll analyse the data and they'll come to the conclusion. Now, if certain AI bots have concluded the same conclusion and broken down with a printout of where the conclusion was reached, there's your answer, and that's it.
So all the information and evidence is fed into an AI bot.
Exactly. So the verbal commentary in the courtroom is dictated straight into the bot. I mean, the wonders that GPT can do for me for various, as you might know, is quite astonishing in milliseconds.
Gets it wrong.
So in real time, get the answer there, and what it does. But my point is, if the conclusions are broken down as to how the verdict has been reached, and then cross-reference various what's that I just did GPT or the other AI systems. That has to be the truth. That has to be the subjective truth. So the objective truth, and not assuming versions of now they sort of debatable. I'm not sure that it's not with AI yet, because nobody actually really knows how long trials take in the magistrates' courts because they aren't recorded. There is some data, but what's happened is that the government's taken a figure of 20% quicker. With a single judge. They've taken just dealing with a single judge. They said it was 20% quicker. And the Institute for Government has looked at what that means, taking that figure at face value,
he's talking about
20% court time.
Steve, you're talking about feeding evidence in and using the AI to make the judgment, right?
Yeah, with that self-defense lawyer leading on emotion and playing little funny word games and mind games with the audience, with the jury, because don't you have might be a good guy or a pretty girl, they're much more likely to either find acquittal or find a much lighter sentence, and that racialize essentially. Yes. Yeah. You know, you've got to take all of this and say what the evidence is. Yeah.
And that's your comment. What men on this? This is
one issue I keep doing in my head as we talk about AI is trauma-informed practice. The thing is that victim survivors of any time actually, and particularly of domestic abuse, they're looking at complex trauma. They have very high levels of complex trauma. Now, what that means is they're often re-traumatising the court system, and they often don't present. They present the trauma, and so the alleged perpetrator can actually present very well. Because they have the experience of trauma, and they don't know how, unless someone can provide a program. I don't, as the gentleman said about the statistics, what everyone said in court, well, victims don't necessarily present in a way that is going to articulate their experiences in a way that the alleged perpetrator does. So I don't know how you differentiate and how you allow for the impact of that trauma.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing, Steve. I put it to you. There's another thing as well, which is right. What about when juries return so-called perverse verdicts, as they're sometimes referred to? So recently, they let off just stop oil the tester or whatever because they did the crime. But they didn't think that they shouldn't be punished for that crime because of a broad issue.
Well, that's in a way overriding the statute books in the law itself, isn't it? Because they answer by you are guilty of this and that. No, that's a grey area, and that shouldn't even be allowed to be in the first place.
So if somebody kills somebody who took that child, or something like that, it wouldn't be just on the dark matter of the facts. It would other stuff would be taken into account.
Well, that would be a rich analogy, wouldn't it? Like what the lady was saying previously, understand that. And victims who are traumatised can't be dead properly in court. I fully appreciate that. That's just why the statement, the whole statement, which is written in a good space without the pressure of the courtroom, it's that statement, the victim's statement that's fed into the AI, with all the subtleties and nuances that the perpetrator can have a chance to refute. But you know, if she's guilty with all this trauma and charisma, won't be able to get past the sort of past the analysis of sophisticated AI. Can't do that.
Let us know that then. John coming as well, and incredible difference too. How much are juries affected by thinking that someone's appeared? What, for example, oh, what a nice young man. He could be my brother, he could be my son.
Yeah,
he didn't do a thing.
Absolutely. And also, I would also put that the other way as well. Do you have a stereotype of victimisation? So the opposite is also true. There's some cases where you have, very, and I don't want to genderise this, but the vast cases are with obviously women that are the victims. But then I do see women victims who are professional, articulate, very, very educated women, and the jury and the magistrates and the other officials cannot understand how they can have a victim of domestic abuse. Because we have an idea of victimisation, we have stereotype of what it looks like and how they act and how they speak and how they behave. So that does impact on cases, definitely. But I don't know how you negate that. I think that is, even with AI, I don't know how you negate that. Why somebody, if you stand up and talk with another victim and they speak really articulately or have really and in a really controlled way, people are going to think, well, what happened to them? That is what we get, definitely.
Let me just do some breaking news here. Durham police say that the man has been charged with the murder following an incident at the Franklin in Durham. No charge with murder. Emergency services were called to reports of an assault in the workshop on the morning of Thursday, February the 26th. Ian Huntley, 52, was taken to hospital with serious injuries but died on the morning of Saturday, March 7th. Anthony Russell, 43, of HMP Franklin, has been charged with murder and will appear via video at Newton Acres Magistrates Court on Wednesday, the 11th of March. This is Radio 5. It is a major story. We are discussing jury trial. It is 10:06. John in Bridport. Welcome to you, John. Value.
No, Nicky.
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
There's a number of issues. We need to reduce the time waiting. I think particularly that is true for sexual offences. However, getting rid of jury trials, I haven't thought about the AA aspect before, but my instinctive reaction to that is it's a terrible idea. I need to getting rid of jury trials would just lead to judges fairly considering evidence. The point of the jury trial is we're tried by our peers. And as my text, my example is the environmental activists and the Palestine people. If they were tried by a judge, every single one would be guilty. And I don't think there's a jury in the land who would convict an 85-year-old ex-vicar for terrorism or for holding a black action. And I genuinely think that a of this is because the establishment wants to make sure that all of those people are locked up.
Yeah, I hear this in response to that. The AI would pick up the fact to ban Palestine action, if the terrorists proven and then persecute a vicar of absolute nonsense. It would then revert back to the populace that this legislation is tossed. Your things, I'm a corporate Palestinian, and I can't stand to hold up my flag because I'm associated with sympathizing and
But still the AI is saying if the AI
would say it's an event, end of story.
Legislation is appropriate. That's what he said. He said it's no point branded evidence or practicing, but you can prevent a person from holding up a national flag to then associate it with a deed that happened across there. It's quite more than serious. That's what the AI, if the AI, the one thing AI thinks clearly, it doesn't have these preconceived ideas. It analyzes data.
What you're saying very well, but then again, what you're saying is leading us very nicely because it's contrasting the machine, the dispassionate machine, with the human emotion. That's the Brimolo, the human emotion aspect of this. Whatever people think about power financing, people listen to views. Whatever people think about just stop oil. Ditto. Is it are there cases where a magistrate is more likely to convict than a jury?
Yes, absolutely, because the jury, the jury in lots of ways is there's 12 of them. And everybody's got prejudices, everybody's got opinions, everybody's got views. Yes, conscious, unconscious bias. And 12 people giving it out. And I can see that, I've been in the courts for over 50 years, and you start off in the magistrate's court, and then as a junior barrister, and then in the Crown Court. And you can sort of see how the juries are reacting to different evidence. I really can't see AI as working at all, because trials can be quite complex. You could have information, and how you would feed that into a bot. I don't practically start. What juries are also directed to do? What juries are also directed to do is not to leave their components behind. And I think the collective comments, each of them have got their own life experiences that they bring to bear when they sit in judgment on a citizen. And these are serious cases where people can lose their liberty and their life changing. In fact, Brian Levison in his independent review recognised the importance of community participation in our legal system. I mean, in democracy, a liberal democracy, we've really got two chances. You can vote, you can take part in your criminal justice system. And if we remove that, we're removing some participation, and we're starting to change that really important values that the juries in the courtroom. You just simply can't get that from a chatbot.
Would my magistrate have convicted O.J. Simpson?
Oh, goodness, the magistrate. Depends.
It was so charged, that wasn't it? Emotionally.
I mean, it's a different system. I mean, what's happened there would never happen in Wales. I'm not suggesting that was, I don't think anyone suggests that was a trial which it was a just outcome to it. And obviously, in England and Wales, jury systems are very hot. But they are described as the gold standard by its report. We have already reduced that, not reducing further.
But that is the epitome of other factors coming into consideration, isn't it? Let me just read this text out here, and I'll do it going into the news. I can't really talk about it, but a teenager I worked with was sexually abused. I had a father from the age of 9. She disclosed only 2 years ago. I have been told the criminal case will not come to court until 2028. A friend of mine is currently doing jury service and spent 2 days deciding on a GBH case that will come to court in a few months. There's something very, very wrong with the system. Actually, what I will do is I'll ask Catherine just a comment on that just before the news. How can that be the case?
No idea.
A few months for the GBH. No idea.
And now, why is that so imperative? That poor woman, young woman, who was reported that, and that is going to be hanging over her head. And also, it's going to be hanging over the alleged perpetrator's head as well. For that amount of time. The thing about trauma is you often need an outcome before you can move on and start your recovery. I don't think there was any space anywhere for that young person, that young woman, to start her recovery journey after the trauma. And, lots of victims are so sad about being delivered. So that's the first hurdle that they actually have to disclose. That's a massive hurdle to get over. And then to have to wait that amount of time is completely disproportionate to what has happened, and it is not taking account of the trauma that survivor is going to have with it during that time.
Thank you very much. Especially like that, especially when you're a chair of the Bar Council building in Wales and Catherine Alavali in the storeroom in Centre, Stephen Stafford and John Rich and stuff. Join us, please, and if you serve, then really get in touch. It's just that, just not be specific about that. It's talking general terms that are fascinating. It's just everything.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm sure this happened, I think.
The price of oil has come down after President Trump's assertion that the war with Iran is almost complete. He didn't give a time frame, but said that as yet the United States has not won enough. The price of a barrel of oil dropped to around $90 after hitting almost $120 yesterday. Royal Mail has denied it prioritises deliveries over letters and says it will set out a plan on how to improve the service it offers. The company was responding after hundreds of people told the news that they weren't increasing important correspondence on time. 3,000 lawyers have called for the government to drop plans to restrict the right to jury trials in England and Wales. MPs are debating the proposals to cut court backlogs this afternoon. Ministers say they are working to reduce the backlog in cases. And the first three vocational or E-level subjects have been revealed by the government as education, finance and digital. The qualifications equivalent to one A-level will be offered in England from September of next year. In sport, head coach Eddie Howe has challenged his Newcastle United players to seize the moment and to follow in the footsteps of the side who defeated Barcelona in 1997. Newcastle host in the first leg of their Champions League last 16 tie at St James's Park tonight. Reflecting to Newcastle's 1997 team, I want our players as they talk tonight in the same way in 20, 30 or 40 years. There's commentary of Newcastle versus Barcelona on 5 Live at PM, right after Galatasaray versus Liverpool, which is also at 5 PM. Liverpool keeper Alisson is out injured. And UEFA has expressed serious concerns about the impact that the Premier League's new man rules on the rest of Europe. England and top-flight clubs have voted to move to a system which will allow teams to spend 85% of their income on player costs, although in some cases that could be as high as 115%. Europa's rules is that all clubs in the Champions League, Europa League and Conference League will spend a maximum of 70%. The new rule of England means that Premier League leagues who are not in Europe would have a higher spending power.
On BBC iPlayer.
The question has become more urgent. How do we sort that rejection?
How can you believe what we see? The hit drama Resistance.
That is not the shooter I saw. Why am I the only one who saw this outside?
Do you think this is correct?
Yes, sir. The news footage has been
Interesting. I don't trust her. The new series of the catcher. That is your reliable sentiment.
You can't happen anywhere.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is the voice of the UK.
On
BBC Radio 5 Live.
New podcast that I've heard about working on website, I guess you don't say a word, episode 2 has rock. It's really interesting. You can get it on BBC Sounds, don't say a word. It's all about what was once okay, no longer acceptable, words, breaks, jokes, and people, artists, starting the artists, all that stuff, right or wrong. Who decides? Grey areas are the new high ground. Grey areas, what's his name? It's certainty. An absolute curse of our age. There's some evidence. An episode released into the last night. It really is fantastic. I can't believe that. And got one of DJ Ollie Keys, who playlist. He has a playlist. People specifically do not think about the records and music and functions. Records that they object to. Personal choices of the artist, private lines, politics, lyrics and all that. All that we're discussing egregious crimes and appalling allegations too, maybe of a case of a right time. We're looking for interaction, how long and so, as you know, don't say a word to BBC.uk. I think we don't exist that you can think of. Not just I don't like talking, none of that I do like talking. It's just the particular other reason it takes to live.
not count. So you're going to have to, and it takes it into the mind of Michael, hi, that's the guys, and Raj and London. Raj had head of posted coming up in November in Newcastle. As well, he's got a little jury service from his time. Yeah, Michael's done. There's Michael, because he's going to touch on that.
Compensation between 2019, April 2019, seeing how others have got what we've thought. I actually went not guilty because I didn't believe I was guilty. The judge, I believe the judge led the jury. And he advised the jury that because I'd given a note on interview, only advised by a lawyer, that they could deduce from that I was telling lies. It quickened the amount of alcohol in the system and told the jury that I was lying, that I had more alcohol than I'd said, despite the fact I'd given samples, every sample the police for me to give, I gave, they decided not to send them off. And I was, I ended up in jail during COVID, so the usual jail protocols was not available to me. No prison organization, so I didn't consider an appeal until I got out. By which time I was at the time, so I complained to the communication to the prison, and they said there was no material in me, so they weren't anything for me. So in my case, I would have taken a big red trial all day long. Because the two one of which was fairly unusual, one which we totally contradicted in terms of what he said he saw, and then CCTV that should oversee something events. Despite it being very, very strange to protect the back of the bus, even though the station there, the only CCTV that police have come up with a drain off the back of the bus, which showed that it was an event where
you were told by your solicitor to take no comment, and that was in front of the court. It's right, you say that. But the time that happened, and this is often the court asking you, is being wait. You had to wait 2.5 years to get a through. I'm going to take some comments on what good it is. I think we get take up this one. What was that 2.5 years like? What do you think?
by the police who absolutely contested. I got no issue with the police. If he's gone for you, he's gone for you, and that's my fault, and that's what I believe. So leading up to the trial, and I was released on the investigation for I think about 19 months, and then the rest I was sort of executing for it. I tried to give it, when I'm not doing my way. So I'm very fortunate in a lot of ways. I'm working with the company I work for because they believe in me. It could have been a lot difficult in terms of the young bars, but nonetheless, it's still got the dark place for somebody that I consider an industry. No, I the big three that way, and I believe the world.
Yeah, that was right.
Absolutely awesome. Anybody who thinks that he believes he can, they're absolutely kidding themselves. It was just great. And of course, I wasn't during COVID, so I thought that something about it. If you're in the mood to install brands, two people with person in addition to one of my neighbours who's often support a lot of the brands, and most people seems to me nobody's willing to take judges to account for see I'm honest with them. That's my approach. I don't know how to take a bit of this. I'm sure every judge is just going to be hopefully the radio.
Well, I don't know what that is.
Unfortunately, most of the time, I'm going to be judged to be working well with
Well, what money got on the hands of the man? Where's that be in the country?
Well, this is absolute tip of the world. Unacceptable for trials to be taking 3 years. I have clients who keep straight looking for trials for 3 years, and yet 10% of foreign courts aren't sitting the stairs because there's no funding it. And that's been a historic of 10 years. That's why we've got a backlog. And it's not juries who cause the backlog. The court system has been used for them. The court system also. So I was just going to say also, when I turn up at court, generally, all very nice to get to court. I have a lot of my court will also. If you're on a certain company, and then you suddenly tell us, oh, your trial is a floating trial, we're going to get on today. So you wait around for 3 hours, and then you tell, no, we're not getting on today, come back in about 6 months' time. You just see the whole system is completely broken. I agree with that. The whole system is broken. Sometimes prisoners don't get to court until 11 or 12 o'clock because private contractors don't stop in time to listen, and they don't get to court on time. Sometimes cases don't go to it when what should have been obvious 6 months earlier hasn't been pointed out. But none of that is what it is. And the government are frankly lying to the public, and they're lying to the victims to say that this little war, which is all those issues,
Maybe just be economical to the truth.
So, 3 or 4 years ago, the Blaming said that jury trials are a fundamental part of our democratic settlement. The government needs to prove it with the right to make sure that they happen. What's happened? Why? And this was in the Labour manifesto. This is the whole number of cases that are being denied jury trial. This is a huge number. It's the most important constitutional change for generations into the legal justice system. Not in the Labour Party manifesto, the election. They were telling us how important jury trials were. It's also a question of listen here. What mandate is there for it? What should the public be kept on of the criminal justice system? Now I've got to go on his credit.
No comment. Thank you very much, Dave. Sorry, police officer Michael has gone back to serve this content as well. Raj is with us too. And Tamar in Luton, who recently served as a juror and knows not to be specific about the case, but in general terms, Tamar, what would you like to say this morning?
Good morning, Nicky. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, very recently was on a jury trial, and one thing I really took away from this whole process was the fact that the humanity of what we were going through was kind of lost again. And I'll start by saying that we know that human nature is quite unpredictable, by nature, and I think throughout the entire process that sentiment is often lost. Even in today's discussions, I was listening keenly because we understand that the job in part was driven by the COVID pandemic, right? Where for most of the time people's lives are on pause for maybe 2 years at least. And through the discourse, that's very much long down. We have to acknowledge was here because of what happened to us as humans, as a planet. We're to this point where I'm going to label it as complaining. That's a bit harsh, possibly, but when we're talking about the challenges of today, it has to be understood that we don't have control over human nature. Okay, we do our best to persistence, and okay, we have to reform it and find a way through it, but you can't legislate for human nature in that case. Even though we've come up AI and robotics, I have a master's in AI strategy, by the way, from the University of London, and I know that as you all closer towards robotics and AI automation, we live humanity and people. Also, I can, when I spoke to the producer, that when it comes to justice, we're trying to seek, we're trying to get the best possible outcome. Okay, we cannot get an absolute judgment. We're not God. We don't have that power. It requires us all to pull in the same direction. All I'm hearing from this course is politics and hearing things about maybe one person's child needs to be prioritized over another. It's simply untrue. Once a child begins, things become explained, discover things and it unfolds. It changes quite quickly. So I think that this just needs to remind ourselves where it started. And if we were to change anything from rhetoric in court, this is experience on the jury trial recently. That was not part of this course. Why we're here, what responsibility was. Or if it was mentioned, it was mentioned at the beginning, rarely was it referenced throughout.
It does have some people think that incredibly and others think, oh, wow, yeah. Tamar, thank you. Dr. Kay Crosby, senior lecturer in law at the University of Newcastle. Text earlier on, a friend of mine is currently being jury served since he's 2 days deciding on a GBH case that will come to court in 3 months. Whereas a teenager I work with was just abused and her cases took years to come to. Why is there such inconsistency? Okay. think that that's actually the person who's best to interact with. We work with essentially practical areas. One thing that people working in the criminal justice system have been saying for years now is that the underfunding appears to be the main problem, but it doesn't appear to be the jury as such that's the issue. It appears to be the high justice system, and that it seems to be a little odd based on that. I mean, the other thing that I'd say about the jury system is that there is a question here of the legitimacy of what the state does. To me, that's the most important bit. It's never been the case in this country. We've got people in prison for years and not sort of sign off in the community in some way. Like that's never really happened. I mean, I think other things in terms of that legitimacy point are people who enter the criminal court feeling that they're able to be heard by people who understand. I mean, by training, I'm a legal historian. And one that I've written about quite a lot over the past few years has been women in the controlling system after 1919 and 1920. And one of the really common side that they made around that time was that you need women on the jury. So that when women show up in the courts as victims, as witnesses, as defendants, they can have that confidence that someone is hearing their testimony who really understands where they're coming from. And I think the one problem that's a key word, isn't it? Exactly, it is, yeah. And I think if you do a situation where it's a professional judge setting by him or herself listening, we lose that. And we know that Rami, who set up the Rami in 2017, led a review into the criminal justice system focusing on racially minoritized people, and he found in his own review in 2017 that racially minoritized people would consistently choose the jury trial over being heard by a judge because it's the same issue of not feeling that they're going to be fairly heard by a professional judge in necessarily the same way they'd be fairly heard by every random person. Gosh, hey, Robin Wilmslow. Thanks, Lee, that was excellent. Robin Wilmslow, you got a little thing for us here that you spoke to the barrister 2 years back. What happened?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Their ones was fascinating. He said, I asked whether you prefer to be tried by the judge or jury, and their response was, if I did the crime, I'd want a jury. If I knew I was innocent, I'd want to be tried by a judge. Which I thought was fascinating.
That is fascinating.
It speaks to the decision-making process and some of the flaws in the decision-making in juries, I get that.
More swayed by emotion, a jury.
Potentially. I think it also speaks to the kind of the understanding a judge has of the criminal system, how what it takes to get a case to court, what's understood on police officers and all the other people in them, both with evidence. They see the bits that read between the lines, if you like, and understand them and get back to that. That was what I took from the comment.
They must have been on a jury a couple of times. One, how did you feel when the envelope came to the job? You think, oh, not again. Yeah?
I know. No, thanks for no, what it was, I mean, on the blog, you don't know on the jury, you don't know what the pattern is, you don't know what the work is, you don't know where they come from, and it's 12 people that are trying to listen to this trial, and again, what they've done in. But after a couple of days, you realise that the judge will say to the person, and I said, just a minute, he said, was it really wrong? No, you're not. We made this in at the point, and it's writing all this down. To put it on special, at the end of the hearing, the judge will come in for 2.5 hours, and he'll read everything that he's written down. Well, whether some of the jury takes that in, or some of the jury haven't got it in, I don't know. And that's what it depends on. That's what I thought. It depends on what the actual judge will say at the end. There's summing up of what he's the professional in the top role. He's listening to whoever's on trial, and he's questioning him, well, what he's trying to find out, if he didn't, or she did, or she didn't. And it was fascinating. But when we went into the room, and the judge talked about it, I just said, and I said, oh, yeah. But
where you either you listen to the judge and think he's doing his job, or you listen to the 12 and it could be a little bit different. So the lad who came on, he was so confident, he was all drawn and quartered. You know what I mean? I mean, that's one of the things where is the right decision? And then the last gentleman said, the body said he had to do this and to do that. So, you know, when you go on that, or is it something that you can believe?
Thanks very much, Eve. Have a good day. Do check out the webcast about all the sorts of issues we discuss all the time. Without making any judgments either. That's why BBC Sounds. Have a great day. Tomorrow, Anthony's Halloween. Everything after 10 o'clock. Anyone ask them?
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. BBC News at 11 o'clock. This is Catherine Cracknell. The President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, has warned Russia is the only winner of the war in the Middle East after the conflict sparked volatility on the oil market. The price of a barrel of crude has dropped back after soaring to almost $120 yesterday. But in the past hour, the head of Saudi Arabia's state oil company said there could be catastrophic consequences if this shipping continues. Tom Sharp, who's a former Royal Navy officer, says there are several ways Iran and its proxies can target tankers as container ships.
There's the air threat, which is the missiles, the drones, and the cruise missiles. And we've seen that. We know what that looks like. And so that's threat number one. Threat number two is the surface threats, by which I mean their fast attack craft and their uncrewed drones. And then there's the subsurface threat, which is the mini-submarines and the mines. And the mines, of course, could change this metric on its head almost instantly if they start getting used.
The Ministry of Defence says RFA Line A is being prepared as needed in the Middle East. The Bay-class land is equipped to function as an aviation platform and has medical facilities. Has been charged with murdering the sole child killer Huntley in prison. The 52-year-old died on Saturday after being attacked at HMP Frankland in County Durham last month. Anthony Russell, who's 43, is due to appear before its video later tomorrow. Royal Mail's denied claims it prioritises parcel deliveries over letters after hundreds of people contacted BBC News to say that important correspondence was not being delivered on time. The company says if they publish a plan setting out how it will improve its services. Labour MP Liam Byrne chairs the Commons Business and Trade Council.
The data that we're publishing today shows that the Mail is now on track to miss the timetable for delivering 126 million first-class letters. It looks like they're going to miss their deadlines for delivering 93 million second-class letters. So the investigation has basically helped expose just how bad Royal Mail services now become.
Safety inspections are expected to be carried out at Glasgow Central Station after the devastating fire, which started in a vape shop at a listed building next door. Scotland's busiest station has been closed to all traffic since Sunday afternoon. The leader of Glasgow City Council, Susan Aitken, told BBC there should be a crackdown on the storage of batteries.
I think it's a wider discussion to be shops. I think we need to be able to mind when we're having this conversation. But yes, I do think that we need to have consideration about the storage location of batteries, and we do need some legislation and regulation around that.
The keeper whose cross repeatedly shouted the word potato at her in some strong Irish accents has been awarded more than £23,000 for being racially harassed. Cadet Hayes was targeted by Nick Atkins over a 6-month period while working for the same engineering company, Westmead Civils. That's the BBC News. It's 11:30.
With the 5 Live Sport and Togo soccer, Liverpool manager Arne Slot insists that an injury to his goalkeeper Alisson Becker is not a big thing, and that there is a chance the Brazil international could be back in action for their Premier League match on Sunday. Alisson will, however, miss the first leg of Liverpool's Champions League last 16 tie at Galatasaray tonight. The Tottenham manager Igor Tudor said his priority is Premier League survival ahead of progress in the Champions League. Spurs play Atletico Madrid over 2 legs, starting with the first leg in the Spanish capital this evening. However, Tottenham are just 1 point above the drop zone in the league. And in cricket, the former Australia opener Matthew Hayden has been appointed batting coach at the Gujarat Titans for the upcoming Indian Premier League season.
Missed a massive moment?
Did you hear that last-minute goal again?
If you're listening on most smart speakers, we've got you covered.
Just say, ask BBC Sounds to rewind 5 minutes.
All over it.
Remind us of that magic trailer.
Ask BBC Sounds to rewind 5 minutes.
This is Nadia Manchetti
On BBC Studio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Good morning to you. It's 4 minutes past 11. It's Tuesday, the 10th of March. Welcome to the programme. In a moment, we'll discuss how much we can read into the latest comments from President Trump, seemingly suggesting the war between US and Israel against Iran is over.
We won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
At 12 o'clock, we'll bring you the latest briefing from the Defence Secretary, the US Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Will give us anything more conclusive. We'll bring that to you. We're also going to focus on the bombing of the school in Iran, which killed 175 girls on the first day of the war. And it's what the evidence suggests in terms of who is responsible. And later this evening, now, we've been following this episode of the Iran women's football team, which was in Australia for the Asian Cup on the war. Those were the sounds as protesters tried to block their coach as it left the hotel for the event. 5 members of the team have now been granted humanitarian visas. The rest are due to Sydney shortly before heading back to Iran, where there have been implications of them being wartime traitors. I'm going to catch up with Khalida Pepper, who is the captain of the Afghanistan national women's football team. She was forced into exile in 2011. Since then, she's been helping more than 500 players in the family escape to the Taliban and find refuge in different countries. So, the next half hour, we will be focused on Iran. At 1 o'clock, it's worth pointing out, slightly different time than usual. 1 o'clock this Tuesday. It's that time of the month. Today, we're talking about urinary incontinence. The NHS estimates that it impacts the lives of around 14 million people in the UK. It's around 1 in 5 people. It's more common in women, affecting urinary, but it can affect anyone, except the age. Despite that, many suffer in silence as we tend not to talk about the impact it can have on every aspect of your life. Today is about breaking down the taboos. I'd really like to hear from you. Perhaps it impacts your life or the life of someone you care about. Perhaps it's difficult to talk about, difficult to admit, difficult to ask for help. So, how do we break down taboos? We can be complicated. So, let's talk about it. This was 1 o'clock. You can text me 85058. You can call or WhatsApp 0385 999 693. 7 minutes past 11. The US Israeli war continues to dominate the direction it will take to how long it will last, and of course the cost of oil, energy. The US President Donald Trump has threatened to bring death, fire and fury to Iran if it continues to interfere with oil exports, and has expressed confidence in his plan. He was talking to reporters last night. He said the war with Iran is, and I quote, very far ahead of schedule, and, quote again, will end very soon.
We won in many ways. We haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all. 47 years, it should have been done a long time ago.
His comments to a fall in the oil price, which is now closer to $90 a barrel, still though well above pre-war levels. The president didn't make any promises on when the war will end or what will happen next.
Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do. They were going to take over the middle. They were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with the timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder.
Now, to Virgil Oschelik is a senior research fellow in Middle East security at the Royal United Services Institute, UC. Dr. Oschelik, Virgil, welcome to the program. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to speak with you.
In your opinion, because I have no clue, what are Donald Trump's objectives?
like to question you that stems from the fact that President Trump seems to go for both several times, looking up to the operation and subsequently as well. I think some clarity emerged yesterday when Marco Rubio made a statement, and what's essential here, or maybe helpful rather, is to differentiate between military objectives and political ones. And there is a risk of when we conflate these two types of objectives, from a time point of view, what emerges is a much messier, less predictable assessments. But from a military point of view, I would say the United States has been assessing Iran as a war-fighting arm for many years, and this certainly predates last June's Operation Living Hammer and the 12-day war. So there has been operational military planning going into what would look like what's Iran confrontation to look like for 20 years. Marco Rubio yesterday laid out its 3 points. He said that the objective is to upgrade Iran's Navy in subsurface vessels, degrade Iran's ability to manufacture and deploy missiles, so they can boost missiles, and as well as, of course, the bigger picture issue, which is degrading Iran's ability to enrich uranium to military levels into obtaining a nuclear bomb. So from a military point of view, the objectives are clearer. What's less clear is what these military operational achievements ground, what could lead to in political terms, what that could translate into political terms for the future of Iran. And there it gets in the way of how we're assessing the problem currently, I think, is the language that we use, and it's the content change, which is terminology that's very much borrowed from echoes of history of 2003 invasion of Iraq and what came next, and the overthrow of Saddam Hussein there. The regime change in Iran, I suspect, will be very different, and we don't know exactly how different it will be, but to expect the overthrow regime in more of time that has passed since the onset of liberation, I think it was premature. What likely lies ahead is a far more protracted and messier process, unfortunately for the foremost for the people of Iran itself. From the word messier process. We've seen periods in history where regime change has ensued. And in some ways, when regimes have been destroyed, it's the aftermath, and the criticism often comes when there's a criticism around this military operation, around this war. The criticism comes as to those who are in cases of regime change and how much commitment they show after to support it. Is there an appetite from Donald Trump or from his supporters for the United States to be involved in such process? I don't think there is. This is obviously an excellent question. The risk of the President Trump will lose patience. We do not know when that might happen, but it is always a risk, I think, given his pattern of behavior in the past. There's also the considerations of U.S. domestic politics. The U.S. will make it clear that great again MAGA wants, and the rest of the GOP, as led by matters, President Trump, in my view, is trying to reshape MAGA and GOP more broadly. In his first term, he said he wasn't going to get involved. He did, and he's been trying to entertain that message, but that is clearly not materialized. We're seeing very much the opposite of that in quite harsh terms in real time. And so there is this contradiction there, a contradiction that was sticking to his legacy in the longer term, which could be what there's an attempt now by the likes of Marco Rubio to narrow the objectives from the military point of view. This could signal the desire from the U.S. side for an off-ramp. It could be a nation that the Americans are trying to measure success in more viable military operational terms rather than having to deal with the political aftermath. But to me, that seems inevitable.
since responses to it as well.
But this is a joint war. So Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu has different objectives in the sense he wants complete annihilation of this regime, and his pitch to Israeli citizens is protecting Israel, and not annihilation will be acceptable because that's what Iran wants, deemed it wanted for Israel. And Benjamin Netanyahu, there are elections soon. He has the support of this protection. So I don't know how that happens with what Donald Trump and the US administration is going to push to MAGA, for example.
The US-Israeli link is absolutely essential. The question is, for example, at the point where Trump decides that a sufficient level of success has been achieved from his point of view, or he wants an out, or he's looking at it as a strategy. At that point, Prime Minister Netanyahu aligned himself with that position because he also called the Israeli Defense Forces to settle down and halt violence. We don't know that yet if that undoing of America will happen. Given that the U.S. Seems to have very much supported Israeli war objectives against Iran, there is a view, and I've spoken to somebody inside Israel, there is a view that initially when this was targeting U.S. bases and sailors across the Gulf. We have a wide ecosystem for the military outposts across the Gulf and the Iranian regime indicated early on before it mounted the war. These were legitimate targets from Tehran's point of view. I think it's important to recognize the deep levels of resentment, anger, and sense of betrayal across the Gulf are being targeted now. And even though Iranian officials are trying to de-escalate the rhetoric by saying, no, the targets are U.S. bases, the evidence is very much there, but we've seen images about hotels, really disruptive neighborhoods, desalination sites in Bahrain. This is essential because it affects the heart and the core security in the region. So those infrastructure as well in targeted. So there is a real history that Iran was struggling deeply for the foreseeable future to restore its ties with the Gulf monarchies that have been hit very hard. And it did come as a surprise to many on the news as to why Iran pursued this strategy, why it attacked its allies. And I think the explanation is very simple. Not itself in the midst of existential crisis. And it makes sense. It's not mistaken. This would be years. Husband was assassinated in the opening of the attack along with key figures and top figures in the regime. And so for the time being, Iran sees this as having to do what it must to survive the Iraqi attacks. And
you say what you will, operation in what the US is for us to have achieved a high level of success estimates. It's a discovery of Iran's retaliation in terms of drone strikes and ballistic missiles across the South as less. And there are different reasons for why that might be. But at the same time, Iran has been fighting back, and it has been putting hard. It's taken out a few key U.S. radar and satellite installations in the Middle East, specifically in Egypt. And it's claiming that blinding effectively the U.S. ability to see and to react to incoming missiles or drones. So that's significant. We don't know how far Iran is willing to go to survive. It's Iran's reckoning. And that is quite worrying, particularly for the wider region, because we've seen Iran attack its Gulf allies. So what will it do next, I suppose, from the point of view of spaces with dynamic and capability? This is a great concern.
So just in terms of how far and how long each country is willing to be involved in this. The intensity of the missile fire, obviously, is at its peak at the start of the war. There are estimates that it's costing $1 billion a day for the United States, not confirmed. We're not committed at all. Missiles don't in a day. They can limited supply at the moment. Do you have any idea of how much more these three countries have in the tank?
The U.S. and Israeli strategy thus far appears to point to taking out the long threshold. So the thinking there is that even though Israel is succeeds with Iran has the largest arsenal of ships along range ballistic missiles in the Middle East, that arsenal is will not pose immediate threats to its neighbors if they can use them, if they can deploy them. So the target that the U.S. and Israel has been really launchers is significant alongside missile production sites in Iran. These are difficult targets. Because they're described as a rich environment, meaning there is enough intelligence and information as to the locations of these offensive. But in terms of how much longer this will go, we're seeing some estimates. The U.S. and Israel are indicating that they are capable of within this phase of the conflict in the many weeks, if not months. Iran, too, is making very similar claims. But from a material point of view, truth on the ground would be very different from Iran, for Iran when we emerge from this. Another point, I think, is that in these types of very opaque information filings within the probably right now, the assessment of the extent of the damage on the ground, we just don't have that yet inside Iran. This is working on a window that is about 36 to 48 hours behind the realities on the ground. The satellite imagery is very helpful, yes, substantial. It provides only a partial picture. And so the extent of Iran's remaining offensive military capabilities at the end of this, I think, will also determine your original question, which was whether the political endgame. Because military operational success on the ground could determine the conditions by which success had political change eventually emerges later on. And we have to be careful about timelines. We're still very early on in this change, and the change that Iran is undergoing at this moment, I think that have profound implications internally, domestically in Iran, and across the region. But for many, many years to come, we are working on shortening the attention span and communications. I want to see results. But this is very much going to be front and center in the Middle East for a while yet.
Dr. Berger, Ostrak, it's been so interesting. Thank you so much for your analysis. Really clear, kind of giving us a really good idea of what we know and what we don't know of this issue. And our senior researcher in Middle East Cooking at the Royal United Services Institute, Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
It was really interesting then that Berger was talking about us being 36 to 24 visits this year out behind what's going on. With me in the studio is our correspondent from BBC Verify, Thomas Simon. And I heard you nodding there. I'll give you a big introduction, but I think it's a really good kind of premise for what we're about to talk about and the work we do. The BBC is a hard video showing it's Tomahawk himself, the greatest time striking an Islamic Revolutionary Guard for in Minna, in southern England, the first day of the war. This is the sound of that video. So it's from a single official Iranian news agency called Minna. On the video, you can see as the camera pulls out, there's smoke seen rising from what's been identified as a gas switch, where Iran claims more than 168 people, mainly young children, returned. Now, neither Iran nor Israel used Tomahawk missiles. The US released a video of Tomahawks being fired at another through naval ships in the region. Last Wednesday, the BBC State Department correspondent Tom Bateman put this question to Defence Secretary Pete Higson.
Can you give us what the administration you know now about the forceful strike on the coast in southern Iran and South Africa? All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never forget hitting targets, but we're looking at investigating that. That time, with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, and it is several days on now. So, is there any kind of reason to issue this clause? We're investigating.
This weekend, President Trump and Nate Exit asked, what did they know?
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran in the first day of the war until some of those people? Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. But the other side, the targets,
Last night, says it asked again about reports from various news outlets and investigators that a US Tomahawk missile was likely to have struck possible southern Iran.
Tomahawk missile likely destroyed the Iranian girls' school. So for the Americans, the U.S. accepts any responsibility. Well, I understand, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, sold and used by other countries, And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or the U.S., the fact that the Tomahawk is very, very narrow, it's sold by other countries. But that's being investigated right now.
Later, the New York Times correspondent in the country that another country may have access to a Tomahawk.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in the government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over his shoulder or playing on Saturday. Why are you the only people saying this? Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks they buy them from us. But I will certainly deliver the shows. I'm going to deliver the report.
And as I said, Madeline, this is your job. So take a look at forensic look at who has what, what do pictures show, what do satellite images show, times, dates, places, heat recognition apparatus, all of that. What have you been speaking to experts? What have they been telling you?
As you said, it is a jigsaw puzzle that we are trying to piece together, and we've been doing that ever since the first day of the war. And this was one of the deadliest incidents so far. As you said, the Iranian authorities said 168 people were killed, and they said 110 of them were children. So it has caused outrage around the world, and people have been asking a key question: who did this? And that has been a question kind of graduating, as you heard in the tips. Now, we've looked at video footage, satellite images, all of these kinds of things. And one of the key pieces of evidence has been this new video. As you heard, you hear that missile flying through the air, the whistle of the sound, and then the detonation and impact. Key thing in that, just before you see the Tomahawk missile itself, which munitions experts have confirmed is a US Tomahawk. You can see these huge smoke plumes as the truck pans to the right. Now that's really, because those smoke plumes are right next to school building, the private hospital we're talking about, indicates that the private hospital was likely hit before this missile came. And it's because of that we look at satellite imagery, which shows that the area was hit at least 5 times. And looking at verified evidence showing that the school building was already hit when other areas of the base were already on fire. When you're looking at all these pieces of evidence together, experts have said that that points to evidence that this area came under a wave of US strikes. With atomic hits. So there's a video that we saw and we verified and authenticated, and it shows a tomahawk missile. And that's what we've seen. We've also seen it's new evidence that has emerged, but we've also been looking into, and it shows remnants of munitions. Now this has been posted by Iranian state media. It was just also and we've been looking into this, and we've presented this to munitions experts again. Now, this is a bit trickier because we've been kind of seeing the warped pieces of metal of ammunition. When you see a missile or a weapon kind of flying through the air, you're seeing it really distinguishably. So you can see some kind of wings, the shape of the missile, and that's quite easy, relatively speaking, to identify. But once it's detonated, it's much more tricky. But what you can see is labels. It's kind of... Well, I was just going to say, it is a stupid question. I'm not sure. Are they kind of markings like US flags or, markings that say this is a country's missile? Well, there are kind of markings. So there are things like labels that, for example, there's pieces of the machinery that have names on. So, for example, there's one piece that said has the label Globe Motors branding. Now, this is a US firm, has a contract with the US Department of Defense. This is what one expert from the McKinsey Intelligence Services told me. And another expert also looked at the gunman, so looked at these photos, and then said that this confirms it is a tomahawk. And it's like the electrical components, the motor, are consistent with previous kind of photos and images that we have of tomahawk missiles after they've detonated. Donald Trump said the US is not the only country that has access to tomahawk missiles. I said, as did that Israel and Iran don't use tomahawks. Who else has access to tomahawks? Who else uses it? There are a number of other countries, but they're not involved directly in this war. So there's the US, there's Australia, the Dutch, and then there's the Royal Navy. So there are a number of countries that possess them, but are known to have them. But Israel and Iran are not one of them. As you said, tomahawk missiles were a big issue that were talked about even with Ukraine. There were questions whether or not they should ship them. So this is not a missile that is talked about lightly. It's not something given up in the EU. It's obviously the US has helped the UK, sorry. And so the Royal Navy, it has helped in terms of defence against threatening missiles. You wouldn't use a tomahawk. Okay, which we're all learning. I think I know the answer. Because you wouldn't use a tomahawk missile for that. Not in this offensive. Not in this. It's not in the offensive way. It's for a offensive way. Is what, for example, and there's another interesting thing about it is, the US has been conducting all these news press conferences, and so they've been standing up quite regularly talking about the strikes that they're carrying out throughout the country. And last week there was a press conference that was done with one of the most senior military officers in the US, Dan Kane, and they presented a map of Iran, and they showed it. It's an illustrative map, but it has got showing where they have struck in Iran. It also shows the Iranian air agency as well. Now, on the map, you can see clearly that there are lots and lots of red dots all along the southern border of Iran, as well as some areas in Tehran. Now, this city that we're talking about specifically, where this school is located, is on the southern border of Iran. The area that is highlighted on this map includes the area of Yemen. Now, we have put all our evidence to the US, and they have said it's inappropriate to comment while there is an ongoing investigation. But as we know, the heads of Defence Secretary is going to speak at 12, so we will find out more and we'll see what he has to say. We absolutely will. Can I ask a very quick question? You guys in Dempsey verifies all of our journalists. Do you get to step home when you see these awful pictures?
We try to do. It's hard when there's a breaking news story and it's kind of flooding your feed as well as your literal workday. It's hard, but it's these kind of questions that kind of really have me. I'm thinking of these back and thinking of these videos, this report, trying to piece together the evidence, and that's kind of what it means. It's the kind of thing that forces you to get to the bottom of the story. It's a good thing that it means that it has to, but it's hard. It's hard for all of us, and most importantly, it's hardest for the people on the ground who have to suffer the daily of war.
110 every day. Random, thank you. Random Thompson on our BBC team. Keep an eye on what Merlin and the rest of the BBC do online as well, because this is all really clearly laid out. I think Merlin did a great job of just taking us all through it. But it's all laid out on timelines, pictures and evidence, so if you're interested, please do look. The time now is 11:34 with the sport and the news, and so Cyprus going to bring us up today. Jojo, what's happening there?
Yeah, good morning, Leila. The president of the European Council, Antonio Costa, has warned that Russia is the only winner of the war in the Middle East. After the conflict sparked volatility on the oil markets, the head of Saudi Arabia's state oil company has said there could be catastrophic consequences if disruption to shipping continues. An inmate has been charged with murdering the Soho killer Ian Humphrey in prison. The 52-year-old died on Saturday after being attacked at HMP County Durham last month. Anthony Russell, who's 43, is due to appear before magistrates via video link tomorrow. Hotmail has denied claims that priorities parcel deliveries over letters. It's after hundreds of people contacted BBC News to say some important correspondence was not being delivered on time. The company says it will publish a plan setting out how it will improve its services. And safety inspections are expected to be carried out at Glasgow Central Station after the devastating fire, which started in a vape shop at a listed building next door. Scotland's busiest station has been closed to all trains since Sunday afternoon. In sport, the Newcastle manager, Ed Howe, has told his players to have no regrets as they head into tonight's Champions League last 16 first leg against Barcelona. Newcastle could break new ground in the tournament by reaching the quarter-finals, but will likely need an impressive showing in Villages Park to set up the return leg at Camp Nou next week. Former Newcastle striker Alan Shearer reckons Barcelona are in for a tough night.
If Newcastle get system right tonight, and I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of criticism because of that reason, then I think they will force us to influence. But it's at the other end which they'll try and keep them out as well, because with the attack from Compass that Austria have, then that's easier said than done.
Well, we'll bring you commentary from Rangers Park and 5 Live Sports tonight. Kick-off for Newcastle is a taste. Before that, you can hear Liverpool away at Galatasaray in the Champions League. That's at 45. Tottenham away at Atletico Madrid will be a sports extra from 8 o'clock. In the Women's Super League, Aston Villa have announced the appointment of the Everton manager Brian Sossenson as their technical advisor. He'll join Natalie Royo's backroom staff, having left Everton last month. Now, to the Winter Olympics, it's day Britain are all but out of the mixed team of wheelchair curling. Our reporter Ed Harry's been watching.
This morning's 8-6 loss to Italy, record in the round robin stage, now stands 5 defeats and just the 1 win. It really did take an extraordinary from this point the key thing to secure a semi-final spot, but history, as you say, very much. It is the Alpine combined today. That is a Super G followed by a Strike run. In Beijing 4 years ago, this was double bronze for Britain in the visual impairment races for Neil Nielsen and for Mena Fitzpatrick. 6 finished 4th in the men's standings after the Super G run. His teammate Fred Robertson-Fagin didn't finish. In the women's standings, Mena Fitzpatrick is 9th. Those slalom runs follow after midday.
Ed, thank you. In tennis, number 1, Jack Draper says he's relishing the opportunity to test himself against Novak Djokovic. Set up a last 16 meeting with the 24-time Grand Slam champion, thanks to his straight sets third-round win over below Indian Wells Open.
Anyone who features in the game knows what he's done in the sport and what he's still doing for one guy. Truly is, an incredible champion, someone I've massive respect for, watched him Andy in many times when I was younger, and just to play him in minutes and to get that chance to still go there, that's something I don't take lightly and very grateful for.
Great for us to talk about it tomorrow, so Wednesday evening in our time in California. Cameron Norrie and Sonic Cartel, two other Brits who had brilliant results yesterday. They're both through the team as well at Indian Wells. And in racing, it is their day of the Cheltenham Festival. Today, for the Champion Hurdle at 4 o'clock on Radio 5 Live. Our coverage starts on Sports Extra of the racing all afternoon from 1 p.m.
Good morning, welcome along to 5 Live Breakfast.
Today, we spoke to the operations manager of one of the biggest hauliers in the UK, the impact of rising petrol prices on his business.
Which represents about 25% of our operating costs. And it's an inflationary measure, which is what the UK economy needs at this moment in time. This is 5 Live Breakfast. Tomorrow, we talk about a major redesign for all banknotes.
Wake up with 5 Live Breakfast. Listen on BBC Sound.
This is the new setting on digital radio on BBC Sounds.
And ask your smart speaker, play BBC Radio 5 Live. Welcome back. It's 20 minutes to 12. At 12 o'clock, we are expecting the latest briefing, press briefing, on the US-Israeli war with Iran from the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. We will bring it to you as it happens. After 1 o'clock, it's a little later than usual. Now, than usual this month, for obvious reasons. The doctors and I are talking about urinary incontinence, so any thoughts you have on that, it's not just a female postpartum thing. It can happen at any age, anyone. 1 in 5 people are affected, and 3 women. So, look, let's talk about this. 85888 is the number to call, or WhatsApp 0885 991 693 is the number to call. Or listen. I'm going to pick up on the subject of Iran. Protesters in Australia have been standing in front of a bus which was carrying Iran's women's football team and intended to try to take them away from their host hotel. So, after that, 5 members of the Iranian women's football team were granted humanitarian visas in Australia. The rest of the players are now at another hotel and completely heading back to Iran. The women had been due to fly home, but supporters had raised fears for their safety after the team declined to sing the national anthem ahead of a match against South Korea last week. Now, yesterday, if you were listening, we had to speak to Nassim Kadim, who's a journalist for ABC News in London, who explained some of the restrictions around sport in Iran.
There's a lot of restrictions on female athletes in Iran and what sports they can participate in. For example, there's some sports they can't participate in internationally because of the strict dress code. It requires, women to cover themselves from age 9. So swimming, water polo, gymnastics, Iranians just can't participate in. This is one sport they have been able to participate in, but of course, as we're discussing, it doesn't come without its controversy.
Khalida Papal was co-founder and captain of the Afghanistan national women's football team, and the author of My Beautiful Sisters, the story of courage and the Afghan women's football team. And Khalida joins me now. Hello. Hi. You're seeing this play out. I don't know how anxiety-inducing is this for you, and kind of what you're thinking with this for these women and your hopes in them. Tell me, please.
Being honest is worrying. It's kind of reflection of what we have as a national team of Afghanistan, our players being different. It is like we are talking about our government, which are murderers. They have killed their own people. They have no mercy, especially for those who speak up and stand against the government. And the team not singing the national anthem, it is a very strong message to the government. And already the people who support the government already said they are betraying the government. They should be punished. So these players are worried for their families, for themselves, for their well-being, right? Because their families is under the oppressive government in Iran that can be killed and be tortured the way that we know about them. The other thing is that it's government team is under control of the management of the team. We don't know
you like how much pressure these players are going through, and I'm worried for their well-being and safety that it's controlled by the movement of the team. And this is the time for AFC and FIFA and even the Federation of Australia to interfere and have the players' voices where they can actually feel safe and secure and share their concerns. For them going back to Iran is a great danger. Because of themselves and also their families. And that's what happened to Afghanistan women's national team when we stood up against the culture of the abuse culture against the president of Afghanistan football federation who had the power. They went after the families of these players. They were frightening us and even have been living in exile. They send people outside my door in Denmark where I'm living, threatening my life. And even the Taliban, when they took over the Afghanistan women's national team, were evacuated to Australia to right now the national team of arms. And so, because their lives were in danger, because these players were stuck against the oppressive regime, who were voicing their opinions and they were standing for to be the voice for voiceless women of Afghanistan. And this is what we are seeing with the women with the national team of Iran. They have been always under pressure. We have been traveling training camps with them in the past, and we know how much the federation and the government have pressured they were worried. Most of the time, they were worried that if their skirt or their hijabs go down, what will happen? They will face serious punishment from the government. And now when things that happen, it is worrying.
When do you decide as an Afghani athlete, as an athlete, that becoming political is a risk lifetime? Because, the immigration ministry of Australia, one bank says that women want to be cleared and not with activists, so athletes who want to be safe, but they made, and you've said they've made a political stand.
It's very difficult to not say that football and sport is not connected with the politics. These governments and the oppression always been women. The human rights that was taken away from the Iran women and also the Afghan women. And for us, when I found the Afghanistan women's national team, it was very clear that we want to use our platform to be the voice for our voiceless system, to talk about the serious issues that women of Afghanistan were facing. And it's about basic human rights, the right to play football, right to play, right to take decisions, right to stand for our rights. It's, of course, like they may say it's political, but it's a human right. And this is what the national team called it. It's their human right to support the government or not support the government. And that would happen. And the consequences that they are going to face, which already we have seen videos of how the players were dragged and pulled to the bus at concerning, and that's worrying.
When you've moved to another country, what's everybody's now facing as well? These who, have given some safety, the granted these humanitarian visas, but and the rest we're not quite sure about. What life do they face now?
I mean, living in Iran for several years, the experience I had myself, yes, I was protected and supported in a Western country. And then I had my family back home. Every decision I took was impacting my family and the time that even my family members were killed in Afghanistan. So this is what I am most worried, and I hope it will not happen to these players that are so asylum. But they are going to face the challenges. They are going to face a lot of consequences and health issues that will come afterwards. So they are safe, but they will be really concerned about their relatives, their families, that they are back in Iran. And the government of Iran is no joke. They are murderers, and they have hunted them people. And that's what is happening to them. So I'm really hopeful that these players receive the support and continue to support even when the families will find a way to limit the received force from the government of China, because what the government of Australia had greatly referred to the Afghanistan situation. They supported the athletes, the cricket players, the national team players of football, and many other athletes and their families. So I'm sure that Australia will show support, but this is also time for the government in order for football to step up. We want to see what support they have been providing to the team, the players that are sought asylum, the team that are going back to Iran. What is the demand to the Federation of Football? How they are going to have some sort of influence on the Federation of Iran? And this is something that we are hoping that they speak up and say, we haven't seen anything from these government bodies.
Thank you so much for talking to me again. I lead a podcast. We was possibly impacting the Afghanistan national women's football team. The author of My Beautiful Sisters Feel Courage and the Afghan women's team. Just to remind you, Ed said the US Defence Secretary was speaking at Jakarta. I would bring that's when it happens. Before that, more volunteers urgently needed to help rescue a growing number of whale dolphins and porpoises washing up on UK beaches. Charity British Divers Museum of Rescue says it's been called to more animals in the mainly common dolphins and harbour porpoises. Currently has 6,000 volunteers in many countries. Says it's willing to meet demand once a week. So let's talk to Dan Jarvis, who's the director of wildlife conservation at the charity. Who's begun the process of becoming a volunteer. Hello, Dan, I got something to say. How many kinds of marine animals have we seen? And why? Why are we seeing them? It's so complex. It's a jigsaw puzzle of reasons. It's just simple public interest. Allowing some more people in the coast using it in different ways, and so it's not nice swimming. And then other encounters with wildlife, unfortunately not all of them positively, and in some cases it's people that are not still here, it's results in disturbance, so there's dropped into the sea, like I say, and then it looks a bit of a box, also the seas and the predatory mounds, and so on us, and predators, so that's some of the issues that we're discussing. How does the whole and so on, it's a completely related with the okay, in terms of volunteers, what do you need to be able to do to get volunteers? And so it's not an increase in backgrounds, but the knowledge of marine biology and technology about all these sort of things. So it was everyone's students are implemented and the idea about how many courses we need to study that over the first semester as well. And hopefully that was one of the things that we can see more in the process. Let's talk to you. What did you do before? How did you get involved? Let's start there.
really nice and the consultation with other nations to take action on around commitment in the senior level. So that would be a couple of things I look for. And then if you take the rate, the construction unit sort of thing in the region and do it for about you know, if there's 75% to 80% self-registered sold in data, you know, the next 25% of I can imagine. But nevertheless, intelligence is a very disorder with the amount of disorders. I think we don't know about that concept to be able to take another days.
This morning, we today in my room, I had a conversation with our reporter about Reverend who did see that something about the school that has been hit, 110 schoolgirls, school children killed, of course, for the house, it's not closed. The incident of the complete mix-up is now saying that Iran is firing more against schools and hospitals. Now, Iran to put to make any impact on what it's considering as an intense pressure on him and Donald Trump, the president, to get out whether the war is to hit missiles or hit that school. Yeah, and I think that's what Iran said it is. Even though he said the Iranian Tuesday, the heaviest strikes into Washington in the last 10 days ago. So today will be the most intense strikes inside Iran. Now, obviously, thinking back to what US President Trump said yesterday evening that this is near an end, this ties in with that narrative, isn't it? I think they kind of more keen to say, look, this is exactly what they stand listen to our military and we almost support and support. There's a bit of a pushback against it as well in theatre to dictate for this. And I think it also reflects the way we got this in the first phase where they basically suppressing and taking their radar as command and control, as you said. You get dominance of the air, which they had in the local they're not they've taken the decision to do it. So American soldiers coming home and often, it's become confident, so you may as well just keep going for the moment. That's my I would say as soon as we get to confessions, we'll take the guys in and that's not kind of zero.
more resources and more people in for some candidates. Today, that's the way the world is not today. In fact, the American people voted for a different approach. But the president also stated clearly, so I'm talking about. And it's one thing to say, it's easy to say, and say it. I mean, I'm honest. It's easy to get that balance for us. But in that context, in that you can also be very spoken in the context of sure that that is what Americans, American treasure, American values, all those things it's something who they are. Independent party. Clearly that. I can't say that anticipated necessarily that exactly how they would react, but we really think it's good. And I think it was a demonstration of that. That was your then and that was your now. That they still think that they're out to try to alienate their partners even more. But instead decided to come to us. And they're being on the offense. They've given us access based on mobile. In a new partnership anticipating with the region the way that people can deliver. So you're pushing those countries in our direction to support this effort, to further eliminate I think it's worth underscoring and seeing more spending, more scope. It's actually good for it's actually contained and more of those countries are taking onside, recognizing that you can't live under a conventional umbrella for nuclear conditions for the last year. Again, think that we have on the potential to export, we're looking for a range of options to set military conditions capacity. Like we always do with potential mission under the central president approach, what are the resources required, what is the technology and so required, and what is the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks. And we're looking at options there figure out how to solve problems as they come to us. I would reiterate also to what you said that this is last night at the background, and LeBron has done it himself very well with the Hormuz. They will be hit by the United States again 20 times harder than they have been thus far. When it comes to that fire and the period of grand economy, we've seen it through the red record. It takes very seriously the condition of that straits. We have capabilities that no other nation on earth has, and we're certainly work energy partners across the administration control to that. That's part of that scoping of this. The world needs to understand this isn't intended to be, nor is it something that will expand. We know exactly what we're attempting to achieve, to scope properly, and the American people can count on it, for sure.
President Trump has long said that he wants to minimize the loss of life in war, which wherever there is in whatever country, which is something we appreciate. Can you detail the specific measures depending on when we take to minimize civilian casualties and strikes inside Iran? And secondarily, is the Pentagon prioritizing or prioritizing precision-guided munitions, long-range strike weapons, or air defense interceptors? And can you share any details
on which systems are being prioritized?
Yeah, seeing it from the inside every single day, including this, no nation takes more precautions to ensure there's never targeting of civilians than the United States of America. From the boat strikes in the Caribbean, where every single strike is assessed to this campaign here, no nation in the history of warfare has ever attempted in every way possible to avoid civilian casualties. And frankly, that's a point that just isn't appreciated enough. Where things happen that will be investigated, we will investigate to the question shouted in the back. That it's not, Open Source is not the place to determine what did or did not happen. We take things very, very seriously and investigate them thoroughly, which takes time, and which is why it does take time. But ultimately, unlike Iran, who targets civilians indiscriminately, who we've seen in the intel, moving rocket launchers into civilian neighborhoods, near schools, near hospitals, to prevent our ability to strike, how they operate. And then they set the targeting of drones on missiles toward civilian targets, hospitals, hotels, airports. Sometimes we're very good about putting that information out. That's how terrorist regimes fight. They target civilians. We do not, and I can tell you this administration, this Pentagon, focuses on that very, very closely. Go ahead.
This morning, the Iranian government is saying a lot. They continue to say they're prepared for a long war. If that's the case, this would deter the American people as far as the steps that the Department of War is taking to make sure our troops have the protection and the resources they need as the mission concludes.
There's one thing I can sleep quietly at night knowing is that we're giving every resource humanly possible to our troops on the front lines to ensure they're protected. In fact, as I said in that first press briefing, even before we set the offense, we set the defense. We made sure we had the ability to defend, and then we moved as many Americans off the bases and into other places as possible. So as this progresses, the chairman, or the question was asked, the chairman about the adapts. Of course, we adapt too in real time, and to watch our warriors iterate on air defense and interdiction on drones and missiles while we get after it. It's incredible how they refine the tactics, bring in new assets to find different ways of getting at emerging technology. So that is one of the things we're laser focused on every day. Yes, we're going on offense more effectively than every country in human history. We're also ensuring that in every way possible we're defending the best Americans we have and wear our uniform, no doubt.
Shortwave, that was the US Defense Secretary. It's giving a press conference alongside General Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Still with me for just a few minutes is Dr. Patrick Bury, former NATO analyst and former infantry provide some analysis and more information. Patrick, can I throw something? Thanks for saying this. We just understand that the General Chancellor figure collapse. There is concern over Iran. What we're hearing to that press conference, also what we're hearing is Iran's security chief, Rouhani, a greater form will either be a strait of peace and prosperity for them, or it would be a strait of defeat and suffering for warmongers. And it heads, as we have said, if Iran does anything to stop the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit harder than ever. What have you been kind of garnering from what you've heard from this press conference, which has just finished?
Well, I mean, there's two different things there. Those recent comments and press comments. On the press conference, my main takeaway is General Kane saying that they're operating with impunity in there. So essentially, they've got ignorant places, almost total air superiority and dominance. And that, in terms of the end of the war, is probably, as I mentioned earlier, probably indicates that they will be able to target the better intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance on mechanism going on the ground level as well. And so we can expect that to continue. You're actually getting more targets coming up you find fix, exploit, analyze cycle, and I mean, most of this kind of really reflecting the lack of, I think the kind of off-the-cuff nature of intelligence-led to the Israelis and the Americans to strike the leadership group at the start of the war, and that there isn't any plan. But it's very clear regime change is now dropped. Yeah, focus more on the nuclear element, the ballistic element, and the naval element, and therefore the need for a wider plan is less. Is less. I think the idea is just to leave a very heavily degraded Iranian machine in place, which may have the intent to get them would have been set back. Clearly, it was interesting that the Israelis targeting oil depots, that indicates a different interest and different strategy. The Iranians take a longer-term view, would regime change stronger than the US, and by targeting oil depots, leave the Iranian regime in a more difficult economic situation too, so the ability to sustain its military program, be it conventional or nuclear. And as for the tit-for-tat between the comments of the Iranians, the interesting thing is it doesn't take that much who closes the Strait of Hormuz. It's really the insurance companies and one in particular, and they assess this. And it doesn't take much to turn it into in terms of, as we've seen, for example, the Houthis. A few launches. You need to have quite a lot of persistent ISR there, and the ability to respond in quick order to truly negate the threat. But my sense is maybe this, we'll see what happens. Maybe there's a deal struck there when they get to it. In terms of just, we will stop us by stay back from this just.
Patrick, it's always good to talk to you. Just staying with me for that half hour. I think it was worth it to analyse what's being said. Patrick, Dr. Patrick,
thanks very much.
He's defence expert at the University of Bath and formerly. Thanks, Patrick.
Hey.
It is 24 minutes to 1. So Sharon Shortwave is going to go to sport. But first of all, Sharon, bring us up to date. You've been watching the press conference too.
Yeah, thanks, Naga. Good afternoon. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has said the U.S. is winning decisively in their conflict with Iran. Speaking at the news conference in the past few minutes, he said today would be the most intense day of strikes inside Iran, adding that Tehran fired the lowest number of missiles over the past 24 hours since the start of the war. The Ministry of Defence says their support ship Lime Bay is being prepared for possible deployments to the Eastern Mediterranean. The class vessel can operate as an aviation platform and provide medical support. An inmate has been charged in prison. The 52-year-old died on Saturday after being attacked at HMP Franklin last week. Anthony Russell, who's 43, is due to appear before magistrates via video link tomorrow. And the former Premier League footballer Joey Barton has been charged with wounding with intent after a man was assaulted near a golf club in Highton in Merseyside on Sunday. The 43-year-old is due to appear before magistrates this afternoon alongside a 50-year-old man, Gary O'Grady, who's accused of the same offence. In sports, we'll start where we're building up the action on day one of the Cheltenham Festival. Our racing commentator John Hunt will be following us all.
Sharon, good afternoon to you. Yes, the crowd's building up nicely here. Day one of 4 great days of jumping here at Cheltenham. It's quite an overcast afternoon now, having been bright and mild earlier. The big hurdle itself is the day one feature. A field of 9 go to post for that. That's at 4 o'clock. The key horse here would appear to be Williams' Lossy South. She has been to the festival 3 times before. She's won on each of those 3 occasions, but she's never been asked to contest the best race of the lot, the champion hurdle itself. So she gets her chance to train this afternoon, a very strong lineup. And one of the theme of the entire week will be Nicky Hedges against Willie Mullins. They numerous times today, including in the opening race, the Supreme Hurdle. The favourite there for Nicky Henderson, Mighty Park, a big talk for Willie Mullins. And it's the same in the Arkle Chase as well. Race 2 today. You'll laugh at
To the Winter Paralympics now, where Great Britain will be helping for their first Olympic Games in the next half hour. Harry is watching.
Yes, Neil Simpson lies in fourth place ahead of the slalom run, which will decide the medals in the Alpine combined. Simpson, who competes in the vision impairment category, already has 2 fourth-place finishes at these games. In today's event, he was the bronze medalist in Beijing. Already Fitzpatrick has finished 9th and last in the equivalent women's Alpine combined. Fitzpatrick called it a confidence booster. She continues her comeback.
There's a big night in the Champions League tonight with 3 English sides in the 16 first leg action. From 5:45 we'll bring you commentary of Liverpool away Galatasaray. Then from 8 we're at St James's Park as Newcastle United welcome Barcelona. Newcastle have never reached the quarter-finals of the Champions League, and manager Eddie Howe doesn't want his players to have any regrets.
There's only 16 teams left, and we're one of them, so I think it's very much an opportunity to grab a moment that we may never get again. You don't know what life brings. You don't want to waste that opportunity. You don't want to kick ourselves and think we've just worked to get to this point. So as long as we perform to our maximum, we'll have to accept the result. We want to try and get as close as we can to our very best.
Tottenham away to Atletico Madrid. On Sports Extra 7:55. Spurs, of course, have a Premier League relegation battle on their hands. They've not won in their last 11 league games.
No, it's not magic. Well, we can't walk in exactly. Sprinkle stardust on the players and make them, whatever's been going on there now for the last 40 games or so this season, last season. So, the players need to stand up and be counted now and start performing.
That's the latest from BBC Sport. The Champions League on BBC Radio 5.
Tonight at 5:45, Galatasaray versus Liverpool, and at 8, Newcastle host Barcelona at St James's Park. Tomorrow night at 5:45, Arsenal travel to Leverkusen, and at 8, it's Real Madrid versus Manchester City.
Live sports.
The champion.
Listen on BBC Sound. This is Naga Manchester on BBC Radio Live.
On digital radio.
On BBC Sounds and Ask Us to Speak.
Play BBC Radio 5.
Welcome back. It's 19 minutes to 1. Don't forget, at 2 o'clock, Mr. Matt Chorley takes over from me, and he'll be detailed up amongst many other things. How the British public is viewing the US-Israeli war on Iran. So he'll have much more on that. I'll speak to him at some point as well. But that's all coming up at 2 o'clock. So, scientists are hoping to be able to use laser technology to help protect people with sexual assault. It's being developed by a firm in Cumbria. It could be used in places like deserted railway stations or in busy crowds. Rosie Richardson is a product and strategy director at Createch and joins me now. Rosie, hello. Hello. I'm fascinated by this. So, there is a version of this type of technology already being used, isn't there?
Yeah, so we already have a crowd monitoring technology which looks to monitor crowds within public spaces anonymously. So collecting things like facial recognition data. So we collect counts and tracks the number of people within a crowd. So we look at mass crowd behavior and the way that they're using the space. And the ultimate aim is to try and keep people still within spaces.
What has been you to be part of this?
So particularly applying this technology to the problem of violence against women and girls is very kind of close to my heart. I mean, when I looked at the data that we're collecting from the likes of Kings and Cross, it was obvious to really can spot patterns of activity and patterns of life. And if we can do that, we can potentially see threatening behaviour. And particularly the threatening behaviour against women and girls, which we know in the UK is actually growing rather than reducing. And the government has set a target to halve by 2030. And there's a big job to do there. And to me, it is a very personal experience. I mean, when I was 12 years old, I was assaulted in a crowd at the Tour de France in Paris, and that individual, I do remember, was kind of their way through the crowd and just repeatedly sexually assaulting women along the way. And you get that kind of bystander effect, don't where everyone kind of understands that something bad is happening, but just moves himself away from that individual and doesn't actually do anything about it. And I think for me, that's what really drives me to look at this data and think, perhaps we could do something.
Angry. You must have been so angry and felt so helpless at that point. You were 12, just seeing this person
I was 12
do
years
this.
old. Yeah, I was 12 years old at the time, and what do you really do? Do you really understand what's happening? It's a really difficult situation to be in.
So sorry, continue. So then it must have just got you ticking, mustn't it? Got you on ticking. Is how do you prevent this?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see life in our data, and we can look for following behaviour. It might be loitering behaviour, or it might be unwanted contact. So one of the examples I give, because it's an example again that I've experienced, is, for instance, a woman goes and sits on a train platform late at night and it's abandoned, and then someone comes and sits right next to her. And it's probably an experience that many women have had and has made them feel very uncomfortable. It might be nothing. It could be a friend. It could be absolutely no threat at all. But that be watching and maybe allow security teams to have the information to look in the right place and make sure that that individual is okay. And we can do that with the technology that we're building.
So how does it work in terms of accuracy and in terms of then prosecution?
It's a really interesting area. It's actually completely unproven, and there have been prior users of the same technology in different areas for prosecution. But what we're aiming to do is actually be able to hand over to authorities not just a victim's report of what's happened, but a auditable trail of what's happened as well. So, I mean, the ideal case scenario, we spot something before it becomes an issue and we spot it before it happens. But in the case scenario where we can't do that, what we can do is provide accurate data as to where someone went and perhaps what they did within that space, which hopefully helps the woman if they are reporting.
So is this being used right now? I just want to kind of clarify, because obviously my next question will be, has anyone been prosecuted through this?
No. So we're in research and development today. So last year we completed our first trial using the data that we have to start to look at the patterns of behaviour, and they were really successful. So now we're moving that into a real life setting, looking at our first actually on-site trials this year.
What are the legal kind of support challenges in this? Because I'm not so sure, and you will know more on this than me, how easy a prosecution is on this kind of data. Oh, we've lost the line. There's technology not working in that sense anyway. She's back. Rosie, you're back.
Yeah.
Oh, got you. So I was asking, in terms of the challenges, in terms of legal prosecution, or, what might stand in the way in terms of the legalities. You'll know more than me. What do you know?
So there is a huge lack of data to support women to prosecute at the moment. So what we're trying to do is add another data layer in there to support women. At the moment, the maximum someone might have would be grainy CCTV, basically. And we know a lot of our older spaces and older buildings really lack. So this is about trying to create a new data set, really, that will enable us to support prosecutions and to support the work of admin, and hopefully make people feel safer to report and feel like they would have an evidence base to back them up. So the standard hasn't been set yet, but we're trying to add a new data set into the mix.
Okay. In terms of I suppose it's the deterrent that's supposed to stop the perpetrators from committing the crime, but that's as far as it goes?
No, so what we're doing is trying to give security teams often on site the information they need to actually also intervene. So whilst the system itself will act as a deterrent for people and hopefully give women confidence to be in public spaces, it will also alert security teams within, say, a control room or something within a train station that there is something that they need to be looking at. And that's the key to me, that we have the possibility to actually take action and help security teams take action and run a place. And then, because as a security team in that sort of setting, you might have 20 CCTV screens that you're looking at any one time, and it's almost an
I'm going to leave it there, Rosie, because we struggled with the technology. Ironically, actually, this is different technology. Rosie, good luck with it. Anything that stops women and girls or anyone, it can only be a good thing. Rosie Richardson, Product and Strategy Director at ClearTech. The time now is coming up to 10 minutes to 1. At 1 o'clock a month. We've moved it an hour later today, obviously, because of news events we were hearing from the US Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth, a little earlier. Question for you, though. Between now and 1 o'clock, do you care about ballet or the opera? So I'm asking because Oscar-nominated actor Timothy Chalamet has come under fire for saying that audiences don't care about either. And he made these comments while talking to Matthew McConaughey for CNN. And right, this is what he said.
I want to be working in ballet or opera or, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there.
Okay, always, just because you say always, I have to say something a little bit, make it okay. Anyway, it turns out people have very strong feelings about the ballet and opera. In response, leading ballet and opera companies in the UK, from Scottish Opera to British National Ballet, have invited Chalamet to a performance. The CFD Opera House in the United States even launched promo code Timothy. And to save money on tickets. Joe Meredith is Executive Director of National Youth Ballet and joins me now. Joe, hello. Hello. Now, I'm a big fan of the ballet and the opera. Introduced very late in life to it, well into adulthood, love it. Had no access to it, or very little access to it when I was younger, even though I was a musician. So I do... Personally, even though I like the arts, I think maybe Timothy Chalamet has a point. Do you agree, disagree? I
disagree with you. I disagree with you, Naga. I feel, so I work for youth ballet, and young people, I can tell you, definitely care about ballet. And every year, lots of young people come in audition to be part of our performance company, take part in our workshops and our activities across the UK. We're also supporting lots of young people and young creators to have a creative voice. And I just feel like I can't say that the art isn't alive and kicking when companies like us are giving the chance for young people to really share their creative voices and get their voices out there. So, yeah, I do disagree.
Okay, I'll tell you why I say it. There's hundreds, there are millions of children who don't have access to opera and ballet, let alone adults. And then, talk about concert tickets being expensive, sports tickets being expensive, property tickets being expensive. You know, there are very many initiatives to have accessible ticket prices as well. So what is being done to understand access? Because I think I can pretty much guarantee if you walk down the street and said, when's the last time you went to the play or the opera? It will be far less than someone who, say, has been to cinema or a film on some service on their television at home.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you there, that there will be fewer people who go to the ballet, but that doesn't mean that it can't be accessible. And one of the things we're looking at is how to bring more people into ballet at a young age, and also bring currently underrepresented groups into ballet as well, so particularly those with a disability who wouldn't ordinarily get to access ballet. We're specifically opening up our programs and looking at how we can work more inclusively, get more people into our programs. But I agree, it is really difficult to kind of get away from that perception that ballet isn't for everybody, but so many things about it can be for everybody. The storytelling aspect, so many things about it are absolutely brilliant for young people to get involved in, for them to express themselves. And I think I would argue that sports tickets, like I do go to the football, but the football is just as expensive, if not more expensive, than going to the ballet and opera. So I know I'm on 5 Live, so I've got a potentially captive audience there.
Yes, yeah, football, rugby, you know, whatever. We've got Cheltenham going on as well.
Exactly.
Why do you think, then, that someone like Timothy Chalamet would say this? You know, I always think of these actors as kind of being immersed in their art, etc., etc. But why do you think? What do you think is driving this? He's not saying to upset people. He's saying it because there is a thought process there.
I guess why he's saying it is because it's kind of a historical thing. It's an easy thing to say. It's an easy thing to kind of say that ballet and opera aren't successful for people. But and people don't care about them actually. It is an easy thing to say, particularly if you work in film and in that kind of multi-million-pound profession. I can see it's an easy thing to say, but what I would say is that things are changing in ballet, particularly, and we're really trying to look at how we could give the ballet to more people, particularly young people in our case. And I know a lot of organisations doing the same. And I was at a performance at Sadler's Wells actually at the weekend, and it was really difficult to get a ticket. It was a full house. And it's actually the ballet that Timothy Chalamet's been invited to go and see in New York in June by Scottish Ballet. And that was a really forward-thinking, kind of very kind of thought-provoking piece of work, which I think lots of people should have access to seeing. And I know Scottish Ballet are working towards that.
How's ballet being shaped and informed by young people? How's it adapted?
So in various ways, but at National Youth Ballet we have a youth council who we listen to very closely in terms of how we look our programmes. And actually in the very, very way that we work, so we really bring the young people into the creative process. All of our choreographers will give the young people a chance to share their ideas and their thoughts. We also have a programme for young choreographers, so early career choreographers 18 to 25, and actually creatives, lighting designers and costume designers, for them to share their work. And their creative voice is very much present and part of the work we're doing. So they create choreography, the dancers engage creatively with it, and they create something not just from a kind of older perspective, but it's a young person's perspective, which is really refreshing. It shows that ballet is well and truly live.
Are you too old to ever start ballet?
No, absolutely not. No, you're never too old to start ballet. Anybody at any age can start ballet. It's a really, really wonderful art form, and particularly with the work we're doing with NY Violin, which is our work for young dancers with disabilities. We're really looking at how we make the art form as accessible as possible, whilst also keeping the rigour and the complexity of the art form, but really trying to find different ways in for different people. And I know a lot of other organisations are really looking at doing that too.
In terms of a good ballet to see, if you've never seen ballet before, where would you start? And don't say it's one late.
I'm not going to say one late, Naga. I would say actually Mary Queen of Scots, I've just seen by Scottish Ballet. Also, there's a really interesting double bill coming up with English National Ballet, Body and Soul. Our performance company are performing Echoes of Tomorrow, which is a evening of work for young people and older choreographers that really bring the voice of young people to the forefront, and that's in September, also at Sadler's Wells.
It's really good to talk to you, Jo. Thank you so much. Creative Director of National Youth Ballet. If you saw Timothy Chalamet in the street, what would you say? Let's go. That was Jo Meredith. Right, okay, at 1 o'clock, it is that time of the month. And this month we're talking about urinary incontinence, which affects 1 in 5 people. And affects 1 in 3 women. It's not just a woman's problem, a postpartum woman's problem. It can happen at any age, at any time. And I've been really keen to hear from you because it's a subject that we don't talk about. So we're going to break the taboos. Break the taboos. We also have heard from Pete Hegseth, the US Defense Secretary, giving his latest comments. We will bring you, I know some of you are kind of not too happy at us bringing you that. It's happening at this moment in time. And, just to say, we hear that the US is implying the most intense flurry of fire against Iran of the 10 days so far of this war, so we expect to see that. Also, there are still discussions about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran saying that it will protect or it wants to have a peaceful strait. However, if it is attacked, that will not be the case. And the US has been asked to reduce now the escorted ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and the General Dan, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said if tasked to escort, we'll look at a range of options to set the military conditions to do that. So there is a lot to talk about in terms of that, and we will keep you updated. Don't forget that Crawley at 2 is going to be looking at how we in Britain are looking at this war and what we think. So anyway, what's coming up after 9 o'clock? Voice of the UK. This is BBC News at 1 o'clock. Well, speaking of producer, warns of economic turmoil as the US launches its most intense bombardment yet of Iran. Prisoners charged with murdering the Serum killer, Ian Huntley, and a row over a church bench with devilish disaster. The world's biggest producer of oil says it's absolutely critical shipping resumes in the Strait of Hormuz after the channel was effectively closed by the war in the Middle East. Nasser, the head of Saudi Arabia State Oil Company, warned the longer the disruption went on, the more drastic the global consequences would be. The price of oil has fallen from yesterday's highs, but fears of further volatility remain. Speaking in the past hour, President Trump's Secretary of State for Defense, Pete Hegseth, said Iran is badly losing the conflict.
The last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles it's incapable of firing yet. We're winning decisively with brutal efficiency, total air dominance, and an unbeatable will to accomplish the president's objectives. Today will be, yet again, our most intense day of strikes inside Iran.
The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of strikes on Iran's capital, Tehran. The BBC says has been speaking to Iranians as they flee across the country with Turkey.
A mother arriving with her 2 young children says the airstrikes have come in waves. She was thrown to the floor by a nearby blast while opening the balcony door of her apartment in Tehran, and says civilian sites are increasingly being hit. The 19-year-old, also travelling from the capital, pulls back his hood to show a large stitch across his head. He was about 50 meters from a police station when it was struck, and debris hit him as he ran down cover. Like many Iranians we meet, he says he doesn't know what comes next. Only think he wants to return home as soon as he can.
The Health Secretary's made a U-turn over who'll lead an independent inquiry into repeated maternity failure at an NHS trust. West Streeton announced an investigation into the Leeds Teaching Hospital's NHS trust after the BBC revealed the deaths of at least 56 babies had been prevented. After growing pressure from families, Mr. Streeton today confirmed that the senior midwife, Donna Ockenden, would oversee the inquiry after previously said she wouldn't be appointed. An inmate's been charged with murdering the Serum child killer Ian Huntley. The 52-year-old was attacked HMP Frankfurt in County Durham last week. Fiona Trott reports.
Ian Huntley, who murdered the schoolgirls Holly Rolls and Jessica Chapman in 2002, was serving a life sentence. The 10-year-olds were on their way to buy sweets when he lured them back to his home and killed them. Last week, Huntley was attacked with a makeshift weapon at a prison workshop and was on life support in hospital. He died on Saturday after the machine was switched off. Durham police say 42-year-old Anthony Russell has been charged with murder and is due to appear before magistrates tomorrow by video link.
Former Premier League footballer Jerry Garden has been charged with killing with intent after a man was assaulted near a golf club in Huyton on Merseyside on Sunday. The 43-year-old is due to appear before magistrates this afternoon, alongside a 50-year-old man, Gary O'Grady, who was accused of the same offence.
Council officials in Glasgow said they want to get the city's central station open as soon as possible after a huge fire destroyed a neighbouring building. Scotland's busiest train station has been closed since Sunday afternoon, and travel disruptions expected to continue for several days. The organisers of the ignoble will be held in Europe for the first time this year. As I say, the United States has become unsafe for prizes to visit. Last year's winners at the ceremony, which celebrates the sillier side of science, included researchers who painted zebra stripes on cows to sort of flies. The vicar of a church in has defended the Devonhorn design of a Ben held in memory of the Prodigy frontman Keith Flint, who questioned whether it's appropriate for a place of Christmas worship. Here's Pastor Duncan. The charred black wooden bench has been interviewed as a tribute to Keith Flint, who's buried at St Mary's Church near Braintree. The carving of devil horns on the backrest, in reference to the way has been criticised by some because of its satanic links. Reverend Rod Reed said the memorial meant a lot to local people.
To be able to mark this artwork with the bench in the way we've incredibly special.
The Prodigy's manager John Fairs and Liam helped to design the tribute, which has been welcomed by fans.
And this afternoon's weather largely cloudy with a bit of early sunshine in the city. This time is reaching between 10 and 17 degrees. This continues at 1:30.
And with the 5-light score and Shine Shelton, Newcastle manager Eddie Howe told his players to have no regrets as they're heading to tonight's Champions League last 16 first leg on to Barcelona. Newcastle could break the ground in the tournament by reaching the quarter-finals. There's commentary from St James's Park in 5-live sport tonight. Kick-off is at 8. Before that, at 5:45, we've commentary of Liverpool at Galatasaray, Tottenham at Atletico Madrid on Sports Extra from 7:55. At the Winter Paralympics, Great Britain slipped to a fourth successive defeat in the wheelchair curling mixed team event. They remained second from bottom of the standings as a result of an 8-6 loss to Italy. And in racing, it's day one of the Cheltenham Festival. The weekly race of the day is the Champion Hurdle at 4. Coverage is just getting underway now on Sports Extra.
When laughter's guaranteed, when it's fun and games with big, when it's something big happens on in the family loves watching.
You think it was a nice guest visit?
No, wait up last week.
If they have.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And the TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer. Full of entertainment for a big night in. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including live radio, like this.
This is Nadia Manchetti
On BBC Radio.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Welcome back. It's 6 minutes past 1. Okay, let's do this.
Nadia Manchetti.
That's on Side Live and BBC Sounds. So welcome to that time of the month, the hour each month where we look at areas that have just not spoken about. As usual, I found by Dr. Christine Ketchy, who's a consultant gynaecologist who works in the NHS in private practice. Christine, hi. Hello, you're very smiling. I'm always smiling. And Dr. Nagata Reid, who is a GP who specialises in women's health. Also smiling. Hello. It's the first time I get to meet you. Do I say Happy Ramadan? Ramadan. Say again. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramzan Mubarak. Which is basically Happy Ramadan, but in and I will say this because I was talking to you about this, and I've just been very, very conscious of all my friends who are celebrating Ramadan. You are fasting, and fasting is the last 10 days that we're backing into the holy bit of the month, actually, the last 10 days. I wish you well. Thank you. This month we are talking about urinary incontinence. That is the incontinence of urine, ranging the occasional leakage, such as when you due to leakage before accessing the toilet. You need to go to the loo, and all of a sudden, I'm fine, and then all of a sudden it can go, and you just think, what happened there? The NHS estimates that there are around 14 million people in the UK who suffer with the condition to some degree. That's around 1 in 5 people. It's more common in women, affecting 1 in 3, but it can affect anyone at any age, and despite we suffer in silence. It's a topic we simply
don't talk about that enough or openly enough. It can cause embarrassment, anxiety, and distress, and often has a significant impact on someone's quality of life. So, why don't we talk about this? Perhaps you want to get in touch with me. I mean, so many people have messaged already. You can text 85058. Perhaps it's not about you. Perhaps it's about someone you care about who is doing this. Or you just think, oh, it's part of getting older, or it's what happens after you have a child, or yeah, I'm perimenopausal, so my vagina's not as, that's it. There is so much nonsense surrounding this subject. There's so much taboo, and we're going to break it down. So feel free to get in touch via text 85055, and you can call or leave a voice note on 08085999693. You don't have to want to come on the radio. You can just message, and we'll get your views and answer the questions, and we'll be helping people. Okay? Doctors are here, as you've heard, and also two guests as well. Joined by Dr. Ravinda Kasria, who is a consultant in urogynecology in the NHS. Hello. First, though, and Ravinda, I'm going to tap into your line of expertise. I wanted to talk to Lisa Watson. Now, Lisa lives in Wicklow in Ireland and has made it her mission to talk about her urinary incontinence, to break down the taboos and help the next generation. So before we get into all the medical stuff, let's just hear how this affects people. Lisa, hello, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm very, very well. Now, can we find out a little bit about you? How old are you?
I am 44.
How long have you lived with urinary incontinence?
So I'm coming up on 8 years.
What's happened?
I believe in between my two children, I had a miscarriage. And my bladder was never the same after that miscarriage. So there's a lot of reasons why women are incontinent. There's not one reason in my view. And so for me, that was kind of one of the trigger point of the past where I am right now. And so I have two children. I have a 14-year-old daughter, and I have an 8-year-old son. And I have seen, even since he was born, how my particular condition has worsened, even though I have done all of the non-surgical interventions that are recommended. So I've done the physio. I have got special supportive shorts. I've had the vasectomies. I've had the Botox, and I've had the bolting. So I have quite frankly, tried everything to try and give myself a quality life, but I don't have that right now.
What else is there?
Right. What else is there? So there are options. There are surgical options, which I'm sure the doctor will get into in a little while. I won't go into that just yet, but there are options. They're just not available in Ireland right now. But what my day looks like, it depends on whether I've had a cup of tea in the morning. It depends on whether I've had a drink before I left the house. I have to plan a journey because of the incontinence basically rules my life. I have to work around this issue. It's tricky, and I'm not alone. In Ireland, we are estimated to 1 in 3 women suffering with this issue, and it's quite a taboo subject. It's embarrassing, and then the generational thing as well. Where I'm 44, I'm quite willing to speak out, but there are people who are older than me who see it as so embarrassing that they can't speak out.
I had a friend.
It's sad, isn't it? It's really sad.
I had a friend who had urinary incontinence after having a baby, and she was sitting around with all the other mothers, and they were like, "Oh, don't jump up and down the trampoline anymore. It's fine." And she was like, "No, you can't actually walk down the stairs unless but pad on or whatever. This is more than that, and it's not something that women should accept.
No, the best period time. You just give you that little bit of reassurance that it's all this my intentions look so bad they don't touch it anymore. But you're right, it's not just a picture on trampoline. It's not just about not being able to go to the gym and exercise. It's not being able to do the simple daily tasks. Sleeping. So walking up the stairs, walking down the stairs. I might go for a walk with the night say, oh, hang on a second, I won't be able to do that for a while. I have to stop somewhere. I have to know that there's somewhere to stop. And that is how it can actually take over the world.
When did you know that it was
When I went to physio and I did 12 sessions, and week on week, we just weren't getting the scoring method in physio, where they could score how high or how functional your muscle was. And we just, no matter what we were doing, that was not helping. So that was when I knew I was in trouble. So that's exactly the truth.
When you speak about this, how many times has someone said, oh, do you do your pelvic floor exercises?
They say it so often, and I'm not a violent person, but I'm really like, no, I'm joking. But like I've shared my story. Like I put it on, on the internet, and people put in comments like, "Did you not do your pelvic floor exercise after birth?" I also did it before, and I also did it while I was pregnant. Have you tried Vagicom? Of course, I've tried Vagicom. I have tried everything. I share my story because the more people that talk about this, the more normalised it becomes, and the less embarrassing it becomes. That's where I'm at with it.
I now have to let you go because with our times, you've shuffled around your day. Is there anything else you want to say? Because it is already 15:15.
I just want to say to women, do not be embarrassed. There is there's NHS as well as RHSC over here. We have amazing gynae, urologists, doctors, counsellors, you name it. There are options, and I am at the point where I know I have to go down the surgical route, but I have not lost hope, in the system because it's there to help us.
Lisa, thank you so much. Without voices like yours, we wouldn't be able to talk about this. So please keep up with what you're doing, and good luck.
Anytime, and thank you, ladies. Good morning.
You too. Okay, Christine, can we start with you? The reason being is obviously the current gynecologist often, and it age with success, often it happens after childbirth, or it's considered a common thing. What is happening to the body when urinary incontinence occurs?
Well, the first thing to say is there can be multiple causes. So we broadly split them up into sort of two areas. Unless this understands the cause of the urinary incontinence, certain interventions that we may bring in may be incorrect. So we broadly talk about stress, incontinence, or urgency. And I've got Dr. Gynecologist is definitely going to, come in and give her extra expertise. And I point out because where we have urinary incontinence that we believe may have some degree of gynae origin, then actually we tend to refer the women to the gynecologist. But broadly speaking, stress incontinence or pregnancy. Now, the urinary incontinence that women tend to experience after childbirth often is related to the changes to the pelvic floor. And as such, what a woman may do is that if there is some kind of stress, so this is the jumping on the trampoline or coughing or sneezing, and leak a bit of urine.
Well, often in the immediacy after the delivery of the baby, because of the weakness of the pelvic floor, what we talk about conservative measures is usually can help. So this is where supporting estrogen levels are often low in the immediacy after delivering the baby. And they can pelvic floor exercises can support. But the key here is not to say pelvic floor exercises and never see the woman again. No, it's actually to say what is the degree of the continence, what degree of improvement are we getting pelvic floor exercises, and then to the next step. But it's important to say this because some women initially may get symptoms and they're worried that those symptoms are permanent. There are, of course, urinary incontinence that come injuries to the bladder. An injury to the bladder during childbirth, sometimes when instrumental deliveries can occur. Then again, these tend not to be permanent but transient. Then there are the second group. So when we talk about urgency, so this is the feeling of, I need to pass urine now. When we're a lot younger, it takes a lot longer for us to get messages from to our brain, and we can hold a degree of urine and go about our day and go out before we need to pass urine. As we get older, our tolerance becomes less and less, and often we notice that as we go through the perimenopausal period and postmenopausal period. So personally, for me, I've noticed that as soon as it gets that message to my brain that I need to pass urine, I have to pass that urine. I cannot hold it for as long as I used to 20 years ago. Of course, I'm still in my 20s, so maybe less. Now has an absolutely different approach. Pelvic floor exercises is not going to be enough to help urinary incontinence that has that urgency for. So when a woman comes along to us and talking about urinary incontinence, we have to take a full history to understand the situations where that urinary incontinence happens. The incontinence is, I take my urine because I can't take my urine. I don't have and then I am leaking. Did I pass? You did it. The majority of patients will actually come to their GP first. So this is a bit of advice. I put everything Dr. Christine has said, but I think that a good history, absolutely. But examine the patient. I don't think we examine the patient, and thank you, because I in every single one of my patients. I know it takes time, but examine them lying down and examine them standing up. Because what you want to do is get them to cough, or if they're going to sleep and get them to sleep. So if there's a urine leak, that's how I pick it up. And it's also for prolapse as well. And this also happens in men as well. So the statistics are 1 in 3 men over the age of 65 have urinary incontinence, so to be. Women, by the age of 30, we think about half, or 45% of men, by the age of 30, can be affected by it. And then I think we need to, in general practice, I sometimes come across my patients who've never been investigated. So other than just having an examination, sometimes a post-maturation ultrasound scan can really help to see if there's overflow that's happening, or maybe the bladder isn't emptying properly. And that can also guide you in regards to how you will be. And just to jump in quickly before we get to that, is also, particularly for women who are in their 30s, is to rule out masses that are pressing against the bladder. So for my cohort, we primarily see this in women that have fibroids. If you have uterine masses that are pushing against the bladder, one of the earliest symptoms is urinary incontinence, this urgency, sometimes stress incontinence, but often urgency. I just drink a little bit of fluid, and then I feel the need to go. And an ultrasound scan can then determine that you have, most of the time it's a benign mass, but of course we want to rule out any other masses.
I should say, Julie's message, and she says there's no real help for urinary incontinence. It's just over and over again. Just told to do our pelvic floor exercise. I think, what do you do if you're dismissed?
Well, firstly, as I said, have to be your own advocate. Having someone else who's able to not vouch for you, but also support you
and say how they're seeing you change, and
how it's affecting your life as well. And a little PE here, my colleagues,
it's key to understand low dose to vaginal estrogen, because alongside your pelvic floor exercise, we're so scared about giving it to pregnant women. And actually, the data shows that it is very safe to give it to pregnant women, and don't be afraid of that, because actually, if you get a management plan alongside pelvic floor exercises, which someone is going to protest soon for saying that so much, but to have the means to provide estrogen back to women who we know might have recurrent urinary tract infections, who also might have large babies, and who will be affected postnatally by their delivery. Yeah, management in early, because the earlier we get it, the better the prognosis later on.
Right. Very patiently, Dr. Radcliffe, listening. He's a consultant in urogynecology in NHS. What's urogynecology?
Urogynecology is essentially a branch of our gynecology. We look after women's bladders and prolapse, usually, and I look after UTI. So we look after incontinence, prolapse, UTI, any pelvic floor problems. That's what urogynecology.
Here's a pelvic floor look like.
It's very complicated, actually. So it's a whole group of muscles. In fact, it's such a big group of muscles, it's as big as your shoulder girdle.
What's my shoulder girdle?
So all the muscles which are supporting your shoulder and the upper back, which kind of keep you upright, etc. So pelvic floor is, similar in the sense that it's really, really good. It's pretty much nothing you do without it. You're sitting, standing, really lying, having sex. So it's a really important group of muscles, but obviously where there's muscle, there's connective tissue, there's a stretchy tissue, there's nerves, there's a blood supply, there's an interaction with hormones, all of this space. Maintaining that, let's go back to pelvic floor exercises and do that effort. Trying to keep health of the pelvic floor is very ignored, and people are brushed off and pushed away. And the first time women generally come about thinking about the pelvic floor is when they have a baby or they're in
pelvic floor exercises.
I actually think this is into teenagers. I really, really do, because if we look at incontinence, we're talking about incontinence today, which I'm so pleased we're talking about, what an important issue. But there are so many modifiable factors that can help to prevent incontinence. If we're not getting people quick enough, and we're telling them, this can happen as you're older, childbirth is a bit perhaps. This is what you can do. Now, it's not going to be 100%, but if we can keep some of those things in place, like keeping your weight down, thinking about exercise, some of the hormonal things we've said so that you approach people, physio. So here, I don't know if here in France, after you've had a baby,
yes, you get physio.
Yeah. And when you talk about physio, it's very regardless. Some research says you have to have pelvic with a professional who understands pelvic physio for about 12 sessions. That, not sort of sheet that might, some poor people in the hair, look at this sheet and go and do those exercises. You have sessions, one-to-one, that is helpful. So these modifiable factors, are really, really important.
Just this, and some of my English colleagues, they emphasize their shoulder girdle, reach their ears. This was talking about the podcast. The need for guided, specific pelvic floor therapy, and it was so interesting to watch the responses. Whereas I was thinking, I think we could learn so much and remove some of these taboos, even within the medical professions, to say, well, we know that these managers, we know that childbirth. But that's the health that we need so that we can then support them in this one. Let me bring in Lisa. Lisa's called in yesterday. Lisa called in and talking to us earlier. Hi, Lisa.
And it was almost like 6 months of the year I couldn't function properly in my life because of this second continence, and it affected everything, mental health a lot. So I searched I think it was an operation or new procedure from France where I had a sling from one side to the other, and it just transformed my life. That was like 40. It transformed my life. I got to sling.
Sorry, Lisa, what's a sling? Why is it?
I think it was a tape. Going from one to do the pelvic floor to the other. They had to cut through the vagina to do it. It was some sort of tech. It wasn't like the mesh that I think some people might have had problems with.
We'll talk about in the next half
Yeah, so I think it was a tape. Because how the consultant described it, we did all the tests, we did all the sitting on the toilet, coughing, holding a load of water, that sort of thing, numerous tests. And then they said it's because at the time of the month, if your room presses down on your bladder just by a couple of millimetres, that was probably the problem. That so far has transformed my life. I've got a few ongoing issues now where I'm not convinced just because they tore from front to back. On perineum, so I've got a few issues around it now at the moment that are being investigated. So, I'm a bit concerned and I'll end up with a little bit of bowels not emptying, fecal incontinence, and I don't know that because I have a cervical tear. But like you've all told, I've had to push to have things done, and with my home said to me, it's ages and they can't dismiss you at the age of 36, you need something done. I bought numerous devices as well to help me, prior to having the operation. Yeah, and I'm now since gone back to getting a new device because they update electrically because I have got a bit lazy with my pelvic floor since I've had the operation. So I'm now trying to use a new device, which I know I'm going to mention on the video, to try and
Yes, so is it a vibrator?
And I think it's Eagle 8, so I'm trying to use that for the back passage and the front because I was waiting on the test to do the test, so I don't want to end up with fecal incontinence on a moulder. I've also got a ring, an estrogen ring, because I was getting urgent incontinence because I'm now 96, so I was in the toilet 3 or 4 times a night. Yeah, so I just think, but I do think all of it's maybe gender underfunded over the years, potentially, same as menopause. Yeah.
Lisa, thank you. Linda, please talk to Lisa, and then we'll go to Susie's court, and we will continue the conversation after that. But please, I want Lisa to hear what you've got to say.
Lisa, so many thanks for bringing this up, and you're going to be a voice of women. But it sounds like you had a really terrible time. It looked like with childbirth there's some trauma on that kind of muscles, nerves, and hence why you're having this other fecal symptoms as well. So the procedure that you're talking about is for stress incontinence. So that's when you're obviously using off and you leak. And obviously you had a bit of a prolapse as well, the uterus was pushing down. So when we look at incontinence, one of the treatments is surgery, and you have that sling put in. So we don't use this anymore in the UK, but they are a mesh. It's a polypropylene. It's largely, they're still used in Europe and around the world. We've had some problems with them here, and so they're not used. But we can use a bit of your own tissue. So what we do is we harvest a bit of tissue from your abdomen or your side. That's a really strong tissue called fascia. We put it underneath the neck. So one of the mechanisms we think of stress incontinence is that everything descends. Your pelvic floor descends down, and the bladder neck sits lower. So it means that if it takes less pressure, i.e. coughing, sneezing, jumping, for you to leak.
And having this system underneath pulls up the dirt and it makes it more difficult for you to leave. And there are other procedures as well that we can do. And you've gone through everything. And I think what's really important is, I know it's a horrible, long journey, but it is really important for you as well, for all the patients, to go through all the conservative things. Because for some people it works really well, having physio, modifying diet. These things can help. And even if they don't, if you had really good physio, it really helps your surgical outcome. So kind of going into that gambit of things is quite important in fortifying you.
Gambit. Thank you so much. We will return to this. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, let's get sorted. Yeah, I know. Lots of older ladies are struggling as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's not an age thing, is it? You're 36. It's just not an older age thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 36, no, 56, so
Well,
you
you're
know.
still young.
Yeah,
You're
still young. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Keep your thoughts coming in. 85058 is the number to text. We've got a room full of experts here who are all on your side. Time now, 26 minutes to 2. Nick Hatfield had brings the news. Sheffield was going to bring us the sport. Nick, we've had that latest press conference from kHz.
Hi there, not actually the Easter Secretary kHz. So today will be the most intense of the US strikes on Iran so far. He also told others that Iran has had the fewest number of miles in a 24-hour period since the war began. Elsewhere, a prisoner has been charged with murdering the Soham killer Ian Huntley. The 52-year-old was attached at Duncan Prison in County Durham last week. Anthony Russell, who was 3, will appear at Newton Aycliffe Magistrates tomorrow. Joey Barton has been shooting with intent after a man was assaulted near a golf club in Huyton on Merseyside on Sunday. The 43-year-old baller is due before magistrates alongside another man who is accused of the same offence. But officials in Glasgow said they want one city central station open as soon as possible after a large fire destroyed a neighbouring building. Scotland's busiest train station has been closed since Sunday afternoon. Let's get the sport now. Here is John Shortwave.
Let's start with racing. Day 1 of the Cheltenham Festival is on John Hunt. Is at the clock.
And we've already enjoyed our first race. A good success for trainer Nicky Henderson here with the favourite Old Park Star proving just too strong for the glory. My Daddy Paddy, who fought out a thrilling battle for second place. Get Nico de Bonville, and that could just be the start of it for Henderson. Swiftly in the Arkle chase, first steeplechase of the week. He runs Lulau, who's one of the favourites. That's another chance for Henderson. And then, of course, the four of today's three races. The champion hurdle itself. This time the accent firmly at the Willie Mullins stable. He's got 3 runners in today's big race favourite, Lossy Mouth.
Thanks, John. There's a message from Cheltenham. Now to the Winter Paralympics, where Great Britain have their first medal of the Games. With the details, here's Ed Harry.
It is a silver and his guide Rob in the Alpine combined physical impairment category. It was put Paralympian be on the medal table. Simpson's going one better than he did with his bronze in the same event in Beijing in 2022. This morning, Simpson and Pot were fourth after the Super G run. That's the one which tests your in the technical challenge in the slalom. Let me read past this, improving that overall position to claim that silver behind the gold medalist, Ithiki Apomo Bertignoli. It is Simpson's first podium finish at Milan Cortina after 2 4th place finishes, including Monday's Super G.
Newcastle's players, they've been told to have no regrets tonight when they host Barcelona in the Champions League last 16 first leg. Eddie Howe's side will reach the quarter-finals for the first time, but they'll need an impressive showing at St James's Park to set up the return at Camp Nou. Former Newcastle striker Alan Shearer reckons Barcelona are in for a tough night.
If Newcastle get their system right tonight, and I'm pretty sure they'll play a lot of pace up front because of that reason, then I think they will put them in problems. But it's at the other end, which little because there's the attack and talent that Barcelona have, then
Coming again in 500 from 8 o'clock. Before that, Liverpool will Galatasaray for their Champions League tie in what will be manager Arne Slot's 100th game in charge.
first of all, makes me really proud. that I've become the Liverpool manager, and that is going to be my 100th game. I don't think I have the best record in those 100 games. Sometimes. That the 100th game is such a nice game to play.
Yeah, the build-up from 5:30 on 5 Live Sports, followed by commentary. So tonight from 7:55, Mega Sports Extra, we can name Tottenham's tie to Atletico Madrid. Visa to enter the United States for tomorrow's CONCACAF Champions Cup tie against LA Galaxy. The Jamaicans are making their Champions Cup debut. They've been crossed to call up a number of academy players from the fixture. The sporting clear if one wants my tournament. And that's the night I take on BBC Sports. Good morning, welcome to 5 Breakfast. Today, we spoke to the operations manager of one of the biggest players in the UK about the impact rising petrol prices is having on his business.
We recommend about 25% of our operating costs. It's an inflationary measure, which is not what the UK economy needs. Live breakfast. Tomorrow, you're talking about a major redesign.
Wake up with 5 Live Breakfast, weekday mornings from 6.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is Manchester on BBC
Radio 5 Live.
On digital radio.
BBC Sounds.
And ask your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome back. It's 20 minutes to 2 o'clock. Mr. Electronic take further news.
Hello,
Thank you. Can you apply that in your programme?
Yeah, all through the programme today, we're watching telephones. There's 150 years since the first telephone call was made, so we're going to look at famous political phone calls, some good or bad. And we'll talk about when politicians have good or bad phone calls. A lot of them involve we shut up. And I also want to hear from listeners on their best or worst phone calls. So if they want to give us a ring, 08085 909 653.
I've never had a phone call with you.
That's true, isn't it? That's true. You just send me all those messages. Yeah.
Nothing that you said. It's all full of love. I reckon I could count more hearts than I can count words in our WhatsApp.
Well, you're very nice about me. It's all our colleagues are with.
Yeah, okay. It was nice working with you. Bye. Bye. Okay, let's get back to this.
Naga Manchetti.
That time of the month.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Okay, what time of the month? We're looking at areas of health that I've spoken about enough. I'm joined by Dr. Christine Akechi, Dr. Nagasa Reeve, both discussing women's health. We're talking about urinary effect. Around 14 million people in the UK, according to the NHS estimates. And that's 1 in 5 people. More common in women, 1 in 3. Many keep in silence because it can be seen as embarrassing. I mean, let's face it, it's walking along and then all the urine gathers in your jeans and got a wet patch and then scribbling down your leg and you don't have anywhere to go to tidy up. You feel filthy, you don't know what you can't do. It's embarrassing. It needs to be fixed. Needs to be spoken about so that more people and more of us are able to say, I have a problem, you must help me. Also the Dr. Katria, who is a consultant in urogynecology in the NHS, who was talking about it already. Hello. Christine, I just want to mention something before we follow the conversation. You're involved in the government's review, which is currently going on into maternity services. You want people to get involved in the typical issue where people can flag their concerns. How do they do that? Absolutely. So, the Secretary of State for Health, meeting announced last year that he wanted to